Chapter 7. Thou great first cause, least understood. Hope. Whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire, this longing after immortality? Or whence this secret dread and inward horror of falling into naught? Why shrinks the soul back on herself and startles at destruction? 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us. 'Tis heaven itself that points out our hereafter and intimates eternity to man. Eternity, thou pleasing dreadful thought. Addison. There is another and a better world. Kotzebue, The Stranger. After according so much space to the conflicting opinions of our men of science about certain occult phenomena of our modern period, it is but just that we give attention to the speculations of medieval alchemists and certain other illustrious men. Almost without exception, ancient and medieval scholars believed in the arcane doctrines of wisdom. These included alchemy, the Chaldeo-Jewish Kabbalah, the esoteric systems of Pythagoras and the old Magi, and those of the later Platonic philosophers and theurgists. We also propose in subsequent pages to treat of the Indian gymnosophists and the Chaldean astrologers. We must not neglect to show the grand truths underlying the misunderstood religions of the past. The four elements of our fathers, earth, air, water, and fire, contain for the student of alchemy and ancient psychology, or as it is now termed, magic, many things of which our philosophy has never dreamed. We must not forget that what is now called necromancy by the Church and spiritualism by modern believers, and that includes the evoking of departed spirits, is a science which has, from remote antiquity, been almost universally diffused over the face of the globe. Although neither an alchemist, magician, nor astrologer, but simply a great philosopher, Henry More of Cambridge University, a man universally esteemed, may be named as a shrewd logician, scientist, and metaphysician, his belief in witchcraft was firm throughout his life. His faith in immortality and able arguments and demonstration of the survival of man's spirit after death are all based on the Pythagorean system, adopted by Cardan, Van Helmont, and other mystics. The infinite and uncreated spirit that we usually call God, the substance of the highest virtue and excellency, produced everything else by emanative causality. God thus is the primary substance, the rest the secondary. If the former created matter with the power of moving itself, he, the primary substance, is still the cause of that motion as well as of the matter, and yet we rightly say that it is matter which moves itself. We may define this kind of spirit we speak of to be a substance indiscernible, that can move itself, that can penetrate, contract, and dilate itself, and can also penetrate, move, and alter matter, which is the third emanation. He firmly believed in the apparitions and stoutly defended the theory of the individuality of every soul in which personality, memory, and conscience will surely continue in the future state. He divided the astral spirit of man after the exit from the body into two distinct entities, the aerial and the ethereal vehicle. During the time that a disembodied man moves in its aerial clothing, he is subject to fate, i.e., evil and temptation, attached to its earthly interests, and therefore is not utterly pure. It is only when he casts off this garb of the first spheres and becomes ethereal that he becomes sure of his immortality. For what shadow can that body cast that is a pure and transparent light, such as the ethereal vehicle is? And therefore that oracle is then fulfilled, when the soul has ascended into that condition we have already described, in which alone it is out of the reach of fate and mortality. He concludes his work by stating that the transcendent and divinely pure condition was the only aim of the Pythagoreans. As to the skeptics of his age, his language is contemptuous and severe. Speaking of Scott, Addy, and Webster, he terms them our new inspired saints, sworn advocates of the witches, who thus madly and boldly against all sense and reason, against all antiquity, all interpreters, and against the Scripture itself, will have even no Samuel in the scene, but a confederate knave. Whether the Scripture or these inblown buffoons puffed up with nothing but ignorance, vanity, and stupid infidelity, are to be believed, let any one judge, he adds. What kind of language would this eminent divine have used against our skeptics of the 19th century? Descartes, although a worshipper of matter, was one of the most devoted teachers of the magnetic doctrine and, in a certain sense, even of alchemy. His system of physics was very much like that of other great philosophers. Space, which is infinite, is composed, or rather filled up, with a fluid and an elementary matter, and is the sole fountain of all life, enclosing all the celestial globes and keeping them in perpetual motion. The magnet streams of Mesmer are disguised by him into the Cartesian vortices, and both rest on the same principle. Moser does not hesitate to say that both have more in common than people suppose who have not carefully examined the subject. The esteemed philosopher Pierre Poirier-Naud was the warmest defender of the doctrines of occult magnetism and its first propounders. In 1679, the magico-theosophical philosophy is fully vindicated in his works. The well-known Dr. Hufeland has written a work on magic in which he propounds the theory of the universal magnetic sympathy between men, animals, plants, and even minerals. The testimony of Campanella, Van Helmont, and Servius is confirmed by him in relation to the sympathy existing between the different parts of the body, as well as between the parts of all organic and even inorganic bodies. Such also was the doctrine of Tenzelwerdig. It may even be found expounded in his works, with far more clearness, logic, and vigor than in those of other mystical authors who have treated of the same subject. In his famous treatise, The New Spiritual Medicine, he demonstrates, on the ground of the latter accepted fact of universal attraction and repulsion, now called gravitation, that the whole nature is ensouled. Werdig calls this magnetic sympathy the accordance of spirits. Everything is drawn to its like, and converges with natures congenial to itself. Out of this sympathy and antipathy arises a constant movement in the whole world, and in all its parts, and uninterrupted communion between heaven and earth, which produces universal harmony. Everything lives and perishes through magnetism. One thing affects another one, even at great distances, and its congenitals may be influenced to health and disease by the power of this sympathy, at any time and notwithstanding the intervening space. Hufeland, says Ennemoser, gives the account of a nose which has been cut from the back of a porter, but which, when the porter died too and fell off from this artificial position. A piece of skin, adds Hufeland, taken from a living head, had its hair turned grey at the same time as that on the head from which it was taken. Kepler, the forerunner of Newton in many great truths, even in that of the universal gravitation, which he very justly attributed to magnetic attraction, notwithstanding that he terms astrology the insane daughter of a most wise mother. Astronomy shares the Kabbalistic belief that the spirits of the stars are so many intelligences. He firmly believes that each planet is the seat of an intelligent principle, and that they are all inhabited by spiritual beings, who exercise influences over other beings inhabiting more gross and material spheres than their own, and especially our Earth. As Kepler's spiritual starry influences were superseded by the vortices of the more materialistic Descartes, whose atheistical tendencies did not prevent him from believing that he had found out a diet that would prolong his life 500 years and more. So the vortices of the latter and his astronomical doctrines may someday give place to the intelligent magnetic streams which are directed by the anima mundi. Battista Porta, the learned Italian philosopher, notwithstanding his endeavors to show to the world the groundlessness of their accusations of magic, being a superstition and sorcery, was treated by later critics with the same unfairness as his colleagues. This celebrated alchemist left a work on natural magic, in which he bases all the occult phenomena possible to man upon the world soul which binds all with all. He shows that the astral light acts in harmony and sympathy with all nature, that it is the essence out of which our spirits are formed, and that by acting in unison with their parent source, our sidereal bodies are rendered capable of producing magic wonders. The whole secret depends on our knowledge of kindred elements. He believed in the philosopher's stone, of which the world hath so great an opinion of, which hath been dragged off in so many ages and happily attained unto by some. Finally, he throws out many valuable hints as to its spiritual meaning. In 1643 there appeared among the mystics a monk, Father Kircher, who taught a complete philosophy of universal magnetism. His numerous works embrace many of the subjects merely hinted at by Paracelsus. His definition of magnetism is very original, for he contradicted Gilbert's theory that the earth was a great magnet. He asserted that although every particle of matter, and even the intangible, invisible powers, were magnetic, they did not themselves constitute a magnet. There is but one magnet in the universe, and from it proceeds the magnetization of everything existing. This magnet is, of course, what the Kabbalists term the central spiritual sun, or God. The sun, moon, planets, and stars, he affirmed, are highly magnetic. But they have become so by induction from living in the universal magnetic fluid, the spiritual light. He proves the mysterious sympathy existing between the bodies of the three principal kingdoms of nature, and strengthens his argument by a stupendous catalogue of instances. Many of these were verified by naturalists, but still more have remained unauthenticated. Therefore, according to the traditional policy and very equivocal logic of our scientists, they are denied. For instance, he shows a difference between mineral magnetism and zoomagnetism, or animal magnetism. He demonstrates it in the fact that except in the case of the lodestone, all the minerals are magnetized by the higher potency. The animal magnetism, while the latter enjoys it as the direct emanation from the first cause, the creator. A needle can be magnetized by simply being held in the hand of a strong-willed man, and amber develops its powers more by the friction of the human hand than by any other object. Therefore, man can impart his own life, and to a certain degree animate inorganic objects. This, in the eyes of the foolish, is sorcery. The sun is the most magnetic of all bodies, he says, thus anticipating the theory of General Pleasanton by more than 2 centuries. The ancient philosophers never denied the fact, he adds, but have at all times perceived that the sun's emanations were binding all things to itself, and that it imparts this binding power to everything falling under its direct rays. As a proof of it, he brings the instance of a number of plants being especially attracted to the sun, and others to the moon, and showing their irresistible sympathy to the former by following its course in the heavens. The plant known as the githamal faithfully follows its sovereign, even when it is invisible on account of the fog. The acacia uncloses its petals as it's rising and closing them at its setting. So does the Egyptian lotus and the common sunflower. The nightshade exhibits the same predilection for the moon. As examples of antipathies and sympathies among plants, he instances the aversion with which the vine feels for the cabbage, and its fondness towards the olive tree, the love of the ranunculus for the water lily, and of the rue for the fig. The antipathy which sometimes exists even among kindred substances is clearly demonstrated in the case of the Mexican pomegranate, whose shoots, when cut to pieces, repel each other with the most extraordinary ferocity. Kircher accounts for every feeling in human nature as results of changes in our magnetic condition. Anger, jealousy, friendship, love, and hatred are all modifications of the magnetic atmosphere which is developed in us and constantly emanates from us. Love is one of the most variable, and therefore the aspects of it are numberless. Spiritual love, that of a mother for her child, of an artist for some particular art. Love as pure friendship are purely magnetic manifestations of sympathy and congenial natures. The magnetism of pure love is the originator of every created thing. In its ordinary sense, love between the sexes is electricity, and he calls it amor fibre species, the fever of species. There are 2 kinds of magnetic attraction, sympathy and fascination. The one holy and natural, the other evil and unnatural. To the latter, fascination, we must attribute the power of the poisonous toad, which upon merely open its mouth, forces the passing reptile or insect to run into it to its destruction. The deer, as well as the smaller animals, are attracted by the breath of the boa, and are made irresistibly to come within its reach. The electric fish, the torpedo, repels the arm with a shock that for a time benumbs it. To exercise such a power for beneficent purposes, man requires 3 conditions. 1. Nobility of soul. 2. Strong will and imaginative faculty. 3. A subject weaker than the magnetizer. Otherwise, he will resist. A man free from worldly incentives and sensuality may cure in such a way the most incurable diseases, and his vision may become clear and prophetic. A curious instance of the above-mentioned universal attraction between all the bodies of the planetary system and everything organic as well as inorganic pertaining to them is found in a quaint old volume of the 17th century. It contains notes of travel and an official report to the King of France, by his ambassador, de la Loubert, upon what he has seen in the kingdom of Siam. At Siam, he says, there are 2 species of freshwater fish, which they respectively call palaut and placide fish. Once salted and placed uncut whole in the pot, they are found to exactly follow the flux and reflux of the sea, growing higher and lower in the pot as the sea ebbs or flows. De la Loubert experimented with this fish for a long time, together with a government engineer named Vincent, and therefore vouches for the truth of this assertion, which at first had been dismissed as an idle fable. So powerful is this mysterious attraction that it affected the fishes even when their bodies became totally rotten and fell to pieces. It is especially in the countries unblessed with civilization that we should seek for an explanation of the nature, and observe the effects of that subtile power, which ancient philosophers called the world's soul. In the East only, and on the boundless tracts of unexplored Africa, will the student of psychology find abundant food for his truth-hungering soul. The reason is obvious. The atmosphere in populous neighborhoods is badly vitiated by the smoke and fumes of manufactories, steam engines, railroads, and steamboats, and especially by the miasmatic exhalations of the living and the dead. Nature is as resplendent as a human being upon conditions before she can work, and her mighty breathing, so to say, can be easily inferred with, impeded, and arrested, and the correlation of her forces destroyed in a given spot, as though she were a man. Not only climate, but also occult influences daily felt not only modify the physio-psychological nature of man, but even alter the constitution of so-called inorganic matter in a degree not fairly realized by European science. Thus, the London Medical and Surgical Journal advises surgeons not to carry lancets to Calcutta, because it has been found by personal experience that English steel could not bear the atmosphere of India. So a bunch of English or American keys will be completely covered with rust 24 hours after having been brought to Egypt, while objects made of native steel in those countries remain unoxidized. So too it has been found that a Siberian shaman, who has given stupendous proofs of his occult powers among his native Chukchen, is gradually and often completely derived of such powers when coming into smoky and foggy London. Is the inner organism of man less sensitive to climactic influences than a bit of steel? If not, then why would we cast doubt upon the testimony of travelers who may have seen the shaman, day after day, exhibit phenomena of the most astounding character in his native country, and deny the possibility of such powers and such phenomena, only because he cannot do so as much in London or Paris? In his lecture on the lost arts, Wendell Phillips proves that besides the psychological nature of man being affected by a change of climate, Oriental people have physical senses far more acute than the Europeans. The French dyers of lions, whom no one can surpass in skill, he says, have a theory that there is a certain delicate shade of blue that Europeans cannot see. And in Kashmir, where the girls make shawls worth $30,000, they will show him, the dyer of lions, 300 distinct colors, which he not only cannot make, but cannot even distinguish. If there is such a vast difference between the acuteness of the external senses of 2 races, why should there not be the same in their psychological powers? Moreover, the eye of a Kashmir girl is able to see objectively a color which does exist, but which, being inappreciable by the European, is therefore non-existent for him. Why then not concede that some peculiarly endowed organisms, which are thought to be possessed of that mysterious faculty called second sight, see their pictures so objectively as the girl sees the colors, and that therefore the former, instead of mere objective hallucinations called forth by imagination, are, on the contrary, reflections of real things and persons impressed upon the astral ether, as explained by the old philosophy of the Chaldean oracles, and surmised by those modern discoverers, Babbage, Jevons, and the authors of the unseen universe. 3 spirits live and actuate man, teaches Paracelsus. 3 worlds pour their beams upon him, but all 3 only as the image and echo of one and the same all-constructing and uniting principle of production. The first is the spirit of the elements, terrestrial body and vital force in its brute condition. The second, the spirit of the stars, sidereal or astral body, the soul. The third is the divine spirit, agoides. Our human body being possessed of primeval earth stuff, as Paracelsus calls it, we may readily accept the tendency of modern scientific research to regard the processes of both animal and vegetable life as simply physical and chemical. This theory only the more corroborates the assertions of old philosophers and the Mosaic Bible, that from the dust of the ground our bodies were made, and to dust they will return. But we must remember that dust thou art, to dust thou returnest was not spoken of the soul. Man is a little world, a microcosm inside the great universe. Like a fetus, he is suspended by all his 3 spirits in the matrix of the macrocosmos, and while his terrestrial body is in constant sympathy with its parent earth, his astral soul lives in unison with the sidereal anima mundi. He is in it, as it is in him, for the world-pervading elements fills all space, and is space itself, only shoreless and infinite. As to his 3rd spirit, the divine, what is it but an infinitesimal ray, one of the countless radiations proceeding directly from the highest cause, the spiritual light of the world? This is the trinity of organic and inorganic nature, the spiritual and the physical, which are 3 in one, and of which Proclus says that the first monad is the eternal God, the second eternity, the third the paradigm or pattern of the universe, the 3 constituting the intelligible triad. Everything in the visible universe is the outflow of this triad, and a microcosmic triad itself. And thus they move in majestic procession in the fields of eternity, around the spiritual sun. As in the heliocentric system, the celestial bodies move round the visible suns. The Pythagorean monad, which lives in solitude and darkness, may remain on this earth forever invisible, impalpable, and undemonstrated by experimental science. Still, the whole universe will be gravitating around it, as it did from the beginning of time. And with every second, man and Adam approach nearer to that solemn moment in the eternity, when the invisible presence will become clear to their spiritual sight. When every particle of matter, even the most sublimated, has been cast off from the last shape that forms the ultimate link of that chain of double evolution, which throughout millions of ages and successive transformations has pushed the entity onward, and when it shall find itself reclothed in that primordial essence, identical with that of its creator, then this once impalpable organic atom will have run its race, and the sons of God will once more shout for joy at the return of the pilgrim. Man, says Van Helmont, is the mirror of the universe, and his triple nature stands in relationship to all things. The will of the Creator, through which all things were made and received their first impulse, is the property of every living being. Man, endowed with an additional spirituality, has the largest share of it on this planet. Depends on the proportion of matter in him whether he will exercise its magical faculty with more or less success. Sharing this divine potency in common with every inorganic atom, he exercises it through the course of his whole life, whether consciously or otherwise. In the former case, when in the full possession of his powers, he will be the master, and the magnale magnum, the universal soul, will be controlled and guided by him. In the case of animals, plants, and minerals, and even of the average humanity, this ethereal fluid which pervades all things, finding no resistance and being left to itself, moves them as its impulse directs. Every created being in this sublunary sphere is formed out of the magnale magnum. and is related to it. Man possesses a double celestial power and is allied to heaven. This power is not only in the outer man, but to a degree also in the animals, and perhaps in all other things, as all things in the universe stand in relation to each other. Or at least, God is in all things, as the ancients have observed it with a worthy correctness. It is necessary that the magic strength should be awakened in the outer as well as the inner man. And if we call this a magic power, the uninstructed only can be terrified by the expression. But if you prefer it, you can call it a spiritual power, spiritual, robur, vositaveris. There is, therefore, such magic power in the inner man. But as there exists a certain relationship between the inner and outer man, this strength must be diffused to the whole man. In an extended description of the religious rites, monastic life, and superstitious of the Siamese, de la Lubert cites among other things the wonderful power possessed by the Talapoin, the monks or the holy men of Buddha, over the wild beasts. The Talapoin of Siam, he says, will pass whole weeks in the dense woods under a small awning of branches and palm leaves, and never make a fire in the night to scare away the wild beasts, as all other people do who travel through the woods of this country. The people consider it a miracle that no Talapoin is ever devoured. The tigers, elephants, and rhinoceroses, with which the neighborhood abounds, respect him, and travelers placed in secure ambuscade have often seen these wild beasts lick the hands and feet of the sleeping Talapoin. They all use magic, adds the French gentleman, and think all nature animated and souled. They believe in tutelar geniuses. But that which seems to shock the author most is the idea which prevails among the Siamese, that all that man was in his bodily life he will be after death. When the Tartar, which now reigns in China, remarks de la Lubert, would force the Chinese to shave their hair after the Tartarian fashion, several of them chose rather to suffer death than to go, they said, into the other world and appear before their ancestors without hair, imagining that they shaved the head of the soul also. Now, what is altogether impertinent, adds the ambassador, in this absurd opinion is that the Orientals attribute the human figure rather than any other to the soul. Without enlightening his readers as to the particular shape these benighted Orientals ought to select for their disembodied souls, de la Lubert proceeds to pour out his wrath on these savages. Finally, he attacks the memory of the old king of Siam, the father of one to whose court he was sent, by accusing him of having foolishly spent over 2,000,000 livres in search of the philosopher's stone. The Chinese, he says, reputed so wise, have for 3,000 or 4,000 years had the folly of believing in the existence, and of seeking out a universal remedy by which they hope to exempt themselves from the necessity of dying. They base themselves on some foolish traditions, concerning some rare persons that are reported to have made gold and to have lived some ages. There are some very strongly established facts among the Chinese, the Siamese, and other Orientals concerning those that know how to render themselves immortal, either absolutely or in such a manner that they can die no otherwise than by violent death. Wherefore they name some persons who have withdrawn themselves from the sight of men to enjoy free and peaceable life. They relate wonders concerning the knowledge of these pretended immortals. If Descartes, a Frenchman and a scientist, could, in the midst of civilization, firmly believe that such a universal remedy had been found, and that if possessed of it he could live at least 500 years, why are not the Orientals entitled to the same belief? The master problems of both life and death are still unsolved by Occidental physiologists. Even sleep is a phenomenon about whose cause there is a great divergence of opinion among them. How then can they pretend to set the limits to the possible and define the impossible? From the remotest ages, the philosophers have maintained the singular power over music over certain diseases, especially of the nervous class. Kircher recommends it, having experienced its good effects in himself, and he gives an elaborate description of the instrument he employed. It was a harmonica composed of 5 tumblers of a very thin glass, placed in a row, and 2 of them were 2 different varieties of wine. in the third brandy, in the fourth oil, in the fifth water. He extracted 5 melodious sounds from them in the usual way, by merely rubbing his finger on the edges of the tumblers. The sound has an attractive property. It draws out disease, which streams out to encounter the musical wave, and the two, blending together, disappear in space. Asclepiades employed music for the same purpose some 20 centuries ago. He blew a trumpet to cure sciatica, and its prolonged sound making the fibers of the nerves to palpitate. The pain invariably subsided. Democritus, in like manner, affirmed that many diseases could be cured by the melodious sounds of a flute. Mesmer used this very harmonica described by Kircher for his magnetic cures. The celebrated Scotchman Maxwell offered to prove to various medical faculties that with certain magnetic means at his disposal, he would cure any of the diseases abandoned by them as incurable, such as epilepsy, impotence, insanity, lameness, and the most obstinate fevers. The familiar story of the exorcism of the evil spirit from God that obsessed Saul will recur to everyone in this connection. It is thus related, and it came to pass, when the evil spirit from God was upon Saul, that David took an harp, and played with his hand. So Saul was refreshed, and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him. Maxwell, in his Medicina Magnetica, expounds the following propositions, all which are the very doctrines of the alchemists and Kabbalists. That which men call the world soul is a life, as fire, spiritual, fleet, light, and ethereal as light itself. It is a life spirit everywhere, and everywhere the same. All matter is destitute of action, except as it is ensouled by the spirit. The spirit maintains all things in their peculiar condition. It is found in nature free from all fetters, and he who understands how to unite it with the harmonizing body possesses a treasure which exceeds all riches. This spirit is the common bond of all quarters of the earth, and lives through and in all. Adest in mundo quid commune omnibus mextis, in quo ipsa permanent. He who knows this universal life spirit and its application can prevent all injuries. If thou canst avail thyself of this spirit and fix it on some particular body, thou wilt perform the mystery of magic. He who knows how to operate on men by this universal spirit can heal, and this at any distance that he pleases. He who can invigorate the particular spirit through the universal one might continue his life to eternity. There is a blending together of spirits or of emanations, even when they are so far separated from each other. And what is this blending together? It is an eternal and incessant outpouring of the rays of one body into another. In the meantime, says Maxwell, it is not without danger to treat of this. Many abominable abuses of this may take place. And now let us see what are these abuses of mesmeric and magnetic powers in some healing mediums. Healing, to deserve the name, requires either faith in the patient or robust health united with a strong will in the operator. With expectancy supplemented by faith, one can cure himself of almost any morbific condition. The tomb of a saint, a holy relic, a talisman, a bit of paper, or a garment that has been handled by the supposed healer, a nostrum, a penance, or a ceremonial, the laying on of hands, or a few words impressively pronounced, either will do. It is a question of temperament, imagination, self-cure. In thousands of instances, the doctor, the priest, or the relic has had credit for healings that were solely and simply due to the patient's unconscious will. The woman with the bloody issue who pressed through the throng to touch the robe of Jesus was told that her faith had made her whole. The influence of mind over the body is so powerful that it has effected miracles at all ages. How many unhoped-for, sudden, and prodigious cures have been effected by imagination, says Salvaire. Our medical books are filled with facts of this nature which would easily pass for miracles. But if the patient has no faith, what then? If he is physically negative and receptive, and the healer strong, healthy, positive, determined, the disease may be extirpated by the imperative will of the operator, which consciously or unconsciously draws to and reinforces itself with the universal spirit of nature, and restores the disturbed equilibrium of the patient's aura. He may employ as an auxiliary a crucifix, as Gassner did, or impose the hands and will like the French Zouave Jacob, like our celebrated American Newton, the healer of many thousands of sufferers. And like many others, or like Jesus and some apostles, he may cure by the word of command. The process in each case is the same. In all these instances, the cure is radical and real, and without secondary ill effects. But when one who is himself physically diseased attempts healing, he not only fails of that, but often imparts his illness to his patient and robs him of what strength he may have. The decrepit King David reinforced his failing vigor with the healthy magnetism of the young Abishag. And the medical works tell us of an aged lady of Bath, England, who broke down the constitutions of 2 maids in succession in the same way. The old sages and Paracelsus also removed diseases by applying a healthy organism to the afflicted part. And in the works of the above said fire philosopher, their theory is boldly and categorically set forth. If a diseased person, medium or not, attempts to heal, his force may be sufficiently robust to displace the disease, to disturb it in the present place, and cause it to shift to another, where shortly it will appear, the patient meanwhile thinking himself cured. But what if the healer be morally diseased? The consequences may be infinitely more mischievous, for it is easier to cure a bodily disease than to cleanse a constitution infected with moral turpitude. The mystery of Morzine, Savines, and that of the Jansenists is still a great mystery for physiologists as for psychologists. If the gift of prophecy, as well as hysteria and convulsions, can be imparted by infection, why not every vice? The healer in such a case conveys to his patient, who is now his victim, the moral poison that infects his own mind and his heart. His magnetic touch is defilement, his glance profanation. Against this insidious taint, there is no protection for the passively receptive subject. The healer holds him under his power, spellbound and powerless, as the serpent holds the poor, weak bird. The evil that one such healing medium can effect is incalculably great. And such healers there are by the hundred. But, as we have said before, there are real and godlike healers, who, notwithstanding all the malice and skepticism of their bigoted opponents, have become famous in the world's history. Such are the cure-dars of Lyons, Jacob, and Newton. Such also were Gassner, the clergyman at Clorsteel, and the well-known Valentine Greatrakes, the ignorant and poor Irishman, who was endorsed by the celebrated Robert Boyle, president of the Royal Society of London, in 1670. In 1870, he would have been sent to Bedlam, in company with other healers, if another president of the same society had had the disposal of the case, or Professor Lancaster would have summoned him under the Vagrant Act for practicing upon Her Majesty's subjects by palmistry or otherwise. But to close a list of witnesses which might be extended indefinitely, it will suffice to say that, from first to last, from Pythagoras down to Eliphas Levi, from highest to humblest, everyone teaches that the magical power is never possessed by those addicted to vicious indulgences. Only the pure in heart see God, or exercise divine gifts. Only such can heal the ills of the body, and allow themselves with relative security to be guided by the invisible powers. Such only can give peace to the disturbed spirits of their brothers and sisters. For the healing waters come from no poisonous source. Grapes do not grow on thorns, and thistles bear no figs. But for all this, magic has nothing supernal in it. It is a science, and even the power of casting out devils was a branch of it, of which the initiates made a special study. That skill which expels demons out of human bodies is a science useful and sanative to men, says Josephus. The foregoing sketches are sufficient to show why we hold fast to the wisdom of the ages, in preference to any new theories that may have been hatched from the occurrences of our later days, respecting the laws of intermundane intercourse and the occult powers of man. While phenomena of a physical nature may have their value as a means of arousing the interest of materialists, and confirming, if not wholly, at least inferentially, our belief in the survival of our souls and spirits, it is questionable whether, under the present aspect, the modern phenomena are not doing more harm than good. Many minds, hungering after proofs of immortality, are fast falling into fanaticism. And as Stowe remarks, fanatics are governed rather by imagination than judgment. Undoubtedly, believers in the modern phenomena can claim for themselves a diversity of endowments, but the discerning of spirits is evidently absent from this catalogue of spiritual gifts. Speaking of the Dayaka, whom he one fine morning had discovered in a shady corner of the Summerland, A. J. Davis, the great American seer, remarks, "A Dayaka is one who takes insane delight in playing parts and juggling tricks, impersonating opposite characters, to whom prayer and profane utterance is of equal value, surcharged with a passion for lyrical narrations. Morally deficient, he is without the active feelings of justice, philanthropy, or tender affection. He knows nothing of what men call the sentiment of gratitude. The ends of hate and love are the same to him. His motto is often fearful and terrible to others. Self is the whole of private living, and exalted annihilation the end of all private life. Only yesterday one said to a lady medium, signaling himself Swedenborg, this: whatsoever is, has been, will be, or may be, that I am. And private life is but the aggregative phantasms of thinking throblets. Rushing in, they're rising onward to the central heart of eternal death. Porphyry, whose works, to borrow the expression of an irritated phenomenalist, are mouldering like every other antiquated trash in the closet of oblivion, speaks thus of these Dayaka, if such be their name, rediscovered in the 19th century. It is with the direct help of these bad demons that every kind of sorcery is accomplished. It is the result of their operations, and men who injure their fellow creatures by enchantments usually pay great honors to these bad demons, and especially to their chief. These spirits pass their time in deceiving us, with a great display of cheap prodigies and illusions. Their ambition is to be taken for gods, and their leader demands to be recognized as the supreme god. The spirit, signing himself Swedenborg, just quoted from Davis's Dayaka, and hinting that he is the I Am, singularly resembles the chief leader of Porphyry's bad demons. What more natural than this vilification of the ancient and experienced theurgist by certain mediums, when we find Iamblichus, the expositor of spiritualistic theurgy, strictly forbidding all endeavors to procure such phenomenal manifestations, unless after a long preparation of moral and physical purification, and under the guidance of experienced theurgists. When furthermore he declares that, with very few exceptions, for a person to appear elongated or thicker or be borne aloft in the air is a sure mark of obsession by bad demons. Everything in this world has its time, and truth, however based upon unimpeachable evidence, will not root or grow unless, like a plant, it is thrown into soil in its proper season. The age must be prepared, says Professor Cook, and some 30 years ago this humble work would have been doomed to self-destruction by its own contents. But the modern phenomena, notwithstanding the daily exposés, the ridicule with which it is crowned at the hand of every materialist and its own numerous errors, grows and waxes strong in facts, if not in wisdom and spirit. What would have appeared 20 years ago simply preposterous may well be listened to now that the phenomena are endorsed by great scientists. Unfortunately, if the manifestations increase in power daily, there is no corresponding improvement in philosophy. The discernment of spirits is still as wanting as ever. Perhaps among the whole body of spiritualist writers of our day, not one is held in higher esteem for character, education, sincerity, and ability than Epes Sargent of Boston, Massachusetts. His monograph entitled The Proof Palpable of Immortality deservedly occupies a high rank among the works upon the subject. With every disposition to be charitable and apologetic for mediums and their phenomena, Mr. Sargent is still compelled to use the following language. The power of spirits to reproduce simulacra of persons who have passed from the earth life suggests the question, how far can we be assured of the identity of any spirit, let the tests be what they may? We have not yet arrived at the stage of enlightenment that would enable us to reply confidently to this inquiry. There is much that is yet a puzzle in the language and action of this class of materialized spirits. As to the intellectual caliber of most of the spirits which lurk behind the physical phenomena, Mr. Sargent will unquestionably be accepted as a most competent judge, and he says, the great majority, as in the world, are of the unintellectual sort. It is a fair question we would like to ask why they should be so lacking in intelligence, if they are human spirits. Either intelligent human spirits cannot materialize, or the spirits that do materialize have not human intelligence, and therefore, by Mr. Sargent's own showing, they may be just as well elementary spirits who have ceased to be human altogether, or those demons which, according to the Persian Magi and Plato, hold a middle rank between gods and disembodied men. There is good evidence that of Mr. Crookes, for one, to show that many materialized spirits talk in an audible voice. Now we have shown on the testimony of ancients that the voice of human spirits is not and cannot be articulated, being, as Emanuel Swedenborg declares, a deep suspiration. Who of the two classes of witnesses may be trusted more safely? Is it the ancients who had the experience of so many ages and theurgical practices? Or modern spiritualists who have had none at all, and who have no facts upon which to base an opinion, except such as have been communicated by spirits, whose identity they have no means of proving? There are mediums whose organisms have called out sometimes hundreds of these would-be human forms, and yet we do not recollect to have seen or heard of one expressing anything but the most commonplace ideas. This fact ought surely to arrest the attention of even the most uncritical spiritualist. If a spirit can speak at all, and if the way is opened to intelligent as well as to unintellectual beings, why should they not sometimes give us addresses in some remote degree approximating in quality to the communications we receive through the direct writing? Mr. Sargent puts forward a very suggestive and important idea in this sentence. How far they are limited in their mental operations and in their recollections by the act of materialization, or how far by the intellectual horizon of the medium is still a question. If the same kind of spirits materialize that produce the direct writing, and both manifest through mediums, and the one talk nonsense while the other give us sublime philosophical teachings, why should their mental operations be limited by the intellectual horizon of the medium? In the one instance more than in the other. The materializing mediums, at least so far as our observation extends, are no more uneducated than many peasants and mechanics who at different times have, under supernal influences, given profound and sublime ideas to the world. The history of psychology teems with examples in illustration of this point, among which that of Bohm, the inspired but ignorant shoemaker, and our own Davis are conspicuous. As to the matter of unintellectuality, we presume that no more striking cases need to be sought than those of the child prophets of Sevins, poets and seers such as have been mentioned in previous chapters. When spirits have once furnished themselves with vocal organs to speak at all, it surely ought to be no more difficult for them to talk as persons of their assumed respective education, intelligence, and social rank would in life, instead of falling invariably into one monotonous tone of commonplace and but too often platitude. As to Mr. Sargent's hopeful remark that the science of spiritualism being still in its infancy, we may hope for more light on this question. We fear we must reply that it is not through dark cabinets this light will ever break. It is simply ridiculous and absurd to require from every investigator who comes forward as a witness to the marvels of the day and psychological phenomena the diploma of a Master of Arts and Sciences. The experience of the past 40 years is an evidence that it is not always the minds which are the most scientifically trained, that are the best in matters of simple common sense and honest truth. Nothing blinds like fanaticism, or a one-sided view of a question. We may take as an illustration Oriental magic or ancient spiritualism as well as the modern phenomena. Hundreds, nay thousands of perfectly trustworthy witnesses, returning from residence and travels in the East, have testified to the fact that uneducated fakirs, sheiks, dervishes, and lamas have, in their presence, without confederates or mechanical appliances, produced wonders. They have affirmed that all the phenomena exhibited by them were in contravention of all the known laws of science, and thus tended to prove the existence of many yet unknown occult potencies in nature, seemingly directed by preterhuman intelligences. What has been the attitude assumed by our scientists toward this subject? How far did the testimony of the most scientifically trained minds make impression on their own? Did the investigations of Professor Hare and De Morgan, of Crookes and Wallace and De Gasperin and Thury, Wagner and Butlerov, etc., shake for one moment their skepticism? How were their personal experience of Jacoliet with the fakirs of India received, or the psychological elucidations of Professor Purty of Geneva viewed? How far does the loud cry of mankind, craving for palpable and demonstrated signs of a God, an individual soul, and of eternity, affect them? And what is the response? They pull down and destroy every vestige of spiritual things, but they erect nothing. We cannot get such signs with either retorts or crucibles, they say. Hence, it is all but a delusion. In this age of cold reason and prejudice, even the Church has to look to science for help. Creeds built on sand and high-towering but rootless dogmas crumble down under the cold breath of research, and pull down true religion in their fall. But the longing for some outward sign of a God and a life hereafter remains as tenaciously as ever in the human heart. In vain is all sophistry of science. It can never stifle the voice of nature. Only her representatives have poisoned the pure waters of simple faith, and now humanity mirrors itself in waters, made turbid with all the mud stirred up from the bottom of the once pure spring. The anthropomorphic God of our fathers is replaced by anthropomorphic monsters, and what is still worse, by the reflection of humanity itself in these waters, whose ripples send it back to the distorted images of truth and facts as evoked by its misguided imagination. It is not a miracle that we want, writes the Reverend Brooke Hereford, but to find palpable evidence of the spiritual and the divine. It is not to the prophets that men cry for such a sign, but rather to the scientists. Men feel as if all that groping about in the foremost verge or innermost recesses of creation should bring the investigator at length close to the deep, underlying facts of all things, to some unmistakable signs of God. The signs are there, and the scientists too. What can we expect more of them, now that they have done so well their duty? Have they not, these titans of thought, dragged down God from his hiding place and given us instead a protoplasm? At the Edinburgh meeting of the British Association in 1871, Sir William Thomson said, "Science is bound by the everlasting law of honor to face fearlessly every problem which can fairly be presented to it." In his turn, Professor Huxley remarks, "With regard to the miracle question, I can only say that the word impossible is not, to my mind, applicable to matters of philosophy." The great Humboldt remarks that a presumptuous skepticism that rejects facts without examination of their truth is, in some respects, more injurious than unquestioning credulity. These men have proved untrue to their own teachings. The opportunity afforded them by the opening of the Orient to investigate for themselves the phenomena alleged by every traveler to take place in those countries has been rejected. Did our physiologists and pathologists ever so much as think of availing themselves of it to settle this most momentous subject of human thought? Oh no, for they would never dare. It is not to be expected that the principal academicians of Europe and America should undertake a joint journey to Tibet and India, and investigate the fakir marvel on the spot. And were one of them to go as a solitary pilgrim and witness all the miracles of creation in that land of wonders, who of his colleagues could be expected to believe his testimony? It would be as tedious as superfluous to begin a restatement of facts, so forcibly put by others. Mr. Wallace and W. Howitt have repeatedly and cleverly described the 1,001 absurd errors into which the learned societies of France and England had fallen, through their blind skepticism. If Cuvier could throw aside the fossil excavated in 1828 by Bouy, the French geologist, only because the anatomist thought himself wiser than his colleague, and would not believe that human skeletons could be found 80 feet deep in the mud of the Rhine. And if the French Academy could discredit the assertions of Boucher de Perthes in 1846, only to be criticized in its turn in 1860, when the truth of de Perthes' discoveries and observations was fully confirmed by the whole body of geologists finding flint weapons in the drift gravels of northern France. And if McHenry's testimony in 1825 to the fact that he had discovered worked flints, together with the remnants of extinct animals in Kent's Hole Cavern, was laughed at, and that of Godwin Austen to the same effect in 1840, ridiculed still more, if that were possible, and all that excess of scientific skepticism and merriment could, in 1865, finally come to grief, and be shown to have been entirely uncalled for, when, says Mr. Wallace, all the previous reports for 40 years were confirmed and shown to be even less wonderful than the reality. Who can be so credulous as to believe in the infallibility of our science? Any wonder why at the exhibition of such a lack of moral courage in individual members of this great and stubborn body known as modern science? Thus, fact after fact has been discredited. From all sides we hear constant complaints. Very little is known of psychology, sighs one FRS. We must confess that we know little, if anything, in physiology, says another. Of all sciences, there is none which rests upon so uncertain a basis as medicine, reluctantly testifies a third. What do we know about the presumed nervous fluids? Nothing as yet puts in a fourth one, and so on in every branch of science. And meanwhile, phenomena surpassing in interest all others of nature, and yet to be solved only by physiology, psychology, and the as yet unknown fluids, are either rejected as delusions or, if even true, do not interest scientists. Or what is still worse, when a subject whose organism exhibits in itself the most important features of such occult through natural potencies, offers his person for an investigation. Instead of an honest experiment being attempted with him, he finds himself entrapped by a scientist, and paid for his trouble with a sentence of 3 months' imprisonment. This is indeed promising. It is easy to comprehend that a fact given in 1731, testifying to another fact which happened during the papacy of Paul III, for instance, is disbelieved in 1876. And when scientists are told that the Romans preserved lights in their sepulchres for countless years by the oiliness of gold, and that one of such ever-burning lamps was found brightly burning in the tomb of Tullia, the daughter of Cicero, notwithstanding that the tomb had been shut up 1,550 years, they have a certain right to doubt and even disbelieve the statement, until they assure themselves on the evidence of their own senses that such a thing is possible. In such a case, they can reject the testimony of the ancient and medieval philosophers. The burial of living fakirs and their subsequent resuscitation, after 30 days of inhumation, may have a suspicious look to them. So also with the self-infliction of mortal wounds, and the exhibition of their own bowels to the persons present by various lamas, who heal such wounds almost instantaneously. For certain men who deny the evidence of their own senses as to the phenomena produced in their own country, and before numerous witnesses, the narratives to be found in classical books and in the notes of travelers must of course seem absurd. But what we will never be able to understand is the collective stubbornness of the academies, in the face of such bitter lessons in the past, to these institutions which have so often darkened counsel by words without knowledge. Like the Lord answering Job, out of the whirlwind magic can say to modern science, "Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare it, if thou hast understanding. And who art thou who dare say to nature, Hitherto shall thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed?" But what matters if they do deny? Can they prevent phenomena taking place in the four corners of the world if their skepticism were 1,000 times more bitter? Fakirs will still be buried and resuscitated, gratifying the curiosity of European travelers. And lamas and Hindu ascetics will wound, mutilate, and even disembowel themselves and find themselves all the better for it. And the denials of the whole world will not blow sufficiently to extinguish the perpetually burning lamps in certain of the subterranean crypts of India, Tibet, and Japan. One of such lamps is mentioned by the Reverend S. Matir of the London Mission, in the temple of Trivandrum, in the kingdom of Travancore, South India. There is a deep well inside the temple, into which immense riches are thrown year by year, and in another place, in a hollow covered by a stone, a great golden lamp, which was lit over 120 years ago, still continues burning, says this missionary in his description of the place. Catholic missionaries attribute these lamps as a matter of course to the obliging services of the devil. The more prudent Protestant divine mentions the fact and makes no commentary. The Abbé Hawk has seen and examined one of such lamps, and so have other people whose good luck it has been to win the confidence and friendship of Eastern lamas and divines. No more can be denied the wonders seen by Captain Lane in Egypt, the Benares' experience of Jacoliet, and those of Sir Charles Napier, the levitations of human beings in broad daylight, and which can be accounted for only on the explanation given in the introductory chapter of the present work. Such levitations are testified to, besides Mr. Crookes, by Professor Perty, who shows them produced in open air, and lasting sometimes 20 minutes. All these phenomena and many more have happened, do, and will happen in every country of this globe, and that in spite of all the skeptics and scientists that ever were involved out of the Silurian mud. Among the ridiculed claims of alchemy is that of the perpetual lamps. If we tell the reader that we have seen such, we may be asked, in case that the sincerity of our personal belief is not questioned, how we can tell that the lamps we have observed are perpetual, as the period of our observation was but limited. Simply that, as we know the ingredients employed, and the manner of their construction, and the natural law applicable to the case, we are confident that our statement can be corroborated upon investigation in the proper quarter. What that quarter is, and from whom that knowledge can be learned, our critics must discover, by taking the pains we did. Meanwhile, however, we will quote a few of the 173 authorities who have written upon the subject. None of these, as we recollect, have asserted that these sepulchral lamps would burn perpetually, but only for an indefinite number of years, and instances are recorded of their continuing alight for many centuries. It will not be denied that, if there is a natural law by which a lamp can be made without replenishment to burn 10 years, there is no reason why the same law could not cause the combustion to continue 100 or 1,000 years. Among the many well-known personages who firmly believed and strenuously asserted that such sepulchral lamps burned for several hundred of years, and would have continued to burn maybe forever, had they not been extinguished or the vessels broken by some accident, we may reckon the following names: Clemens Alexandrinus, Hermolas Barbarus, Appian, Buratinus, Cedrinus, Delrius, Ericius, Gesnerus, Jacobonus, Leander, Libavius, Lazius, P. Della Marandola, Philalethes, Lycitus, Maeolus, Maturantius, Baptista Porta, Pancirolus, Ruscellius, Sardionius, Ludovicus Vives, Volaterranius, Paracelsus, several Arabian alchemists, and finally Pliny, Silenus, Kircher, and Albertus Magnus. The discovery is claimed by the ancient Egyptians, these sons of the land of chemistry. At least they were a people who used these lamps far more than any other nation, on account of their religious doctrines. The astral soul of the mummy was believed to be lingering about the body for the whole space of the 3,000 years of the circle of necessity, attached to it by a magnetic thread, which could be broken but by its own exertion. The Egyptians hoped that the ever-burning lamp, symbol of their incorruptible and immortal spirit, would at last decide the more material soul to part with its earthly dwelling, and unite forever with its divine self. Therefore lamps were hung in the sepulchres of the rich. Such lamps are often found in the subterranean caves of the dead, and Lycitus has written a large folio to prove that in his time, whenever a sepulchre was opened, a burning lamp was found within the tomb, but was instantaneously extinguished on account of the desecration. T. Livius Burritanius and Michael Schatta, in their letters to Kircher, affirm that they found many lamps in the subterranean caves of old Memphis. Pausanias speaks of the golden lamp in the temple of Minerva at Athens, which he says was the workmanship of the Callimachus, and burnt a whole year. Plutarch affirms that he saw one in the temple of Jupiter Ammon, and that the priests assured him that it had burnt continually for years, and though it stood in the open air, neither wind nor water could extinguish it. St. Augustine, the Catholic authority, also describes a lamp in the fane of Venus, of the same nature as the others, unextinguishable either by the strongest wind or by water. A lamp was found at Edessa, says Cedrenus, which, being hidden at the top of a certain gate, burned 500 years. But of all such lamps, the one mentioned by Eusebius Maximus of Padua is by far the more wonderful. It was found near a test, and Scardionius gives a glowing description of it. In a large earthen urn was contained a lesser, and in that a burning lamp, which had continued so for 1,500 years, by means of a most pure liquor contained in 2 bottles, one of gold and the other of silver. These are in the custody of Franciscus Maturantius, and are by him valued at an exceeding rate. Taking no account of exaggerations, and putting aside as mere unsupported negation the affirmation by modern science of the impossibility of such lamps, we would ask whether, in case these inextinguishable fires are found to have really existed in the ages of miracles, the lamps burning at Christian shrines and those of Jupiter, Minerva, and other pagan deities ought to be differently regarded. According to certain theologians, it would appear that the former, for Christianity also claims such lamps, have burned by a divine miraculous power, and that the light of the latter, made by heathen art, was supported by the wiles of the devil. Kircher and Licetus show that they were ordered in these 2 diverse ways. The lamp at Antioch, which burned 1,500 years in an open and public place over the door of a church, was preserved by the power of God, who hath made so infinite a number of stars to burn with perpetual light. As to the pagan lamps, St. Augustine assures us they were the work of the devil, who deceives us in 1,000 ways. What more easy for Satan to do than represent a flash of light, or a bright flame to them who first enter into a subterranean cave? This was asserted by all good Christians during the papacy of Paul III, when upon opening a tomb in the Appian Way at Rome, there was found the entire body of a young girl swimming in a bright liquor, which had so well preserved it that the face was beautiful and like life itself. At her feet burned a lamp, whose flame vanished upon opening the sepulchre. From some engraved signs it was found to have been buried for over 1,500 years, and supposed to have been the body of Tulliola, or Tullia, Cicero's daughter. Chemists and physicists deny that perpetual lamps are possible, alleging that whatever is resolved into vapor or smoke cannot be permanent, but must consume. And as the oily nutriment of a lighted lamp is exhaled into a vapor, hence the fire cannot be perpetual for want of food. Alchemists, on the other hand, deny that all the nourishment of kindled fire must of necessity be converted into vapor. They say that there are things in nature which will not only resist the force of fire and remain inconsumable, but will also prove inextinguishable by either wind or water. In an old chemical work of the year 1700, called Nicopochia, the author gives a number of refutations to the claims of various alchemists. But though he denies that a fire can be made to burn perpetually, he is half inclined to believe it possible that a lamp should burn several hundred years. Besides, we have a mass of testimony from alchemists who devoted years to these experiments and came to the conclusion that it was possible. There are some peculiar preparations of gold, silver, and mercury, also of naphtha, petroleum, and other bituminous oils. Alchemists also named the oil of camphor and amber, the lapis asbestos su amianthus, the lapis caristius, cyprius, and linum vivum secretium as employed for such lamps. They affirm that such matter can be prepared either of gold or silver, reduced to fluid, and indicate that gold is the fittest pabulum for their wondrous flame. As of all metals, gold wastes the least when either heated or melted, and moreover can be made to reabsorb its oil humidity as soon as exhaled, to continuously feeding its own flame when it is once lighted. The Kabbalists asserted that the secret was known to Moses, who had learned it from the Egyptians, and that the lamp ordered by the Lord to burn on the tabernacle was inextinguishable lamp. And thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring the pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. Exodus 27:20. Tacitus also denies that these lamps were prepared of metal, but on page 44 of his work mentions a preparation of quicksilver filtered 7 times through white sand by fire, of which he says lamps were made that would burn perpetually. Both Maturantius and Ctesias firmly believe that such a work can be done by a purely chemical process. The liquor of quicksilver was known among alchemists as aqua mercurialis, materia metallorum, perpetua dispositio, and materia prima artis, also oleum vitri. Trittenheim and Bartolomeo Korndorf both made preparations for the inextinguishable fire, and left the recipes for it. Asbestos, which was known to the Greeks under the name of abiotos, or inextinguishable, is a kind of stone, which, once set on fire, cannot be quenched, as Pliny and Solinus tell us. Albertus Magnus describes it as a stone of iron color, found mostly in Arabia. It is generally found covered with a hardly perceptible oleaginous moisture, which upon being approached with a lighted candle will immediately catch fire. Many were the experiments made by chemists to extract from this indissoluble oil, but they are alleged to have all failed. But are our chemists prepared to say that the above operation is utterly impracticable? If this oil could once be extracted, there can be no question but it would afford a perpetual fuel. The ancients might well boast of having had the secret of it, for we repeat, there are experimenters living at this day who have done so successfully. Chemists who have vainly tried it have asserted that the fluid or liquor chemically extracted from that stone was more of a watery than oily nature, and so impure and feculent that it could not burn. Others affirmed, on the contrary, that the oil, as soon as exposed to the air, became so thick and solid that it would hardly flow, and when lighted, emitted no flame, but escaped in a dark smoke. Whereas the lamps of the ancients are alleged to have burned with the brightest and purest flame, without emitting the slightest smoke. Kircher, who shows the practicability of purifying it, thinks it so difficult as to be accessible only to the highest adepts of alchemy. St. Augustine, who attributes the whole of these arts to the Christian scapegoat, the devil, is flatly contradicted by Ludovicus Vives, who shows that all such would-be magical operations are the work of man's industry and deep study of the hidden secrets of nature, wonderful and miraculous as they may seem. Podocaterus, a Cypriot knight, had both flax and linen made out of another asbestos, which Porcatius says he saw at the house of this knight. Pliny calls this flax linum vinum and Indian flax, and says it is done out of asbeston sive asbestinum, a kind of flax of which they made cloth and was to be cleaned by throwing it in the fire. He adds that it was as precious as pearls and diamonds, for not only was it very rarely found, but exceedingly difficult to be woven on account of the shortness of the threads. Being beaten flat with a hammer, it is soaked in warm water, and when dried, its filaments can be easily divided into threads like flax and woven into cloth. Pliny asserts he has seen some towels made of it and assisted in an experiment of purifying them by fire. Baptista Porta also states that he found the same at Venice, in the hands of a Cyprian lady. He calls this discovery of alchemy a secretum optimum. Dr. Grew, in his description of the curiosities in Gresham College, 17th century, believes the art, as well as the use of such linen, altogether lost, but it appears that it was not quite so, for we find the Museum Saptellius boasting of the possession of thread, ropes, paper, and net work done of this material as late as 1726. Some of these articles made, moreover, by the own hand of Septalius, as we learn in Greenhill's Art of Embalming, page 361. Grew, says the author, seemed to make asbestinus, lapis, and amianthus all one, and calls them in English the thrum stone. He says it grows in short threads or thrums from about 1/4 of an inch to an inch in length, parallel and glossy, as fine as those small single threads the silkworms spin, and very flexible like to flax or tow. That the secret is not altogether lost is proved by the fact that some Buddhist convents in China and Tibet are in possession of it. Whether made of the fiber of one or the other of such stones, we cannot say. But we have seen in a monastery of female talapoins a yellow gown, such as the Buddhist monks wear, thrown into a large pit full of glowing coals, and taken out 2 hours afterward as clear as it had been washed with soap and water. Similar severe trials of asbestos having occurred in Europe and America in our own times, the substance is being applied to various industrial purposes, such as roofing cloth, incombustible dresses, and fireproof safes. A very valuable deposit on Staten Island in New York Harbor yields the mineral in bundles, like dry wood, with fibers of several feet in length. The finer variety of asbestos, called undefiled by the ancients, took its name from its white satin-like luster. The ancients made the wick of their perpetual lamps from another stone also, which they called lapis carycitius. The inhabitants of the city of Caristos seems to have made no secret of it, as Matthias Raderus says in his work, that they chemmed, spun, and wove this downy stone into mantles, table linen, and the like, which when foul they purified again with fire instead of water. Pausanias, in Atticus, and Plutarch also assert that the wicks of lamps were made from this stone, but Plutarch adds that it was no more to be found in his time. Tacitus is inclined to believe that the perpetual lamps used by the ancients in their sepulchres had no wicks at all, as very few had been found. But Ludovicus Vives is of a contrary opinion and affirms that he has seen quite a number of them. Tacitus, moreover, is firmly persuaded that a pablum for fire may be given with such an equal temperament as cannot be consumed but after a long series of ages, and so that neither the matter shall exhale, but strongly resist the fire, nor the fire consume the matter, but to be restrained by it, as if it were with a chain from flying upward. To this Sir Thomas Browne speaks of lamps which have burned many hundreds years, including in small bodies. Observe that this proceeds from the purity of the oil, which yields no fuliginous exhalations to suffocate the fire, for if air had nourished the flame, then it had not continued many minutes, for it would certainly in that case have been spent and wasted by the fire. But he adds the art of preparing this inconsumable oil is lost. Not quite, and time will prove it, though all that we now write should be doomed to fail, like so many other truths. We are told in behalf of science that she accepts no other mode of investigation than observation and experiment. Agreed. And we have not the records to say 3,000 years of observation of facts going to prove the occult powers of man? As to experiment, what better opportunity could have been asked than the so-called modern phenomena have afforded? In 1869, various scientific Englishmen were invited by the London Dialectical Society to assist in an investigation of these phenomena. Let us see what our philosophers replied. Professor Huxley wrote, "I have no time for such an inquiry, which would involve much trouble, and unless it were unlike all inquiries of that I have known, much annoyance. I take no interest in the subject, but supposing the phenomena to be genuine, they do not interest me." Mr. George H. Lewis expresses a wise thing in the following sentence. When any man says that phenomena are produced by no known physical laws, he declares he knows the laws by which they are produced. Professor Tyndall expresses doubt as to the possibility of good results at any séance which he might attend. His presence, according to the opinion of Mr. Varley, throws everything in confusion. Professor Carpenter writes, "I have satisfied myself by personal investigation that whilst a great number of what pass as such, i.e., spiritual manifestations, are the results of intentional imposture, and many others of self-deception. There are certain phenomena which are quite genuine, and must be considered as fair subjects of scientific study. The source of these phenomena does not lie in any communication ab extra, but depends upon the subjective condition of the individual, which operates according to certain recognized physiological laws. The process to which I have given the name unconscious cerebration performs a large part in the production of the phenomena known as spiritualistic. And it is thus that the world is apprised through the organ of exact science, that unconscious cerebration has acquired the faculty of making the guitars fly in the air and forcing furniture to perform various clownish tricks. So much for the opinions of the English scientists. The Americans have not done much better. In 1857, a committee of Harvard University warned the public against investigating the subject, which corrupts the morals and degrades the intellect. They called it, furthermore, a contaminating influence, which surely tends to lessen the truth of man and the purity of woman. Later, when Professor Robert Hare, the great chemist, defying the opinions of his contemporaries, investigated spiritualism and became a believer, he was immediately declared non compos mentis, and in 1874, when one of the New York daily papers addressed a circular letter to the principal scientists of this country, asking them to investigate, and offering to pay the expenses, they, like the guests bidden to the supper, with one consent began to make excuses. Yet despite the indifference of Huxley, the jocularity of Tyndall, and the unconscious cerebration of Carpenter, many a scientist as noted as either of them has investigated the unwelcome subject, and overwhelmed with the evidence become converted. And another scientist and a great author, although not a spiritualist, bears this honorable testimony, that the spirits of the dead occasionally revisit the living or haunt their former abodes, has been in all ages, in all European countries, a fixed belief, not confined to rustics, but participated in by the intelligent. If human testimony on such subjects can be of any value, there is a body of evidence reaching from the remotest ages to the present time, as extensive and unimpeachable as it is to be found in support of anything whatever. Unfortunately, human skepticism is a stronghold capable of defying any amount of testimony. And to begin with Mr. Huxley, our men of science accept of but so much as suits them and no more. O shame to men, devil with devil damned. Firm concord holds, men only disagree of creatures rational. How can we account for such divergence of views among men taught out of the same textbooks, and deriving their knowledge from the same source? Clearly, this is but one more corroboration of the truism that no two men see the same exact thing alike. This idea is admirably formulated by Dr. J. J. Garth Wilkinson in a letter to the Dialectical Society. I have long, says he, been convinced by the experience of my life as a pioneer in several heterodoxies which are rapidly becoming orthodoxies, that nearly all truth is temperamental to us, or given in the affections and intuitions, and that discussion and inquiry do little more than feed temperament. This profound observer might have added to his experience that of Bacon, who remarks that a little philosophy inclineth a man's mind to atheism, but depth in philosophy bringeth man's mind about to religion. Professor Carpenter vaunts the advanced philosophy of the present day, which ignores no fact, however strange, that can be attested by valid evidence, and yet he would be the first to reject the claims of the ancients to philosophical and scientific knowledge, although based upon evidence quite as valid as that which supports the pretensions of men of our times to philosophical or scientific distinction. In the department of science, let us take, for example, the subjects of electricity and electromagnetism, which have exalted the names of Franklin and Morse to so high a place upon our roll of fame. 6 centuries before the Christian era, Thales is said to have discovered the electric properties of amber. And yet the later researches of Schweiger, as given in his extensive works on symbolism, have thoroughly demonstrated that all the ancient mythologies were based on the science of natural philosophy, and show that the most occult properties of electricity and magnetism were known to the theurgists of the earliest mysteries recorded in history, those of Samothrace, Diodorus of Sicily, Herodotus, and Sanchoniathon, the Phoenician, the oldest of historians, tell us that these mysteries originated in the night of time, centuries and probably thousands of years prior to the historical period. One of the best proofs of it we find in a most remarkable picture in Raoul Rocher's Monuments d'Antiques figures, in which, like the erect-haired Pan, all the figures have their hair streaming out in every direction, except the central figure of the Kyberian Demeter, from whom the power issues, and one other, a kneeling man. The picture, according to Schweiger, evidently represents a part of the ceremony of initiation, and yet it is not so long since the elementary works on natural philosophy began to be ornamented with cuts of electrified heads, with hair standing out in all directions under the influence of the electric fluid. Schweiger shows that a lost natural philosophy antiquity was connected with the most important religious ceremonies. He demonstrates in the amplest manner that magic in the prehistoric periods had a part in the mysteries, and that the greatest phenomena, the so-called miracles, whether pagan, Jewish, or Christian, rested in fact on the arcane knowledge of the ancient priests of physics and all the branches of chemistry, or rather alchemy. In Chapter 11, which is entirely devoted to the wonderful achievements of the ancients, we propose to demonstrate our assertions more fully. We will show, on the evidence of the most trustworthy classics, that at a period far anterior to the siege of Troy, the learned priests of the sanctuaries were thoroughly acquainted with electricity and even lightning conductors. We will now add but a few more words before closing the subject. The theurgists so well understood the minutest properties of magnetism that without possessing the lost key to their arcana, but depending wholly upon what was known in their modern days of electromagnetism, Schweiger and Ennemoser have been able to trace the identity of the twin brothers, the Dioscuri with the polarity of electricity and magnetism. Symbolical myths previously supposed to the meaningless fictions are now found to be the cleverest and at the same time most profound expressions of a strictly scientifically defined truth of nature, according to Ennemoser. Our physicists pride themselves on the achievements of our century and exchange antiphonal hymns of praise. The eloquent diction of their class lectures, their flowery phraseology, require but a slight modification to change these lectures into melodious sonnets. Our modern Petrarchs, Dante, and Torquato Tassos rival with the troubadours of old in poetical effusion. In their unbounded glorification of matter, they sing the amorous commingling of the wandering atoms, and the loving interchange of protoplasms, and lament the coquettish fickleness of forces, which play so provokingly a hide-and-seek with our grave professors in the great drama of life, called by them force correlation, proclaiming matter sole and ocratic, sovereign of the boundless universe. They would forcibly divorce her from her consort, and place the widowed queen on the great throne of nature, made vacant by the exiled spirit. And now they try to make her appear as attractive as they can by incensing and worshipping at the shrine of their own building. Do they forget, or are they utterly unaware of the fact that in the absence of its legitimate sovereign, this throne is but a whitened sepulchre, inside of which all is rottenness and corruption? That matter without the spirit which vivifies it, and of which it is but the gross purgation, to use a hermetic expression, is nothing but a soulless corpse, whose limbs, in order to be moved in predetermined directions, require an intelligent operator, the great galvanic battery called life? In what particular is the knowledge of the present century so superior to that of the ancients? When we say knowledge, we do not mean that brilliant and clear definition of our modern scholars of particulars to the most trifling detail in every branch of exact science, of that tuition which finds an appropriate term for every detail, insignificant and microscopic as it may be, a name for every nerve and artery in human and animal organisms, an appellation for every cell, filament, and rib in a plant, but the philosophical and ultimate expression of every truth in nature. The greatest ancient philosophers are accused of shallowness and of superficiality of knowledge of those details and exact sciences of which the moderns boast so much. Plato is declared by his various commentators to have been utterly ignorant of the anatomy and functions of the human body. to have known nothing of the uses of the nerves to convey sensations, and to have had nothing better to offer than vain speculations concerning physiological questions. He has simply generalized the divisions of the human body, they say, and given nothing reminding us of anatomical facts. As to his own views on the human frame, the microcosmos being in his ideas the image and miniature of the macrocosmos, they are much too transcendental to be given the least attention by our exact and materialistic skeptics. The idea of this frame being, as well as the universe, formed out of triangles seems preposterously ridiculous to several of his translators. Alone of the latter, Professor Jowett, in his introduction to the Timaeus, honestly remarks that the modern physical philosopher hardly allows to his notions the merit of being the dead men's bones, out of which he has himself risen to a higher knowledge, forgetting how much the metaphysics of olden times has helped the physical sciences of the present day. If instead of quarreling with the insufficiency and at times absence of terms and definitions strictly scientific in Plato's works, we analyze them carefully, the Timaeus alone will be found to contain within its limited space the germs of every new discovery. The circulation of the blood and the law of gravitation are clearly mentioned, though the former fact it may be, if not so clearly defined as to withstand the reiterated attacks of modern science. For according to Professor Jowett, the specific discovery that the blood flows out at one side of the heart through the arteries and returns through the veins at the other was unknown to him, though Plato was perfectly aware that blood is a fluid in constant motion. Plato's method, like that of geometry, was to descend from universals to particulars. Modern science vainly seeks a first cause among the permutations of molecules. The former sought and found it amid the majestic sweeps of worlds. For him it was enough to know the great scheme of creation and to be able to trace the mightiest movements of the universe through their changes to their ultimates. The petty details, whose observation and classification have so taxed and demonstrated the patience of modern scientists, occupied but little of the attention of the old philosophers. Hence, while a fifth-form boy of an English school can prate more learnedly about the little things of physical science than Plato himself, yet on the other hand, the dullest of Plato's disciples could tell more about the great cosmic laws and their mutual relations, and demonstrate a familiarity with and control over the occult forces which lie behind them, than the most learned professor in the most distinguished academy of our day. This fact, so little appreciated and never dwelt upon by Plato's translators, accounts for the self-laudation in which we moderns indulge at the expense of that philosopher and his compeers. Their alleged mistakes in anatomy and physiology are magnified to an inordinate extent to gratify our self-love, until, in acquiring the idea of our own superior learning, we lose sight of the intellectual splendor which adorns the ages of the past. It is as if one should, in fancy, magnify the solar spots until he should believe the bright luminary to be totally eclipsed. The unprofitableness of modern scientific research is evinced in the fact that while we have a name for the most trivial particle of mineral, plant, animal, and man, the wisest of our teachers are unable to tell us anything definite about the vital force which produces the changes in these several kingdoms. It is necessary to seek further for corroboration of this statement than the works of our highest scientific authorities themselves. It requires no little moral courage in a man of eminent professional position to do justice to the acquirements of the ancients, in the face of a public sentiment which is content with nothing else than their abasement. When we meet with a case of the kind, we gladly lay a laurel at the feet of the bold and honest scholar, such as Professor Jowett, master of Balliol College, and Regius, professor of Greek in the University of Oxford, who in his translation of Plato's works, speaking of the physical philosophy of the ancients as a whole, gives them the following credit: that the nebular theory was the received belief of the early physicists. Therefore it cannot have rested, as Draper asserts, upon the telescopic discovery made by Herschel. That the development of animals out of frogs who came to land, and of man out of the animals, was held by Anaximenes in the 6th century before Christ. The professor might have added that this theory antedated Anaximenes by some thousands of years, perhaps, that it was an accepted doctrine among the Chaldeans, and that Darwin's evolution of species and monkey theory are of an antediluvian origin. That even by Philolaus and the early Pythagoreans, the Earth was held to be a body like the other stars revolving in space. Thus Galileo, studying some Pythagorean fragments, which are shown by Reuchlin to have yet existed in the days of Florentine the mathematician, being moreover familiar with the doctrines of the old philosophers, but reasserted an astronomical doctrine which prevailed in India at the remotest antiquity. The ancients thought there was a sex in plants as well as in animals. Thus our modern naturalists had but to follow in the steps of their predecessors. That musical notes depended on the relative length or tension of the strings from which they were emitted, and were measured by ratios of number. That mathematical laws pervaded the world, and even qualitative differences were supposed to have their origin in number. And the annihilation of matter was denied by them, and held to be a transformation only, although one of these discoveries might have been supposed to be a happy guess. Adds Mr. Jowett, we can hardly attribute them all to mere coincidences. In short, the Platonic philosophy was one of order, system, and proportion. It embraced the evolution of worlds and species, the correlation and conservation of energy, the transmutation of material form, the indestructibility of matter and of spirit, their position in the latter respect being far in advance of modern science, and binding the arc of their philosophical system with a keystone at once perfect and immovable. If science has made such colossal strides during these latter days, if we have such clearer ideas of natural law than the ancients, why are our inquiries as to the nature and source of life unanswered? If the modern laboratory is so much richer in the fruits of experimental research than those of the olden time, how comes it that we make no step except on paths that were trodden long before the Christian era? How does it happen that the most advanced standpoint that has been reached in our times only enables us to see in the dim distance up the alpine path of knowledge the monumental proofs that earlier explorers have left to mark the plateau they had reached and occupied? If modern masters are so much in advance of the old ones, why do they not restore to us the lost arts of our post-diluvian forefathers? Why do they not give us the unfading colors of Luxor, the Tyrian purple, the bright vermilion and dazzling blue which decorate the walls of this place, and are as bright as on the first day of their application, the indestructible cement of the pyramids and of ancient aqueducts, the Damascus blade, which can be turned like a corkscrew in its scabbard without breaking, the gorgeous, unparalleled tints of the stained glass that is found amidst the dust of old ruins and beams in the windows of ancient cathedrals, and the secret of the true malleable glass. And if chemistry is so little able to rival even with the early medieval ages in some arts, why boast of achievements which, according to strong probability, were perfectly known thousands of years ago? The more archaeology and philology advance, the more humiliating to our pride are the discoveries which are daily made. The more glorious testimony do they bear in behalf of those who, perhaps on account of the distance of their remote antiquity, have been until now considered ignorant flounderers in the deepest mire of superstition. Why should we forget that, ages before the prow of the adventurous Genoese clove the western waters, the Phoenician vessels had circumnavigated the globe, and spread civilization in regions now silent and deserted? What archaeologist will dare assert that the same hand which planned the pyramids of Egypt, Karnak, and the 1,000 ruins now crumbling to oblivion on the sandy banks of the Nile, did not erect the monumental Nag Khon Wat of Cambodia, or trace the hieroglyphics on the obelisks and doors of the deserted Indian village, newly discovered in British Columbia by Lord Dufferin, or those on the ruins of Palenque and Uxmal of Central America? Do not the relics we treasure in our museums, last mementos of the long-lost arts, speak loudly in favor of ancient civilization? And do they not prove over and over again that nations and continents that have passed away have buried along with them arts and sciences, which neither the first crucible ever heated in a medieval cloister, nor the last cracked by a modern chemist have revived, nor will, at least, in the present century? They were not without some knowledge of optics, Professor Draper magnanimously concedes to the ancients. Others positively deny them even that little. The convex lens found at Nimrod shows that they were not unacquainted with magnifying instruments. Indeed, if they were not, all the classical authors must have lied. For when Cicero tells us that he had seen the entire Iliad written on skin of such a miniature size, that it could be easily rolled up inside a nutshell, and Pliny asserts that Nero had a ring with a small glass in it, though which he watched the performance of the gladiators at a distance. Could audacity go further? Truly, we are told that Mauritius could see from the promontory of Sicily over the entire sea to the coast of Africa, with an instrument called noscopite. We must either think that all these witnesses lied, or that the ancients were more than slightly acquainted with optics and magnifying glasses. Wendell Phillips states that he has a friend who possesses an extraordinary ring, perhaps 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and on it is the naked figure of the god Hercules. By aid of glasses, you can distinguish the interlacing muscles and count every separate hair on the eyebrows. Rawlinson brought home a stone about 20 inches long and 10 wide, containing an entire treatise on mathematics. It would be perfectly illegible without glasses. In Dr. Abbott's museum, there's a ring of Cheops, to which Bunsen assigns 500 BC. The signet of the ring is about the size of $0.25, and the engraving is invisible without the aid of glasses. At Parma, they will show you a gem once worn on the finger of Michelangelo, of which the engraving is 2,000 years old, and on which there are figures of 7 women. You must have the aid of powerful glasses in order to distinguish the forms of all. So the microscope, adds the learned lecturer, instead of dating from our time, finds its brothers in the books of Moses, and these are infant brothers. The foregoing facts do not seem to show that the ancients had merely some knowledge of optics. Therefore, totally disagreeing in this particular with Professor Fiske and his criticism of Professor Draper's conflict in this unseen world. The only fault we find with the admirable book of Draper is that, as an historical critic, he sometimes uses his own optical instruments in the wrong place, while in order to magnify the atheism of the Pythagorean Bruno, he looks through convex lenses. Whenever talking of the knowledge of the ancients, he evidently sees things through concave ones. It is simply worthy of admiration to follow in various modern works the cautious attempts of both pious Christians and skeptical, albeit very learned men, to draw a line of demarcation between what we are and what we are not to believe in ancient authors. No credit is ever allowed them without being followed by a qualifying caution. If Strabo tells us that ancient Nineveh was 47 miles in circumference, and his testimony is accepted, why should it be otherwise the moment he testifies to the accomplishment of the Sibylline prophecies? Where is the common sense in calling Herodotus the father of history, and then accusing him in the same breath of silly gibberish, whenever he recounts marvelous manifestations, on which he was an eyewitness? Perhaps, after all, such a caution is more than ever necessary, now that our epoch has been christened the century of discovery. The disenchantment may prove too cruel for Europe. Gunpowder, which has long been thought an invention of Bacon and Schwartz, is now shown in the school books to have been used by the Chinese for leveling hills and blasting rocks, centuries before our era. In the Museum of Alexandria, says Draper, there was a machine invented by Hero the mathematician, a little more than 100 years BC. It revolved by the agency of steam, and was one of the form that we should now call a reaction engine. Chance had nothing to do with the invention of the modern steam engine. Europe prides herself upon the discoveries of Copernicus and Galileo. And now we are told that the astronomical observations of the Chaldeans extend back to within 100 years of the flood. And Bunsen fixes the flood at not less than 10,000 years before our era. Moreover, a Chinese emperor more than 2,000 years before the birth of Christ, i.e. before Moses, put to death his 2 chief astronomers for not predicting an eclipse of the sun. It may be noted, as an example of the inaccuracy of current notions of the scientific claims of the present century, that the discoveries of the indestructibility of matter and force correlation, especially the latter, are heralded as among our crowning triumphs. It is the most important discovery of the present century, as Sir William Armstrong expresses in his famous addresses as President of the British Association. But this important discovery is no discovery after all. Its origin, apart from the undeniable traces of it to be found among the old philosophers, is lost in the dense shadows of prehistoric days. Its first vestiges are discovered in the dreamy speculations of Vedic theology, and the doctrine of emanation and absorption, the nirvana in short. John Erigena outlined it in his bold philosophy in the 8th century, and we invite anyone to read his De Divisione Naturae who would convince himself of this truth. Science tells that when the theory of the indestructibility of matter, also a very, very old idea of Democritus, by the way, was demonstrated, it became necessary to extend it to force. No material particle can ever be lost, no part of the force existing in nature can vanish. Hence, force was likewise proved indestructible, and its various manifestations or forces under diverse aspects were shown to be mutually convertible, and but different modes of motion of the material particles, and thus was rediscovered the force correlation. Mr. Grove, so far back as 1842, gave to each of these forces, such as heat, electricity, magnetism, and light, the character of convertibility, making them capable of being at one moment a cause and at the next an effect. But whence come these forces, and whither do they go, when we lose sight of them? On this point, science is silent. The theory of force correlation, though it may be in the minds of our contemporaries the greatest discovery of the age, can account for neither the beginning nor the end of one of such forces. Neither can the theory point out the cause of it. Forces may be convertible, and one may produce the other. Still, no exact science is able to explain the alpha and omega of the phenomena. In what particular are we then in advance of Plato, who, discussing in the Timaeus the primary and secondary qualities of matter, and the feebleness of the human intellect, makes Timaeus say, God knows the original qualities of things. Man can only hope to attain to probability. We have but to open one of the several pamphlets of Huxley and Tyndall to find precisely the same confession. But they improve upon Plato by not allowing even God to know more than themselves, and perhaps it may be upon this that they base their claims of superiority. The ancient Hindus founded their doctrine of emanation and absorption on precisely that law. The two of, the primordial point in the boundless circle, whose circumference is nowhere and the center everywhere, emanating from itself all things and manifesting them in the visible universe under multifarious forms, the forms interchanging, commingling, and after a gradual transformation from the pure spirit, or the Buddhistic nothing, into the grossest matter, beginning to recede and as gradually re-emerge into their primitive state, which is the absorption into nirvana. What else is this but correlation of forces? Science tells us that the heat may be shown to develop electricity, electricity produce heat, and magnetism to evolve electricity, and vice versa. Motion, they tell us, results from motion itself, and so on ad infinitum. This is the ABC of occultism and of the earliest alchemists. The indestructibility of matter and force being discovered and proved, the great problem of eternity is solved. What need have we more of spirit? Its uselessness is henceforth scientifically demonstrated. Thus, modern philosophers may say not to have gone one step beyond what the priests of Samothrace, the Hindus, and even the Christian Gnostics well knew, the former having shown it in that wonderful ingenious mythos of the Dioscuri, or the Sons of Heaven, the twin brothers spoken of by Schweiger, who constantly die and return to life together, while it is absolutely necessary that one should die that the other may live. They knew as well as our physicists that when a force has disappeared, it has simply been converted into another force. Though archaeology may not have discovered any ancient apparatus for such special conversions, it may nevertheless be affirmed with perfect reason and upon analogical deductions that nearly all the ancient religions were based on such indestructibility of matter and force, plus the emanation of the whole from an ethereal spiritual fire, or the central sun, which is God or spirit, on the knowledge of whose potentiality is based ancient theurgic magic. In the manuscript commentary of Proclus on magic, he gives the following account. In the same manner as lovers gradually advance from that beauty which is apparent in sensible forms to that which is divine, so the ancient priests, when they considered that there is a certain alliance and sympathy in natural things to each other, and of things manifest to occult powers, and discovered that all things subsist in all, they fabricated a sacred science from this mutual sympathy and similarity. Thus they recognize things supreme in such as are subordinate, and the subordinate in the supreme. In the celestial regions, terrene properties subsisting in a causal and celestial manner, and in the earth celestial properties, but according to a terrene condition. Proclus then proceeds to point to certain mysterious peculiarities of plants, minerals, and animals, all of which are well known to our naturalists, but none of which are explained. Such are the rotary motion of the sunflower, of the heliotrope, of the lotus, which before the rising of the sun folds its leaves, drawing the petals within itself, so to say, then expands them gradually as the sun rises, and draws them in again as it descends to the west. Of the sun and lunar stones and the heliocelenus, of the cock and lion, and other animals. Now the ancients, he says, having contemplated this mutual sympathy of things, celestial and terrestrial, applied them for occult purposes, both celestial and terrene natures, by means of which, through a certain similitude, they deduced divine virtues into this inferior abode. All things are full of divine natures, terrestrial natures receiving the plenitude of such as are celestial, but celestial of supercelestial essences, while every order of things proceeds gradually in a beautiful descent from the highest to the lowest. For whatever particulars are collected into one above the order of things, are afterwards dilated and descending, various souls being distributed under their various ruling divinities. Evidently, Proclus does not advocate here simply a superstition, but science, for notwithstanding that it is occult and unknown to our scholars, who deny its possibilities, magic is still a science. It is firmly and solely based on the mysterious affinities existing between organic and inorganic bodies, the visible productions of the four kingdoms, and the invisible powers of the universe. That which science calls gravitation, the ancients and the medieval hermeticists called magnetism, attraction, affinity. It is the universal law, which is understood by Plato and explained in Timaeus as the attraction of lesser bodies to larger ones, and of similar bodies to similar, the latter exhibiting a magnetic power rather than following the law of gravitation. The anti-Aristotelian formula that gravity causes all bodies to descend with equal rapidity, without reference to their weight, the difference being caused by some other unknown agency, would seem to point a great deal more forcibly to magnetism than to gravitation, the former attracting rather in virtue of the substance than of the weight. A thorough familiarity with the occult faculties of everything existing in nature, visible as well as invisible, their mutual relations, attractions, and repulsions, the cause of these traced to the spiritual principle which pervades and animates all things, the ability to furnish the best conditions for this principle to manifest itself. In other words, a profound and exhaustive knowledge of natural law. This was and is the basis of magic. In his notes on ghosts and goblins, when reviewing some facts adduced by certain illustrious defenders of the spiritual phenomena, such as Professor de Morgan, Mr. Robert Dale Owen, and Mr. Wallace, among others, Mr. Richard A. Proctor says that he cannot see any force in the following remarks by Professor Wallace. How is such evidence as this? Wallace says, speaking of one of Owen's stories, refuted or explained away. Scores and even hundreds of equally attested facts are on record, but no attempt is made to explain them. They are simply ignored and in many cases admitted to be inexplicable. To this, Mr. Proctor jocularly replies that as our philosophers declare that they have long ago decided these ghost stories to be all delusions, therefore they need only to be ignored. And they feel much worrited that fresh evidence should be adduced and fresh converts made, some of whom are so unreasonable as to ask for a new trial on the ground that the former verdict was contrary to the evidence. All this, he goes on to say, affords excellent reason why the converts, should not be ridiculed for their belief. But something more to the purpose must be urged before the philosophers can be expected to devote much of their time to the inquiry suggested. It ought to be shown that the well-being of the human race is to some important degree concerned in the matter, whereas the trivial nature of all ghostly conduct hitherto recorded is admitted even by converts. Mrs. Emma Harding, Britain, has collected a great number of authenticated facts from secular and scientific journals, which show with what serious questions our scientists sometimes replace the vexed subject of ghosts and goblins. She quotes from a Washington paper a report of one of these solemn conclaves held on the evening of April 29, 1854. Professor Hare of Philadelphia, the venerable chemist, who was so universally respected for his individual character, as well as for his long life labors of science, was bullied into science by Professor Henry as soon as he had touched the subject of spiritualism. The impertinent action of one of the members of the American Scientific Association, says the authoress, was sanctioned by the majority of that distinguished body and subsequently endorsed by all of them in their proceedings. The following morning, in the report of the session, the Spiritual Telegraph thus commented upon the events. It would seem that a subject like this, presented by Professor Hare, was one of which would lie peculiarly within the domain of science. But the American Association for the Promotion of Science decided that it was either unworthy of their attention or dangerous for them to meddle with, and so they voted to put the invitation on the table. We cannot omit in this connection to mention that the American Association for the Promotion of Science held a very learned, extended, grave, and profound discussion at the same session, upon the cause of why roosters crow between 12 and 1 o'clock at night. A subject worthy of philosophers, and one moreover which must have been shown to affect the well-being of the human race in a very important degree. It is sufficient for one to express belief in the existence of a mysterious sympathy between the life of certain plants and that of human beings, to assure being made the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, there are many well-authenticated cases going to show the reality of such an affinity. Persons have been known to fall sick simultaneous with the uprooting of a tree planted on their natal day, and dying when the tree died. Reversing affairs, it has been known that a tree planted under the same circumstances withered and died simultaneous with the person whose twin brother, so to speak, it was. The former would be called by Mr. Proctor an effect of the imagination, the latter a curious coincidence. Max Muller gives a number of such cases in his essay on Manners and Customs. He shows this popular tradition existing in Central America, in India, and Germany. He traces it over nearly all Europe, finds it among the Maori warriors in British Guiana, and in Asia. Reviewing Tyler's researches into the early history of mankind, a work in which are brought together quite a number of such traditions, the great philologist very justly remarks the following. If it occurred in Indian and German tales only, we might consider it as an ancient Aryan property. But when we find it again in Central America, nothing remains but either to admit a later communication between European settlers and Native American storytellers, or to inquire whether there is not some intelligible and truly human element in this supposed sympathy between the life of flowers and the life of man. The present generation of men who believe in nothing beyond the superficial evidence of their senses will doubtless reject the very idea of such a sympathetic power existing in plants, and animals, and even stones. The cowl covering their inner sight allows them to see but that which they cannot well deny. The author of the Asclepian Dialogue furnishes us with a reason for it that might perhaps fit the present period and account for this epidemic of unbelief. In our century, as then, there is a lamentable departure of divinity from man, when nothing worthy of heaven or celestial concerns is heard or believed, and when every divine voice is by necessary silence dumb. Or, as the Emperor Julian has it, the little soul of the skeptic is indeed acute, but sees nothing with a vision healthy and sound. We are at the bottom of a cycle and evidently in a transitory state. Plato divides the intellectual progress of the universe during every cycle into fertile and barren periods. In the sublunary regions, the spheres of the various elements remain eternally in perfect harmony with the divine nature, he says. but their parts, owing to a close proximity to earth and their commingling with the earthly, which is matter and therefore the realm of evil, are sometimes according and sometimes contrary to divine nature. When those circulations, which Eliphas Levi calls currents of the astral light, in the universal ether which contains in itself every element, take place in harmony with the divine spirit, our earth and everything pertaining to it enjoys a fertile period. The occult powers of plants, animals, and minerals magically sympathize with the superior natures, and the divine soul of man is in perfect intelligence with these inferior ones. But during the barren periods, the latter lose their magic sympathy, and the spiritual sight of the majority of mankind is so blinded as to lose every notion of the superior powers of its own divine spirit. We are in a barren period, the 18th century, during which the malignant fever of skepticism broke out so irrepressibly, has entailed unbelief as a hereditary disease upon the 19th. The divine intellect is veiled in man. His animal brain alone philosophizes. Formerly, magic was a universal science, entirely in the hands of the sacerdotal savant. Though the focus was jealously guarded in the sanctuaries, its rays illuminated the whole of mankind. Otherwise, how are we to account for the extraordinary identity of superstitions, customs, traditions, and even sentences, repeated in popular proverbs so widely scattered from one pole to the other? We find exactly the same ideas among the Tartars and the Laplanders as among the southern nations of Europe and the inhabitants of the steppes of Russia and the aborigines of North and South America. For instance, Tyler shows one of the ancient Pythagorean maxims: do not stir the fire with a sword, as popular among a number of nations which have not the slightest connection with each other. He quotes De Plano Carpini, who found this tradition prevailing among the Tartars so far back as in 1246. A Tartar will not consent for any amount of money to stick a knife into the fire, or touch it with any sharp or pointed instrument, for fear of cutting the head of the fire. The Kamchatal of northeastern Asia consider it a great sin to do so. The Sioux Indians of North America are dared not touch the fire with either knife, needle, or any sharp instrument. The Kalmucks entertain the same dread, and an Abyssinian would rather bury his bare arms to the elbows in blazing coals than use a knife or axe near them. All these facts Tyler also calls simple, curious coincidences. Max Muller, however, thinks that they lose much of their force by the fact of the Pythagorean doctrine being at the bottom of it. Every sentence of Pythagoras, like most of the ancient maxims, has a dual signification, and while it had an occult physical meaning, expressed literally in its words, it embodied a moral precept, which is explained by Iamblichus in his Life of Pythagoras. This dig not fire with a sword is the 9th symbol in the protreptics of this Neoplatonist. This symbol, he says, exhorts to prudence. It shows the propriety of not opposing sharp words to a man full of fire and wrath, not contending with him. Not frequently by uncivil words you will agitate and disturb an ignorant man, and you will suffer yourself. Heraclitus also testifies to the truth of this symbol, for he says, it is difficult to fight with anger, for whatever is necessary to be done redeems the soul. And this he says truly, for many by gratifying anger have changed the condition of their soul, and have made death preferable to life. But by governing the tongue and being quiet, friendship is produced from strife, the fire of anger being extinguished, and you yourself will not appear to be destitute of intellect. We have misgivings sometimes. We have questioned the impartiality of our own judgment, our ability to offer a respectful criticism upon the labors of such giants as some of our modern philosophers, Tyndall, Huxley, Spencer, Carpenter, and a few others. In our immoderate love for the men of old, the primitive sages, we were always afraid to trespass the boundaries of justice and refuse their dues to those who deserve them. Gradually, this natural fear gave way before an unexpected reinforcement. We found out that there were but the feeble echo of public opinion, which, though suppressed, has sometimes found relief in able articles scattered throughout the periodicals of the country. One of such can be found in the National Quarterly Review of December 1875, entitled Our Sensational Present-Day Philosophers. It is a very able article discussing fearlessly the claims of the several of our scientists to new discoveries in regard to the nature of matter, the human soul, the mind, the universe, how the universe came into existence, etc. The religious world has been much startled, the author proceeds to say, and not a little excited by the utterances of men like Spencer, Tyndall, Huxley, Proctor, and a few others of the same school, admitting very cheerfully how much science owes to each of those gentlemen. Nevertheless, the author most emphatically denies that they have made any discoveries at all. There is nothing new in the speculations, even of the most advanced of them, nothing which was not known and taught in one form or another thousands of years ago. He does not say that these scientists put forward their theories as their own discoveries, but that they leave the fact to be implied, and the newspapers do the rest. The public, which has neither time nor the inclination to examine the facts, adopts the faith of the newspapers, and wonders what will come next. The supposed originators of such startling theories are assailed in the newspapers. Sometimes the obnoxious scientists undertake to defend themselves, but we cannot recall a single instance in which they candidly said, "Gentlemen, be not angry with us, we are merely revamping stories which are nearly as old as the mountains." This would have been the simple truth, but even scientists or philosophers, adds the author, are not always proof against the weakness of our encouraging any notion which they think may secure niches for them among the immortal ones. Huxley, Tyndall, and even Spencer have become lately the great oracles, the infallible popes, on the dogmas of protoplasm, molecules, primordial forms, and atoms. They have reaped more palms and laurels for their great discoveries than Lucretius, Cicero, Plutarch, and Seneca had hairs on their heads. Nevertheless, the works of the latter teem with ideas on the protoplasm, primordial forms, etc., let alone the atoms which caused Democritus to be called the atomic philosopher. In the same review we find this very startling denunciation. Who among the innocent has not been astonished, even within the last year, at the wonderful results accomplished by oxygen? What an excitement Tyndall and Huxley have created by proclaiming, in their own ingenious oracular way, just the very doctrines which we have just quoted from Liebig. Yet, as early as 1840, Professor Lyon Playfair translated into English the most advanced of Baron Liebig's works. Another recent utterance, he says, which startled a large number of innocent and pious persons, is that every thought we express or attempt to express produces a certain wonderful change in the substance of the brain. But for this, and a good deal more of its kind, our philosophers had only to turn to the pages of Baron Liebig. Thus, for instance, that scientist proclaims, "Physiology has sufficiently decisive grounds for the opinions that every thought, every sensation is accompanied by a change in the composition of the substance of the brain, that every motion, every manifestation of force is the result of a transformation of the structure or of its substance." Thus, throughout the sensational lectures of Tyndall, we can trace almost to a page the whole of Liebig's speculations, interlined now and then with the still earlier views of Democritus and other pagan philosophers. A potpourri of old hypotheses elevated by the great authority of the day into quasi-demonstrated formulas, and delivered in that pathetic, picturesque, mellow, and thrillingly eloquent phraseology so preeminently his own. Further, the same reviewer shows us many of the identical ideas and all the material requisite to demonstrate the great discoveries of Tyndall and Huxley in the works of Dr. Joseph Priestley, author of The Disquisitions on Matter and Spirit, and even in Herder's Philosophy of History. Priestley, adds the author, was not molested by government simply because he had no ambition to obtain fame by proclaiming his atheistic views from the housetop. This philosopher was the author of from 70 to 80 volumes, and the discoverer of oxygen. It is in these works that he puts forward those identical ideas which have been declared so startlingly bold, etc., as the utterances of our present-day philosophers. Our readers, he proceeds to say, remember what an excitement has been created by the utterances of some of our modern philosophers as to the origin and nature of ideas. But those utterances, like others that preceded and followed them, contain nothing new. An idea, says Plutarch, is a being incorporeal, which has no substance by itself, but gives figure and form unto shapeless matter, and becomes the cause of its manifestation. Verily, no modern atheist, Mr. Huxley included, can out-V Epicurus in materialism. He can but mimic him. And what is his protoplasm but a reshelf of the speculations of the Hindu Svabhavikas, or pantheists, who assert that all things, the gods as well as men and animals, are born from Svabhava, or their own nature? As to Epicurus, this is what Lucretius makes him say. The soul thus produced must be material, because we trace it issuing from a material source, because it exists and exists alone in a material system, is nourished by material food, grows with the growth of the body, becomes matured with its maturity, declines with its decay, and hence, whether belonging to man or brute, must die with its death. Nevertheless, we would remind the reader that Epicurus is here speaking of the astral soul, not of the divine spirit. Still, if we rightly understand the above, Mr. Huxley's mutton protoplasm is of a very ancient origin, and can claim for its birthplace Athens, and for its cradle the brain of old Epicurus. Further, still anxious not to be misunderstood or found guilty of depreciating the labor of any of our scientists, the author closes his essay by remarking, "We merely want to show that, at least, that portion of the public which considers itself intelligent and enlightened should cultivate its memory, or remember the advanced thinkers of the past much better than it does. Especially should those do so who, whether from the desk, the rostrum, or the pulpit, undertake to instruct all willing to be instructed by them. There would be then much less groundless apprehension, much less charlatanism, and above all, much less plagiarism than there is. Truly, says Cudworth, that the greatest ignorance of which our modern wiseacres accuse the ancients is their belief in the soul's immortality. Like the old skeptic of Greece, our scientists, to use an expression of the same Dr. Cudworth, are afraid that if they admit spirits and apparitions, they must admit a God too. And there is nothing too absurd, he adds, for them to suppose in order to keep out the existence of God. The great body of ancient materialists, skeptical as they now seem to us, thought otherwise, and Epicurus, who rejected the soul's immortality, believed still in a God. And Democritus fully conceded the reality of apparitions. The pre-existence and godlike powers of the human spirit were believed in by most of the sages of ancient days. The magic of Babylon and Persia based upon it the doctrine of their Makagistya. The Chaldean oracles on which Pletho and Psellus have so much commented constantly expounded and amplified their testimony. Zoroaster, Pythagoras, Epicharmus, Empedocles, Cebes and Euripides, Plato, Euclid, Philo, Boehius, Virgil, Marcus Cicero, Plotinus, Iamblichus, Proclus, Psellus, Synesius, Origen, and finally Aristotle himself, far from denying our immortality, support it most emphatically. Like Cardan and Pomponius, who were no friends of the soul's immortality, as says Henry Moore, Aristotle expressly concludes that the rational soul is both a distinct being from the soul of the world, though of the same essence, and that it does pre-exist before it comes into the body. Years have rolled away since the Count Joseph de Maistre wrote a sentence which, if appropriate to the Voltairian epoch in which he lives, applies which still more justice to our period of utter skepticism. I have heard, writes this eminent man, I have heard and read of myriads of good jokes on the ignorance of the ancients, who were always seeing spirits everywhere. Methinks that we are a great deal more imbecile than our forefathers, in never perceiving any such now anywhere. Chapter 8. Think not my magic wonders wrought by aid of Stygian angels summoned up from hell, scorned and accursed by those who've essayed her gloomy divs and afritis to compel, but by perception of the secret powers of mineral springs in nature's inmost cell, of herbs and curtain of her greenest bowers, and of the moving stars o'er mountain tops and towers. Tasso, Canto 24. Who dares think one thing and another tell? My heart detests him as the gates of hell. Pope. If man ceases to exist when he disappears in the grave, you must be compelled to affirm that he is the only creature in existence whom nature or providence has condescended to deceive and cheat by capacities for which there are no available objects. Bulwer Lytton, Strange Story. The preface of Richard A. Proctor's latest work on astronomy, entitled Our Place Among Infinities, contains the following extraordinary words. It was their ignorance of the earth's place among infinities, which led the ancients to regard the heavenly bodies as ruling favorably or adversely the fates of men and nations, and to dedicate the days in sets of 7 to the 7 planets of their astrological system. Mr. Proctor makes two distinct assertions in this sentence. One, that the ancients were ignorant of the earth's place among infinities, and two, that they regarded the heavenly bodies as ruling favorably or adversely the fates of men and nations. We are very confident that there is at least good reason to suspect that the ancients were familiar with movements and placement and mutual relations of the heavenly bodies. The testimony of Plutarch, Professor Draper, and Jowett are sufficiently explicit. But we would ask Mr. Proctor how it happens, if the ancient astronomers were so ignorant of the law of the birth and death of worlds that, in the fragmentary bits which the hand of time has spared us of ancient lore, there should be, albeit couched in obscure language, so much information which the most recent discoveries of science have verified. Beginning with the 10th page of the work under notice, Mr. Proctor sketches for us the theory of the formation of our Earth, and for the successive changes through which it passed until it became habitable for man. In vivid colors, he depicts the gradual accretion of cosmic matter into gaseous spheres surrounded with a liquid, non-permanent shell, the condensation of both, the ultimate solidification of the external crust, the slow cooling of the mass, the chemical results following the action of intense heat upon the primitive earthly matter, the formation of soils and their distribution, the change in the constitution of the atmosphere, the appearance of vegetation and animal life, and finally the advent of man. Now let us turn to the oldest written records left us by the Chaldeans, the Hermetic Book of Numbers, and see what we shall find in the allegorical language of Hermes, Cadmus, or Thuti, the thrice great Trismegistus. In the beginning of time, the great Invisible One had his holy hands full of celestial matter, which he scattered throughout the infinity. And lo, behold, it became balls of fire and balls of clay, and they scattered like the moving metal, into many smaller balls, and began their ceaseless turning. And some of them which were balls of fire became balls of clay, and the balls of clay became balls of fire. And the balls of fire were waiting their time to become balls of clay. And the others envied them and bided their time to become balls of pure divine fire. Could anyone ask a clear definition of the cosmic changes which Mr. Proctor so elegantly expounds? Here we have the distribution of matter through space, then its concentration into the spherical form, the separation of smaller spheres from the greater ones, axial rotation, the gradual change of orbs from the incandescent to the earthly consistence, and finally, the total loss of heat which marks their entrance into the stage of planetary death. The change of the balls of clay into balls of fire would be understood by materialists to indicate some such phenomena as the sudden ignition of the star in Cassiopeia, A.D. 1572, and the one in Serpentarius in 1604, which was noted by Kepler. But do the Chaldeans evince in this expression a profounder philosophy than of our day? Does this change into balls of pure divine fire signify a continuous planetary existence, correspondent with the spirit life of man, beyond the awful mystery of death? If worlds have, as the astronomers tell us, their periods of embryo, infancy, adolescence, maturity, decadence, and death, may they not, like man, have their continued existence in a sublimated ethereal or spiritual form? The Magians so affirm. They tell us that the fecund Mother Earth is subject to the same laws as every one of her children. At her appointed time she brings forth all created things. In the fullness of her day she is gathered to the tomb of worlds. Her gross material body slowly parts with its atoms under the inexorable law which demands their new arrangement in other combinations. Her own perfected vivifying spirit obeys the eternal attraction, which draws it down toward that central spiritual sun from which it was originally evolved, and which we vaguely know under the name of God. And the heaven was visible in 7 circles, and the planets appeared with all their signs, in star form, and the stars were divided and numbered with the rulers that were in them. And their revolving course was bounded with the air, and borne with a circular course through the agency of the divine Spirit. We challenge anyone to indicate a single passage in the works of Hermes which proves him guilty of that crowning absurdity of the Church of Rome which assumed, upon the geocentric theory of astronomy, that the heavenly bodies were made for our use and pleasure, and that it was worthwhile for the only Son of God to descend upon this cosmic mote and die in expiation for our sins. Mr. Proctor tells us of a liquid non-permanent shell of uncongealed matter enclosing a viscous plastic ocean, within which there is another interior solid globe rotating. We, on our part, turn to the Magia Adamica of Eugenius Philalethes, published in 1650, and at page 12 we find him quoting from Trismegistus in the following terms. Hermes affirmeth that in the beginning the earth was a quagmire, or quivering kind of jelly, it being nothing else but water congealed by the incubation and heat of the divine spirit. Come ad hoc, saith he, terra tremula esset, lucent sol compacta e. In the same work, Philalethes, speaking in his quaint symbolical way, says the earth is invisible. On my soul it is so. And which is more, the eye of man never saw the earth, nor can it be seen without art. To make this element invisible, it is the greatest secret in magic. As for this faculent, gross body upon which we walk, it is a compost, and no earth, but it hath earth in it. In a word, all the elements are visible but one, namely the earth. And when thou hast attained to so much perfection as to know why God hath placed the earth in abscondido, thou hast an excellent figure whereby to know God himself, and how he is visible, how invisible. Ages before savants of the 19th century came into existence, a wise man of the Orient thus expressed himself in addressing the invisible deity, for the almighty hand that made the world of formless matter. There is much more contained in this language than we are willing to explain. But we will say that the secret is worth the seeking. Perhaps in this formless matter, the pre-Adamite earth, is contained a potency with which Messrs. Tyndall and Huxley would be glad to acquaint themselves. But to descend from universals to particulars, from the ancient theory of planetary evolution to the evolution of plant and animal life, as opposed to the theory of special creation, what does Mr. Proctor call the following language of Hermes, but an anticipation of the modern theory of evolution of species, when God has filled his powerful hands with those things which are in nature, and in that which compasseth nature, then shutting them close again, he said, Receive from me, O holy earth, that art ordained to be the mother of all, lest thou shouldst want anything. When presently opening such hands as it becomes a god to have, he poured down all that was necessary to the constitution of things. Here we have primeval matter imbued with the promise and potency of every future form of life, and the earth declared to be the predestined mother of everything that should thenceforth spring from her bosom. More definite is the language of Marcus Antoninus, in his discourse to himself. The nature of the universe delights not in anything so much as to alter all things, and present them under another form. This is her conceit to play one game and begin another. Matter is placed before her like a piece of wax, and she shapes it to all forms and figures. Now she makes a bird, then out of the bird a beast, now a flower, then a frog, and she is pleased with her magical performances as men are with their own fancies. Before any of our modern teachers thought of evolution, the ancients taught us, through Hermes, that nothing can be abrupt in nature, that she never proceeds by jumps and starts, that everything in her works is slow harmony, and that there is nothing sudden, not even violent death. The slow development from pre-existing forms was a doctrine with the Rosicrucian Illuminati. The Tres Matra showed Hermes the mysterious progress of their work, before they condescended to reveal themselves to medieval alchemists. Now, in the Hermetic dialect, these three mothers are the symbol of light, heat, and electricity, or magnetism, the two latter being as convertible as the whole of the forces or agents which have a place assigned them in the modern force correlation. Synesius mentions books of stone which he found in the temple of Memphis, on which was engraved the following sentence: "One nature delights in another, one nature overcomes another, one nature overrules another, and the whole of them are one." The inherent restlessness of matter is embodied in the saying of Hermes, "Action is the life of Ta," and Orpheus calls nature the mother that makes many things, or the ingenious, the contriving, the inventive mother. Mr. Proctor says, "All that is upon and within the earth, all vegetable forms and all animal forms, our bodies, our brains, are formed of materials which have been drawn in from those depths of space surrounding us on all sides." The Hermetists and the later Rosicrucians held that all things visible and invisible were produced by the contention of light with darkness, and that every particle of matter contains within itself a spark of the divine essence, or light, spirit, which, through its tendency to free itself from its entanglement and return to the central source, produced motion in the particles, and from motion forms were born. Says Hargrave Jennings, quoting Robertus de Fluctibus, "Thus all minerals in the spark of life have the rudimentary possibility of plants and growing organisms. Thus all plants have rudimentary sensations which might, in the ages, enable them to perfect and transmute into locomotive new creatures, lesser or higher in their grade, or nobler or meaner in their functions. Thus all plants and all vegetation might pass off, by side roads, into more distinguished highways, as it were, of independent, completer advance, allowing their original spark to light, to expand and thrill with higher and more vivid force, and to urge forward with more abounding informed purpose, all wrought by planetary influence directed by the unseen spirits, or workers of the great original architect." Light, the first mentioned in Genesis, is termed by the Kabbalists Sephirah, or the divine intelligence, the mother of all Sephiroth, while the concealed wisdom is the father. Light is the first begotten and the first emanation of the Supreme, and light is life, says the evangelist. Both are electricity, the life principle, the anima mundi, pervading the universe, the electric vivifier of all things. Light is the great protean magician, and under the divine will of the architect, its multifarious, omnipotent waves gave birth to every form as well as to every living being. From its swelling, electric bosom springs matter and spirit. With its beams lie the beginning of all physical and chemical action, and of all cosmic and spiritual phenomena. It vitalizes and disorganizes. It gives life and produces death, and from its primordial point gradually emerged into existence with the myriads of worlds, visible and invisible celestial bodies. It was at the ray of this first mother, 1 and 3, that God, according to Plato, lighted a fire, which we now call the sun, and which is not the cause of either light or heat, but merely the focus, or as we might say, the lens by which the rays of the primordial light become materialized, are concentrated upon our solar system, and produce all the correlations of forces. So much for the first of Mr. Proctor's two propositions. Now for the second. The work which we have been noticing comprises a series of 12 essays, of which the last is entitled Thoughts on Astrology. The author treats the subject with so much more consideration than is the custom of men of his class, that it is evident he has given it thoughtful attention. In fact, he goes so far as to say that, if we consider the matter aright, we must concede that of all the errors into which men have fallen in their desire to penetrate into futurity, astrology is the most respectable, we may even say the most reasonable. He admits that the heavenly bodies do rule the fates of men and nations in the most unmistakable manner, seeing that without the controlling and beneficent influences of the chief among those orbs, the sun, every living creature on earth must perish. He admits also the influence of the moon, and sees nothing strange in the ancients' reasoning by analogy. that if two among these heavenly bodies were thus potent in terrestrial influences, it was natural that the other moving bodies known to the ancients should be thought to possess all their special powers. Indeed, the professor sees nothing unreasonable in their supposition that the influences exerted by the slower moving planets might be even more potent than those of the sun himself. Mr. Proctor thinks that the system of astrology was formed gradually and perhaps tentatively. Some influences may have been inferred from observed events, the fate of this or that king or chief, guiding astrologers in assigning particular influences to such planetary aspects as were presented at the time of his nativity. Others may have been invented and afterward have found general acceptance, because confirmed by some curious coincidences. A witty joke may sound very prettily, even in a learned treatise, and the word coincidence may be applied to anything we are unwilling to accept. But a sophism is not a truism. Still less is it a mechanical demonstration, which alone ought to serve as a beacon. To astronomers, at least, astrology is a science as infallible as astronomy itself, with the condition, however, that its interpreters must be equally infallible. And it is in this condition, sine qua non, so very difficult of realization, that has always proved the stumbling block to both. Astrology is to exact astronomy what psychology is to exact physiology. In astrology and psychology, one has to step beyond the visible world of matter and enter into the domain of transcendent spirit. It is the old struggle between the Platonic and Aristotelian schools, and it is not in our century of Sadducean skepticism that the former will prevail over the latter. Mr. Proctor, in his professional capacity, is like the uncharitable person on the Sermon on the Mount, who is ever ready to attract public attention to the mote in his despised neighbor's eye, and overlook the beam in his own. Were we to record the failures and ridiculous blunders of astronomers, we are afraid they would be outnumbered by those of the astrologers. Present events fully vindicate Nostradamus, who has been so much ridiculed by our skeptics. In an old book of prophecies published in the 15th century, an edition of 1453, we read the following among other astrological predictions. In twice 200 years the bear, the crescent will assail, but if the cock and bull unite, the bear will not prevail. In twice 10 years again, let Islam know and fear, the cross shall stand, the crescent wane, dissolve and disappear. In just 200 years from the date of that prophecy, we had the Crimean War, during which the alliance of the Gallic cock and the English bull interfered with the political designs of the Russian bear. In 1856, the war was ended, and Turkey, or the Crescent, closely escaped destruction. In the present year, 1876, the most unexpected events of a political character have just taken place, and twice 10 years have elapsed since peace was proclaimed. Everything seems to bid fair for a fulfillment of the old prophecy. The future will tell whether the Muslim crescent, which seems indeed to be wanting, will irrevocably wane, dissolve, and disappear as the outcome of the present troubles. In explaining away the heterodox facts which he appears to have encountered in his pursuit of knowledge, Mr. Proctor is obliged more than once in his work to fall back upon these curious coincidences. One of the most curious of these is stated by him in a footnote, page 301, as follows. I do not here dwell on the curious coincidence, if indeed Chaldean astrologers had not discovered the ring of Saturn, that they showed the god corresponding within a ring in triple. Very moderate optical knowledge, such indeed as we may fairly infer from the presence of optical instruments among the Assyrian remains, might have led to the discovery of Saturnal rings and Jupiter's moons. Bel, the Assyrian Jupiter, he adds, was represented sometimes with 4 star-tipped wings, but it is possible that these are mere coincidences. In short, Mr. Proctor's theory of coincidence becomes finally more suggestive of miracle than the facts themselves. For coincidences, our friends the skeptics appear to have an unappeasable appetite. We have brought sufficient testimony in the preceding chapter to show that the ancients must have used as good optical instruments as we have now. Were the instruments in possession of Nebuchadnezzar of such moderate power? and the knowledge of his astronomers so very contemptible? When, according to Rawlinson's reading of the tiles, the Burz Nimrod, or Temple of Borsippa, had 7 stages, symbolical of the concentric circles of the 7 spheres, each built of tiles and metals to correspond with the color of the ruling planet of the sphere typified. Is it a coincidence again that they should have appropriated to each planet the color which our latest telescope discoveries show to be the real one? Or is it again a coincidence that Plato should have indicated in the Timaeus his knowledge of the indestructibility of matter, or conservation of energy, and correlation of forces? The latest word on modern philosophy, says Jowett, is continuity and development, but to Plato this is the beginning and foundation of science. The radical element of the oldest religions was essentially Sabaistic, and we maintain that their myths and allegories, if once correctly and thoroughly interpreted, will dovetail with the most exact astronomical notions of our day. We will say more, there is hardly a scientific law, whether pertaining to physical astronomy or physical geography, that could not be easily pointed out in the ingenious combinations of their fables. They allegorize the most important as well as the most trifling causes of the celestial motions. The nature of every phenomena was personified, and in the mythical biographies of the Olympic gods and goddesses, one well acquainted with the latest principles of physics and chemistry can find their causes, their interagencies, and mutual relations embodied in the deportment and course of action of the fickle deities. The atmospheric electricity in its neutral and latent states is embodied usually in demigods and goddesses, whose scene of action is more limited to earth and who, in their occasional flights to the higher deific regions, display their electric tempers always in strict proportion with the increase of distance from the earth's surface. The weapons of Hercules and Thor were never more mortal than when the gods soared into the clouds. We must bear in mind that before the time when the Olympian Jupiter was anthropomorphized by the genius of Phidias into the omnipotent god, the Maximus, the god of gods, and thus abandoned to the adoration of the multitudes, in the earliest and abstruse science of symbology he embodied in his person and attributes the whole of the cosmic forces. The myth was less metaphysical and complicated, but more truly eloquent as an expression of natural philosophy. Zeus, the male element of the creation, with Chthoniah, Vesta, the earth, and Metis, the water, the first of the Oceanides, the female principles, was viewed according to Porphyry and Proclus as the Zun Exun, the chief of living beings. In the Orphic theology, the oldest of all, metaphysically speaking, he represented both the potentia and actus, the unrevealed cause and the demiurge, or the active creator and an emanation from the invisible potency, in the latter demiurgic capacity in conjunction with his consorts. We find in him all the mightiest agents of cosmic evolution: chemical affinity, atmospheric electricity, attraction, and repulsion. It is in the following his representations in this physical qualification that we discover how well acquainted were the ancients with all the doctrines of physical science in their modern development. Later, in the Pythagorean speculations, Zeus became the metaphysical trinity, the monad evolving from its invisible self, the active cause, effect, and intelligent will, the whole forming the tetractys. Still later, we find the earlier Neoplatonists leaving the primal monad aside on the ground of its utter incomprehensibleness to human intellect, speculating merely on the demiurgic triad of this deity as a visible and intelligible in its effects, and thus the metaphysical continuation by Plotinus, Porphyry, and Proclus, and other philosophers of this view of Zeus the Father, Zeus Poseidon, or Dunami, the sun and power, and the spirit or nous. This triad was also accepted as a whole by the Iranic school of the 2nd century. The more substantial difference between the doctrines of the Neoplatonists and the Christians being merely the forcible amalgamation by the latter of the incomprehensible monad with its actualized creative trinity. In his astronomical aspect, Zeus Dionysus has his origin in the zodiac, the ancient solar year. In Libya, he assumed the form of a ram, and is identical with the Egyptian Amun, who begat Osiris, the Taurian god. Osiris is also a personified emanation of the father sun, and himself the sun in Taurus, the parent sun being the sun in Aries. As the latter, Jupiter is in the guise of a ram, and as Jupiter Dionysus or Jupiter Osiris, he is the bull. This animal is, as it is well known, the symbol of the creative power. Moreover, the Kabbalah explains, through the medium of one of its chief expounders, Simon ben Yochai, the origin of this strange worship of the bulls and cows. It is neither Darwin nor Huxley, the founders of the doctrine of evolution and its necessary complement, the transformation of species, that can find anything against the rationality of this symbol, except perhaps a natural feeling of uneasiness upon finding that they were preceded by the ancients even in this particular modern discovery. Elsewhere, we will give the doctrine of the Kabbalists as taught by Simon ben Yochai. It may be easily proved that from time immemorial, Saturn or Kronos, whose ring, most positively, was discovered by the Chaldean astrologers, and whose symbolism is no coincidence, was considered the father of Zeus, before the latter became himself the father of all the gods, and was the highest deity. He was the Bel or Baal of the Chaldeans, and originally imported among them by the Akkadians. Rawlinson insists that the latter came from Armenia. But if so, how can we account for the fact that Bel is but a Babylonian personification of the Hindu Siva, or Bala, the fire god, the omnipotent creative, and at the same time destroying deity, in many senses higher than Brahma himself? Zeus, says an Orphic hymn, is the first and the last, the head and the extremities. From him have proceeded all things. He is a man and an immortal nymph, male and female element, the soul of all things and the principal motor in fire. He is the sun and the moon, the fountain of the ocean, the demiurgus of the universe, one power, one God, the mighty creator and governor of the cosmos. Everything, fire, water, earth, ether, night, the heavens, Metis, the primeval architecturist, the Sophia of the Gnostics and the Sephira of the Kabbalists, the beautiful Eros, Cupid, all is included within the vast dimensions of his glorious body. This short hymn of laudation contains within itself the groundwork of every mythiopic conception. The imagination of the ancients proved as boundless as the visible manifestations of the deity itself, which afforded them the themes for their allegories. Still, the latter, exuberant as they seem, never departed from the two principal ideas which may be ever found running parallel in their sacred imagery: a strict adherence to the physical as well as moral or spiritual aspect of natural law. Their metaphysical researchers never clashed with scientific truths, and their religions may truly be termed the psychophysiological creeds of the priests and scientists, who built them on the traditions of the infant world, such as the unsophisticated minds of the primitive races received them, and on their own experimental knowledge, hoary with all the wisdom of the intervening ages. As the sun, what better image could be found for Jupiter emitting his golden rays than to personify this emanation in Diana, the all-illuminating Virgin Artemis, whose oldest name was Dictina, literally the emitted ray, from the word Decine. The moon is non-luminous, and it shines only by the reflected light of the sun, hence the imagery of his daughter, the goddess of the moon, and herself Luna, Astarte, or Diana. As the Cretan Dictina, she wears a wreath made of the magic plant Dictamnon, or Dictamus, the evergreen shrub whose contact is said at the same time to develop somnambulism and cure finally of it. And as Ilithia and Juno Pranumba, she is the goddess who presides over births. She is an Asclepian deity, and the use of the Dictamnus wreath in associating with the moon shows once more the profound observation of the ancients. This plant is known in botany as possessing strongly sedative properties. It grows on Mount Dicte, a Cretan mountain, in great abundance. On the other hand, the moon, according to the best authorities on animal magnetism, acts upon the juices and ganglionic system or nerve cells, the seat from whence proceed all the nerve fibers which play a prominent part in mesmerization. During childbirth, the Cretan women were covered with this plant, and its root were administered as best calculated to soothe acute pain and allay the irritability so dangerous at this period. They were placed, moreover, within the precincts of the temple sacred to the goddess, and if possible under the direct rays of the resplendent daughter of Jupiter, the bright and warm eastern moon. The Hindu Brahmins and Buddhists have complicated theories on the influence of the sun and moon, the male and female elements, as containing the negative and positive principles, the opposites of the magnetic polarity. The influence of the moon on women is well known. Write all the old authors on magnetism, and Ennemoser, as well as Dupotet, confirm the theories of the Hindu seers in every particular. The marked respect paid by the Buddhists to the sapphire stone, which was also sacred to Luna, in every other country, may be found based on something more scientifically exact than a mere groundless superstition. They ascribe to it a sacred magical power, which every student of psychological mesmerism will readily understand, for its polished and deep blue surface produces extraordinarily somnambulic phenomena. The varied influence of the prismatic colors on the growth of vegetation, and especially that of the blue ray, has been recognized but recently. The academicians quarreled over the unequal heating power of the prismatic rays until a series of experimental demonstrations by General Pleasanton proved that under the blue ray, the most electric of all, animal and vegetable growth was increased to a magical proportion. Thus, Amoretti's investigations of the electric polarity of precious stones shows that the diamond, the garnet, the amethyst are negative E, while the sapphire is positive E. Thus, we are enabled to show that the latest experiments of science only corroborate that which was known to the Hindu sages before any of the modern academies were founded. An old Hindu legend says that Brahma Prajapati, having fallen in love with his own daughter Ushas, heaven, sometimes the dawn also, assumed the form of a buck, Risya, and Ushas that of a female deer, Rohit, and thus committed the first sin. Upon seeing such desecration, the gods felt so terrified that, uniting their most fearful-looking bodies, each god possessing as many bodies as he desires, they produced Bhatavan, the spirit of evil, who was created by them on purpose to destroy the incarnation of the first sin committed by the Brahma himself. Upon seeing this, Brahma Hiranyagarbha repented bitterly and began repeating the mantras, or prayers of purification, and in his grief dropped on earth a tear, the hottest that ever fell from an eye, and from it was formed the first sapphire. This half-sacred, half-popular legend shows that the Hindus knew which was the most electric of all the prismatic colors. Moreover, the particular influence of the sapphire stone was as well defined as that of all the other minerals. Orpheus teaches how it is possible to affect the whole audience by means of a lodestone. Pythagoras pays a particular attention to the color and nature of precious stones, while Apollonius of Tyana imparts to his disciples the secret virtues of each, and changes his jeweled rings daily, using a particular stone for every day of the month, and according to the laws of judicial astrology. The Buddhists assert that the sapphire produces peace of mind, equanimity, and chases all evil thoughts by establishing a healthy circulation in man. So does an electric battery, with its well-directed fluid, says our electricians. The sapphire, say the Buddhists, will open barred doors in dwellings for the spirit of man. It produces a desire for prayer, and brings with it more peace than any other gem. But he who would wear it must lead a pure and holy life. Diana Luna is the daughter of Zeus by Proserpina, who represents the earth in her active labor, and according to Hesiod, as Diana Eleithia Lucina, she is Juno's daughter. But Juno, devoured by Kronos or Saturn and restored back to life by the Oceanid Métis, is also known as the Earth. Saturn, as the evolution of time, swallows the Earth in one of the anti-historical cataclysms. And it is only when Métis, the waters, by retreating in her many beds, freeze the continent, that Juno is said to be restored to her first shape. The idea is expressed in the 9th and 10th verses of the first chapter of Genesis. In the frequent matrimonial quarrels between Juno and Jupiter, Diana is always represented as turning her back on her mother and smiling upon her father, though she chides him for his numerous frolics. The Thessalian magicians are said to have been obliged, during such eclipses, to draw her attention to the earth by the power of their spells and incantations. And the Babylonian astrologers and magi never desisted in their spells until they brought about a reconciliation between the irritated couple, after which Juno radiantly smiled on the bright goddess. Diana, who, encircling her brow with her crescent, returned to her hunting place in the mountains. It seems to us that the fable illustrates the different phases of the moon. We, the inhabitants of the earth, never see but one half of our bright satellite, who thus turns her back to her mother Juno. The sun, the moon, and the earth are constantly changing positions with relation to each other. With the new moon, there is constantly a change of weather, and sometimes the wind and storms may well suggest a quarrel between the sun and the earth, especially when the former is concealed by grumbling thunderclouds. Furthermore, the new moon, when her dark side is turned toward us, is invisible, and it is only after a reconciliation between the sun and the earth that a bright crescent becomes visible on the side nearest to the sun. Though this time Luna is not illuminated by sunlight directly received, but by sunlight reflected from the earth to the moon, and by her reflected back to us. Hence the Chaldean astrologers and the magicians of Thessaly, who probably watched and determined as accurately as Babine the course of the celestial bodies, were said by their enchantments to force the moon to descend on earth, i.e., to show her crescent, which she could do but after receiving the radiant smile from her mother earth, who put it on after the conjugal reconciliation. Diana Luna, having adorned her head with her crescent, returns back to hunt in her mountains. As to calling in question the intrinsic knowledge of the ancients on the ground of their superstitious deductions from natural phenomena, it is as appropriate as it would be if 500 years hence our descendants should regard the pupils of Professor Balfour Stewart as ancient ignoramuses, and himself a shallow philosopher. If modern science, in the person of this gentleman, can condescend to make experiments to determine whether the appearance of the spots on the sun's surface is in any way connected with the potato disease, and finds it is, and that, moreover, the earth is very seriously affected by what takes place in the sun, why should the ancient astrologers be held up as either fools or arrant knaves? There is the same relation between natural and judicial or judiciary astrology as between physiology and psychology, the physical and the moral. If in later centuries these sciences were degraded into charlatanry by some money-making impostors, is it just to extend the accusation to those mighty men of old who, by persevering studies and holy lives, bestowed an immortal name upon Chaldea and Babylonia? Surely those who are now found to have made correct astronomical observations ranging back to within 100 years from the flood, from the top observatory of the cloud-encompassed bell, as Professor Draper has it, can hardly be considered impostors. If their mode of impressing upon the popular minds the great astronomical truths differed from the system of education of our present century, and appears ridiculous to some, the question still remains unanswered. Which of the two systems was the best? With them, science went hand in hand with religion, and the idea of God was inseparable from that of his works. And while in the present century there is not one person out of 10,000 who knows, if he ever knew the fact at all, that the planet Uranus is next to Saturn, and revolves about the sun in 84 years, and that Saturn is next to Jupiter, and takes 29.5 years to make one complete revolution in its orbit, while Jupiter performs his revolution in 12 years. The uneducated masses of Babylon and Greece, having impressed on their minds that Uranus was the father of Saturn and Saturn that of Jupiter, considering them furthermore deities as well as their satellites and attendants, we may perhaps infer from it that while Europeans only discovered Uranus in 1781, a curious coincidence is to be noticed in the above myths. We have but to open the most common book on astrology and compare the descriptions embraced in the fable of the 12 houses with the most modern discoveries of science as to the nature of the planets and the elements in each star, to see that without any spectroscope the ancients were perfectly well acquainted with the same. Unless the fact is again regarded as a coincidence, we can learn to a certain extent of the degree of the solar heat, light, and nature of the planet's extent, of the degree of the solar heat, light, and nature of the planets by simply studying their symbolic representations in the Olympic gods and the 12 signs of the zodiac, to each of which in astrology is attributed a particular quality. If the goddesses of our own planet vary in no particular from the other gods and goddesses, but all have a like physical nature, does not this imply that the sentinels who watch from the top of Bel's Tower, by day as well as by night, holding communion with the humorized deities, had remarked before ourselves the physical unity of the universe and the fact that the planets above are made of precisely the same chemical elements as our own? The sun in Aries, Jupiter, is shown in astrology as a masculine, diurnal, cardinal, equinoctial, easterly sign, hot and dry, and answers perfectly to the character attributed to the fickle father of the gods. When angry Zeus Acreos snatches from his fiery belt the thunderbolts which he hurls from the heaven, he rends the clouds and descends as Jupiter Pluvius in torrents of rain. He is the greatest and highest of gods, and his movements are as rapid as lightning itself. The planet Jupiter is known to revolve on its axis so rapidly that the point of its equator turns at the rate of 450 miles a minute. An immense excess of centrifugal force at the equator is believed to have caused the planet to become extremely flattened at the poles. And in Crete, the personified god Jupiter was represented without ears. The planet Jupiter's disk is crossed by dark belts, varying in breadth. They appear to be connected with its rotation on its axis, and are produced by disturbances in its atmosphere. The face of Father Zeus, says Hesiod, became spotted with rage when he beheld the Titans ready to rebel. In Mr. Proctor's book, astronomers seem especially doomed by Providence to encounter all kinds of curious coincidences, for he gives us many cases out of the multitude, and even of the thousands of facts. To this list we may add the army of Egyptologists and archaeologists who of late have been the chosen pets of the capricious Dame Chance, who moreover generally selects well-to-do Arabs and other Eastern gentlemen to play the part of benevolent genie to Oriental scholars in difficulties. Professor Ebers is one of the latest favored ones. It is a well-known fact that whenever Champollion needed important links, he fell in with them in the most various and unexpected ways. Voltaire, the greatest of infidels of the 18th century, used to say that if there were no God, people would have to invent one. Volney, another materialist, nowhere throughout his numerous writings denies the existence of God. On the contrary, he plainly asserts several times that the universe is the work of the All-Wise, and is convinced that there is a supreme agent, a universal and identical artificer, designated by the name of God. Voltaire becomes toward the end of his life Pythagoragorical, and concludes by saying, "I have consumed 40 years of my pilgrimage, seeking the philosopher's stone called truth. I have consulted all the adepts of antiquity, Epicurus and Augustine, Plato and Malebranche, and I still remain in ignorance. All that I have been able to obtain by comparing and combining the system of Plato, of the tutor of Alexander, Pythagoras, and the Oriental is this: chance is a word void of sense. The world is arranged according to mathematical laws. It is pertinent for us to suggest that Mr. Proctor's stumbling block is that which trips the feet of all materialistic scientists, whose views he but repeats. He confounds the physical and spiritual operations of nature. His very theory of the probable inductive reasoning of the ancients as to the subtile influences of the more remote planets, by comparison with the familiar and potent effects of the sun and moon upon our earth, shows the drift of his mind. Because science affirms that the sun imparts physical heat and light to us, and the moon affects the tides, he thinks that the ancients must have regarded the other heavenly bodies as exerting the same kind of influence upon us physically. and indirectly upon our fortunes. And here we must permit ourselves a digression. How the ancients regarded the heavenly bodies is very hard to determine, for one unacquainted with the esoteric explanation of their doctrines. While philology and comparative theology have begun the arduous work of analysis, they have as yet arrived at meager results. The allegorical form of speech has often led our commentators so far astray that they have confounded cause with effects and vice versa. In the baffling phenomena of force correlation, even our greatest scientists would find it hard to explain which of these forces is the cause and which the effect, since each may be both by turns and convertible. Thus, if we should inquire of the physicists, is it light which generates heat, or the latter which produces light? We would in all probability be answered that it is certainly light which creates heat. Very well, but how? Did the artificer first produce light, or did he first construct the sun, which is said to be the sole dispenser of light, and consequently heat? These questions may appear at first glance indicative of ignorance, but perhaps if we ponder them deeply, they will assume another appearance. In Genesis, the Lord first creates light, and 3 days and 3 nights are alleged to pass away before he creates the sun, the moon, and the stars. This gross blunder against exact science has created much merriment among materialists, and they certainly would be warranted in laughing if their doctrine that our light and heat are derived from the sun were unassailable. Until recently, nothing has happened to upset this theory, which, for the lack of a better one, according to the expression of a preacher, reigns sovereign in the empire of hypothesis. The ancient sun worshippers regarded the Great Spirit as nature God, identical with nature, and the sun as the deity, in whom the Lord of life dwells. Gamma is the sun according to the Hindu theology, and the sun is the source of the souls and all life. Agni, the divine fire, the deity of the Hindu, is the sun, for the fire and sun are the same. Ormazd is light, the sun god, or the life giver. In the Hindu philosophy, the souls issue from the soul of the world and return to it as sparks to the fire. But in another place, it is said that the sun is the soul of all things, all that has proceeded out of it and will return to it, which shows that the sun is meant allegorically here and refers to the central invisible sun, God, whose first manifestation was Sephira, the emanation of Ein Sof, light in short. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, says Ezekiel, I 4:22, etc., and the likeness of a throne, and as the appearance of a man above upon it. And I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about it. And Daniel speaks of the Ancient of Days, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, whose throne was the fiery flame, his wheels burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him, like the pagan Saturn, who had his castle of flame in the 7th heaven. The Jewish Jehovah had his castle of fire over the 7th heavens. If the limited space of the present work would permit, we might easily show that none of the ancients, the sun worshippers included, regarded our visible sun otherwise than an emblem of their metaphysical and visible central sun god. Moreover, they did not believe what our modern science teaches us, namely that light and heat proceed from our sun, and that it is this planet which imparts all life to our visible nature. His radiance is undecaying, says the Rig Veda. The intensely shining, all-pervading, unceasing, undecaying rays of Agni desist not, neither day nor night. This evidently related to the spiritual central sun, whose rays are all-pervading and unceasing, the eternal and boundless life-giver, he, the point, the center, which is everywhere, of the circle which is nowhere, the ethereal, spiritual fire, the soul and spirit of the all-pervading, mysterious ether, the despair and puzzle of the materialist, who will someday find that which causes the numberless cosmic forces to manifest themselves in eternal correlation is but a divine electricity, or rather galvanism, and that the sun is but one of the myriad magnets disseminated through space, a reflector, as General Pleasanton has it, that the sun has no more heat in it than the moon or the space-crowding host of sparkling stars, that there is no gravitation in the Newtonian sense, but only magnetic attraction and repulsion, and that it is by their magnetism that the planets of the solar system have their motions regulated in their respective orbits by the still more powerful magnetism of the sun, not by their weight or gravitation. This and much more they may learn, but until then we must be content with being merely laughed at, instead of being burned alive for impiety or shut up in an insane asylum. The laws of Manu are the doctrines of Plato, Philo, Zoroaster, Pythagoras, and of the Kabbalah. The esotericism of every religion may be solved by the latter. The Kabbalistic doctrine of the allegorical Father and Son is identical with the groundwork of Buddhism. Moses could not reveal to the multitude the sublime secrets of religious speculation, nor the cosmogony of the universe, the whole resting upon the Hindu illusion, a clever mask veiling the sanctum sanctorum, and which has misled so many theological commentators. The Kabbalistic heresies receive an unexpected support in the heterodox theories of General Pleasanton. According to his opinions, which he supports on far more unimpeachable facts than orthodox scientists theirs, the space between the sun and the earth must be filled with a material medium, which, so far as we can judge from his description, answers to our Kabbalistic astral light. The passage of light through this must produce enormous friction. Friction generates electricity, and it is this electricity and its correlative magnetism which forms those tremendous forces of nature that produce in, on, and about our planet the various changes which we everywhere encounter. He proves that the terrestrial heat cannot be directly derived from the sun, for heat ascends. The force by which heat is affected is a repellent one, he says, and as it is associated with positive electricity, it is attracted to the upper atmosphere by its negative electricity, always associated with cold, which is opposed to positive electricity. He strengthens his position by showing that the earth, which when covered with snow cannot be affected by the sun's rays, is warmest where the snow is deepest. This he explains upon the theory that the radiation of heat from the interior of the earth, positively electrified, meeting at the surface of the earth with the snow in contact with it, negatively electrified produces the heat. Thus he shows that it is not at all to the sun that we are indebted for light and heat. That light is a creation sui generis, which sprung into existence at the instant when the deity willed and uttered the fiat, "Let there be light," and that is the independent material agent which produces heat by friction, on account of its enormous and incessant velocity. In short, it is the first Kabbalistic emanation to which General Pleasanton introduces us, that Sephira, or divine intelligence, the female principle, which, in unity with Ein Sof, or divine wisdom, male principle, produced everything visible and invisible. He laughs at the current theory of the incandescence of the sun and its gaseous substance. The reflection from the photosphere of the sun, he says, passing through planetary and stellar spaces, must have thus created a vast amount of electricity and magnetism. Electricity, by the union of its opposite polarities, evolves heat and imparts magnetism to all substances capable of receiving it. The sun, planets, stars, and nebulae are all magnets, etc. If this courageous gentleman should prove his case, future generations will have but little disposition to laugh at Paracelsus and his sidereal or astral light, and at his doctrine of the magnetic influence exercised by the stars and planets upon every living creature, plant, or mineral of our globe. Moreover, if the Pleasanton hypothesis is established, the transcendent glory of Professor Tyndall will be rather obscured. According to public opinion, the general makes a terrible onslaught on the learned physicist for attributing to the sun calorific effects experienced by him in an alpine ramble that were simply due to his own vital electricity. The prevalence of such revolutionary ideas in science embolden us to ask the representatives of science whether they can explain why the tides followed the moon in her circling motion. The fact is, they cannot demonstrate even so familiar a phenomenon as this, one that has no mystery for even the neophytes in alchemy and magic. We would also like to learn whether they are equally incapable of telling us why the moon's rays are so poisonous, even fatal to some organisms, Why in some parts of Africa and India a person sleeping in the moonlight is often made insane. Why the crisis of certain diseases correspond with lunar changes. Why somnambulists are more affected at her full, and why gardeners, farmers, and woodmen cling so tenaciously to the idea that vegetation is affected by lunar influences. Several of the mimosae alternately open and close their petals as the full moon emerges from or is obscured by clouds. And the Hindus of Travancore have a popular but extremely suggestive proverb which says, "Soft words are better than harsh. The sea is attracted by the cool moon and not by the hot sun." Perhaps the one man or the many men who launched this proverb on the world knew more about the cause of such attraction of the waters by the moon than we do. Thus, if science cannot explain the cause of this physical influence, what can she know of the moral and occult influences that may be exercised by the celestial bodies on men and their destiny? And why contradict that which is impossible for her to prove false? Certain aspects of the moon affect tangible results so familiar in the experience of men throughout all time. What violence are we doing to logic in assuming the possibility that a certain combination of sidereal influences may also be more or less potential? If the reader will recall what is said by the learned authors of the unseen universe, as to the positive effect produced upon the universal ether by so small a cause as the evolution of thought in a single human brain, how reasonable it will be to appear that the terrific impulses imparted to this common medium by the sweep of the myriad blazing orbs that are rushing through the interstellar depths should affect us upon the earth which we live in a powerful degree. If astronomers cannot explain to us the occult law by which the drifting particles of cosmic matter aggregate into worlds, and then take their places in the majestic procession which is ceaselessly moving around some central point of attraction, how can anyone assume to say what mystic influences may or may not be darting through space and affecting the issues of life upon this and other planets? Almost nothing is known of the laws of magnetism and the other imponderable agents, almost nothing of their effects upon our bodies and minds. Even that which is known and moreover perfectly demonstrated is attributed to chance and curious coincidences. But we do know by these coincidences that there are periods when certain diseases, propensities, fortunes, and misfortunes of humanity are more rife than at others. There are times of epidemic in moral and physical affairs. In one epoch, the spirit of religious controversy will arouse the most ferocious passions of which human nature is susceptible, provoking mutual persecution, bloodshed, and wars. At another, an epidemic of resistance to constituted authority will spread over half the world, as in the year 1848. Rapid and simultaneous as the most virulent bodily disorder. Again, the collective character of mental phenomena is illustrated by an anomalous psychological condition invading and dominating over thousands upon thousands, depriving them of everything but automatic action, and giving rise to the popular opinion of demoniacal possession, an opinion in some sense justified by the satanic passions, emotions, and acts which accompany the condition. At one period, the aggregate tendency is to retirement and contemplation. Hence, the countless votaries of monachism and anchoritism. At another, the mania is directed toward action, having for its proposed end some utopian scheme, equally impracticable and useless. Hence, the myriads who have forsaken their kindred, their homes, and their country, to seek a land whose stones were gold, or to wage exterminating war for the possession of worthless cities and trackless deserts. The author from whom the above is quoted says that the seeds of vice and crime appear to be sown under the surface of society, and to spring up and bring forth fruit with appalling rapidity and paralyzing succession. In the presence of these striking phenomena, science stands speechless. She does not even attempt to conjecture as to their cause, and naturally, for she has not yet learned to look outside of this ball of dirt upon which we live, and its heavy atmosphere, for the hidden influences which are affecting us day by day, and even minute by minute. But the ancients, whose ignorance is assumed by Mr. Proctor, fully realize the fact that the reciprocal relations between the planetary bodies is as perfect as those between the corpuscles of the blood, which float in a common fluid, and that each one is affected by the combined influences of all the rest, as each in its turn affects each of the others. As the planets differ in size, distance, and activity, so differ in intensity their impulses upon the ether or astral light, and the magnetic and other subtile forces radiated by them in certain aspects of the heavens. Music is the combination and modulation of sounds, and sound is the effect produced by the vibration of the ether. Now, if the impulses communicated to the ether by the different planets may be likened to the tones produced by the different notes of a musical instrument, it is not difficult to conceive that the Pythagorean music of the spheres is something more than a mere fancy, and that certain planetary aspects may imply disturbances in the ether of our planet, and certain others rest in harmony. Certain kinds of music throw us into frenzy. Some exalt the soul to religious aspirations. In fine, there is scarcely a human creation which does not respond to certain vibrations of the atmosphere. It is the same with colors. Some excite us, and some soothe and please. The nun clothes herself in black to typify the despondency of a faith crushed under the sense of original sin. The bride robes herself in white. Red inflames the anger of certain animals. If we and the animals are affected by vibrations acting upon a very minute scale, why may we not be influenced in the mass by vibrations acting upon a grand scale, as the effect of combined stellar influences? We know, says Dr. Elam, that certain pathological conditions have a tendency to become epidemic, influenced by causes not yet investigated. We see how strong is the tendency of opinion once promulgated to run into an epidemic form. No opinion, no delusion is too absurd to assume this collective character. We observe also how remarkably the same ideas reproduce themselves and reappear in successive ages. No crime is too horrible to become popular. Homicide, infanticide, suicide, poisoning, or any other diabolical human conception. In epidemics, the cause of the rapid spread of that particular period remains a mystery. These few lines contain an undeniable psychological fact, sketched with a masterly pen, and at the same time a half-confession of utter ignorance. Causes not yet investigated. Why not be honest and add at once impossible to investigate with present scientific methods? Noticing an epidemic of incendiarianism, Dr. Elam quotes from the Annals de Hygiene Publique the following cases. A girl about 17 years of age was arrested on suspicion. She confessed that twice she had set fire to dwellings by instinct, by irresistible necessity. A boy about 18 committed many acts of this nature. He was not moved by any passion, but the bursting out of the flames excited a profoundly pleasing emotion. Who but has noticed in the columns of the daily press similar incidents? They meet the eye constantly, in cases of murder of every description, and of other crimes of a diabolical character. The act is attributed in 9 cases out of 10 by the offenders themselves to irresistible obsessions. Something whispered constantly in my ear. Somebody was incessantly pushing and leading me on. Such are the too frequent confessions of the criminals. Physicians attribute them to hallucinations of disordered brains, and call the homicidal impulse temporary lunacy. But is lunacy itself well understood by any psychologist? Has its cause ever been brought under a hypothesis capable of withstanding the challenge of an uncompromising investigator? Let the controversial works of our contemporary alienists answer for themselves. Plato acknowledges man to be the toy of the element of necessity, which he enters upon in appearing in this world of matter. He is influenced by external causes, and these causes are daemonia, like that of Socrates. Happy is the man physically pure, for his external soul, body, is pure. It will strengthen the second one, astral body, or the soul which is termed by him the higher mortal soul, which, though liable to err from its own motives, will always side with reason against the animal proclivities of the body. The lust of man arise in consequence of his perishable material body. So do other diseases. But though he regards crimes as involuntary sometimes, for they result like bodily disease from external causes, Plato clearly makes a wide distinction between these causes. The fatalism which he concedes to humanity does not preclude the possibility of avoiding them. For though pain, fear, anger, and other feelings are given to men by necessity, if they conquered these, they would live righteously, and if they were conquered by them, unrighteously. The dual man, i.e., one from whom the divine immortal spirit has departed, leaving but the animal form and the astral body. Plato's higher mortal soul is left merely to his instincts. For he was conquered by all the evils entailed on matter. Hence he becomes a docile tool in the hands of the invisibles, beings of sublimated matter, hovering in our atmosphere, and ever ready to inspire those who are deservedly deserted by their immortal counselor, the divine spirit, called by Plato genius. According to this great philosopher and initiate, one who lived well during his appointed time would return to the habitation of his star, and there have a blessed and suitable existence. But if he failed in attaining this in the second generation, he would pass into a woman, become helpless and weak as a woman. And should he not cease from evil in that condition, he would be changed into some brute, which resembled him in his evil ways, and would not cease from his toils and transformations until he followed the original principle of sameness and likeness within him, and overcame, by the help of reason, the latter secretions of turbulent and irrational elements, elementary daemons, composed of fire and air and water and earth, and returned to the form of his first and better nature. But Dr. Elam thinks otherwise. On page 194 of his book, A Physician's Problems, he says that the cause of the rapid spread of certain epidemics of disease, which he is noticing, remains a mystery. But as regards the incendiarism, he remarks that in all this we find nothing mysterious, though the epidemic is strongly developed. Strange contradiction. De Quincey, in his paper entitled Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, treats of the epidemic of assassination between 1588 and 1635, by which 7 of the most distinguished characters of the time lost their lives at the hands of assassins, and neither he nor any other commentator has been able to explain the mysterious cause of this homicidal mania. If we press these gentlemen for an explanation, which as pretended philosophers they are bound to give us, we are answered that it is a great deal more scientific to assign for such epidemics agitation of the mind, a time of political excitement, 1830, imitation and impulse, excitable and idle boys and hysterical girls, than to be absurdly seeking for the verification of superstitious traditions in a hypothetical astral light. It seems to us that if, by some providential fatality, hysteria were to disappear entirely from the human system, the medical fraternity would be entirely at a loss for explanations of the large class of phenomena now conveniently classified under the head of normal symptoms of certain pathological conditions of the nervous centers. Hysteria has been hitherto the sheet anchor of skeptical pathologists. Does a dirty peasant girl begin suddenly to speak with fluency different foreign languages hitherto unfamiliar to her, and to write poetry? Hysterics. Is a medium levitated in full view of a dozen of witnesses, and carried out of 1/3 story window and brought back through another? Disturbance of the nervous centers, followed by a collective hysterical delusion. A Scotch terrier caught in the room during a manifestation is hurled by an invisible hand across the room, breaks to pieces in his salto mortale, a chandelier under a ceiling 18 feet high, to fall down killed, canine hallucination. True science has no belief, says Dr. Fenwick, in Bulwer Lytton's strange story. True science knows but 3 states of mind: denial, conviction, and the vast internal between the two, which is not belief but the suspension of judgment. Such, perhaps, was true science in Dr. Fenwick's days. But the true science of our modern times proceeds otherwise. It either denies point blank, without any preliminary investigation, or sits in the interim, between denial and conviction, and, dictionary in hand, invents new Greco-Latin appellations for non-existing kinds of hysteria. How often have powerful clairvoyants and adepts in mesmerism described the epidemics and physical, though to others invisible, manifestations which science attributes to epilepsy, hemato-nervous disorders, and what not of somatic origin, as their lucid visions saw them in the astral light. They affirm that the electric waves were in violent perturbation, and that they discerned a direct relation between this ethereal disturbance and the mental or physical epidemic then raging. But science has heeded them not, but gone on with their encyclopedic labor of devising new names for old things. History, says Dupotet, the prince of French mesmerists, keeps but too well the sad records of sorcery. These facts were but too real, and lent themselves but too readily to dreadful malpractices of the art, to monstrous abuse. But how did I come to find out that art? Where did I learn it? In my thoughts? No, it is nature herself which discovered to me the secret. And how? By producing before my own eyes, without waiting for me to search for it, indisputable facts of sorcery and magic. What is, after all, somnambulistic sleep? A result of the potency of magic. And what is it which determines these attractions, these sudden impulses, these raving epidemics, rages, antipathies, crises, these convulsions which you can make durable? What is it which determines them, if not the very principle we employ, the agent so decidedly well known to the ancients? What you call nervous fluid or magnetism, the men of old called occult power, or the potency of the soul, subjection, magic. Magic is based on the existence of a mixed world placed without, not within us, and with which we can enter in communication by the use of certain arts and practices. An element existing in nature, unknown to most men, gets a hold of person and withers and breaks him down. As the fearful hurricane does a bulrush, it scatters men far away, it strikes them in 1,000 places at the same time, without their perceiving the invisible foe, or being able to protect themselves. All this is demonstrated, but that this element can choose friends and select favorites, obey their thoughts, answer to the human voice, and understand the meaning of trace signs, that is what people cannot realize, and what their reason rejects. And that is what I saw, and I can say it here most emphatically, that for me it is a fact and a truth demonstrated forever. If I entered into greater details, one could readily understand that there do exist around us, as in ourselves, mysterious beings who have power and shape, who enter and go out at will, notwithstanding the well-closed doors. Further, the great mesmerizer teaches us that the faculty of directing this fluid is a physical property resulting from our organization. It passes through all bodies. Everything can be used as a conductor for magical operations, and it will retain the power of producing effects in its turn. This is the theory common to all Hermetic philosophers. Such is the power of the fluid, that no chemical or physical forces are able to destroy it. There is a very little analogy between the imponderable fluids known to physicists and this animal magnetic fluid. If we now refer to medieval ages, we find, among others, Cornelius Agrippa telling us precisely the same. The ever-changing universal force, the soul of the world, can fecundate anything by infusing in it its own celestial properties. Arranged according to the formula taught by science, these objects receive the gift of communicating to us their virtue. It is sufficient to wear them, to feel them immediately operating on the soul as on the body. Human soul possesses, from the facts of its being of the same essence as all creation, a marvelous power. One who possesses the secret is enabled to rise in science and knowledge as high as his imagination will carry him. But he does that only on the condition of becoming closely united to this universal force, truth. Even the future can be made then ever present to the eyes of the soul. And this fact has been many times demonstrated by things coming to pass as they were seen and described beforehand. Time and space vanish before the eagle eye of the immortal soul. Her power becomes boundless. She can shoot through space and envelop with her presence a man. No matter at what distance, she can plunge and penetrate him through, and make him hear the voice of the person she belongs to, as if that person were in the room. If unwilling to seek for proof or receive information from medieval Hermetic philosophy, we may go still further back into antiquity, and select out of that great body of philosophers of the pre-Christian ages one who can least be accused of superstition and credulity. Cicero, speaking of those whom he calls gods, and who are either human or atmospheric spirits, we know, says the old orator, that all living beings man is the best formed, and as the gods belong to this number, they must have a human form. I do not mean to say that the gods have body and blood in them, but I say that they seem as if they had bodies with blood in them. Epicurus, from whom hidden things were as tangible as if he had touched them with his finger, teaches us that gods are not generally visible, but that they are intelligible, that they are not bodies having a certain solidity, but that we can recognize them for their passing images, that as there are atoms enough in the infinite space to produce such images, they are produced before us and make us realize what are these happy immortal beings. When the initiate, says Levi, in his turn, has become quite lucid, he communicates and directs at will the magnetic vibrations in the mass of astral light. Transformed in human light at the moment of the conception, the light, becomes the first envelope of the soul. By combination with the subtlest fluids, it forms the ethereal body, or the sidereal phantom, which is entirely disengaged only at the moment of death. To protect this ethereal body, and no matter what distance, to render it more objective and tangible by condensing over its fluidic form the waves of the parent essence, is the great secret of the adept magician. Theurgical magic is the last expression of occult psychological science. The academicians reject it as a hallucination of diseased brains, or brand it with the opprobrium of charlatanry. We deny to them most emphatically the right of expressing their opinion on a subject which they have never investigated. They have no more right, in their present state of knowledge, to judge of magic and spiritualism than a Fiji Islander to venture his opinion about the labors of Faraday or Agassiz. About all they can do on any one day is to correct the errors of the preceding day. Nearly 3,000 years ago, earlier than the days of Pythagoras, the ancient philosophers claimed that light was ponderable, hence matter, and that light was force. The corpuscular theory, owing to certain Newtonian failures to account for it, was laughed down, and the undulatory theory, which proclaimed light imponderable, accepted. And now the world is startled by Mr. Crookes weighing light with his radiometer. The Pythagoreans held that neither the sun nor the stars were the sources of light and heat, and that the former was but an agent, but the modern schools teach the contrary. The same may be said respecting the Newtonian law of gravitation. Following strictly the Pythagorean doctrine, Plato held that the gravitation was not merely a law of the magnetic attraction of lesser bodies to larger ones, but a magnetic repulsion of similars and attraction of dissimilars. Things brought together, says he, contrary to nature, are naturally at war and repel one another. This cannot be taken to mean that repulsion occurs of necessity between bodies of dissimilar properties, but simply that when naturally antagonistic bodies are brought together, they repel one another. The researches of Barth and Schweiger leave us with little or no doubt that the ancients were well acquainted with the mutual attractions of iron and the lodestone, as well as with the positive and negative properties of electricity, by whatever name they may have called it. The reciprocal magnetic relations of the planetary orbs, which are all magnets, was with them an accepted fact, and aerolites were not only called by them magnetic stones, but used in the mysteries for purposes to which we now apply the magnet. When therefore Professor A. M. Mayer of the Stevens Institute of Technology in 1872 told the Yale Scientific Club that the Earth is a great magnet, and that on any sudden agitation of the sun's surface, the magnetism of the Earth receives a profound disturbance in its equilibrium, causing fitful tremors in the magnets of our observatories, and producing those grand outbursts of the polar lights, whose lambent flames dance in rhythm to the quivering needle, he only restated in good English what was taught in good Doric untold centuries before the first Christian philosopher saw the light. The prodigies accomplished by the priests of the theurgic magic are so well authenticated, and the evidence, if human testimony is worth anything at all, is so overwhelming, that rather than confess that the pagan theurgists far outrivaled the Christians in miracles, Sir David Brewster piously concedes to the former the greatest proficiency in physics and everything that pertains to natural philosophy. Science finds herself in a very disagreeable dilemma. She must either confess that the ancient physicists were superior in knowledge to her modern representatives, or that there exists something in nature beyond physical science, and that spirit possesses powers of which our philosophers never dreamed. The mistake we make in some science we have specially cultivated, says Bulwer Lytton, is often only to be seen by the light of a separate science as especially cultivated by another. Nothing can be easier accounted for than the highest possibilities of magic, by the radiant light of the universal magnetic ocean, whose electric waves bind the cosmos together, and in their ceaseless motion penetrate every atom and molecule of the boundless creation. The disciples of mesmerism, howbeit insufficient their various experiments, intuitionally perceive the alpha and omega of the great mystery. Alone the study of this agent, which is the divine breath, can unlock the secrets of psychology and physiology, of cosmical and spiritual phenomena. Magic, says Sellis, formed the last part of the sacerdotal science. It investigated the nature, power, and quality of everything sublunary, of the elements in their parts, of animals, all various plants and their fruits, of stones and herbs. In short, it explored the essence and power of everything. From hence, therefore, it produced its effects. And it formed statues, magnetized, which procure health, and made all various figures and things, talismans, which could equally become the instruments of diseases as well as of health. Often, too, celestial fire is made to appear through magic, and then statues laugh and lamps are spontaneously enkindled. If Galvani's modern discovery can set in motion the limbs of a dead frog, and force a dead man's face to express, by the distortion of its features, the most varied emotions, from joy to diabolical rage, despair, and horror, the pagan priests, unless the combined evidence of the most trustworthy men of antiquity is not to be relied upon, accomplished the still greater wonders of making their stone and metal statues to sweat and laugh. The celestial, pure fire of the pagan altar was electricity drawn from the astral light. Statues, therefore, if properly prepared, might, without any accusation of superstition, be allowed to have the property of imparting health and disease by contact, as well as any modern galvanic belt or overcharged battery. Scholastic skeptics, as well as the ignorant materialists, have greatly amused themselves for the last 2 centuries over the absurdities attributed to Pythagoras by his biographer, Iamblichus. The Samian philosopher is said to have persuaded a she-bear to give up eating human flesh, to have forced a white eagle to descend to him from the clouds, and to have subdued him by stroking him gently with the hand, and by talking to him. On another occasion, Pythagoras actually persuaded an ox to renounce eating beans by merely whispering in the animal's ear. O ignorance and superstition of our forefathers, how ridiculous they appear in the eyes of our enlightened generations! Let us, however, analyze this absurdity. Every day we see unlettered men, proprietors of strolling menageries, taming and completely subduing the most ferocious animals, merely by the power of their irresistible will. Nay, we have at the present moment in Europe several young and physically weak girls, under 20 years of age, fearlessly doing the same thing. Everyone has either witnessed or heard of the seemingly magical power of some mesmerizers and psychologists. They are able to subjugate their patients for any length of time. Regazzoni, the mesmerist, who excited such wonder in France and London, has achieved far more extraordinary feats than what is attributed above to Pythagoras. Why, then, accuse the ancient biographers of such men as Pythagoras and Apollonius of Tyana of either willful misrepresentation or absurd superstition? When we realize that the majority of those who are so skeptical as to the magical powers possessed by the ancient philosophers, who laugh at the old theogonies and the fallacies of mythology, nevertheless have an implicit faith in the records and inspiration of their Bible, hardly daring to doubt even that monstrous absurdity that Joshua arrested the course of the sun, we may well say Amen to Godfrey Higgins. Just rebuke. When I find, he says, learned men believing Genesis literally, which the ancients, with all their failings, had too much sense to receive except allegorically, I am tempted to doubt the reality of the improvement of the human mind. One of the very few commentators on Old Greek and Latin authors who have given their just dues to the ancients for their mental development is Thomas Taylor. In his translation of Iamblichus's Life of Pythagoras, we find him remarking as follows: "Since Pythagoras, as Iamblichus informs us, was initiated in all the mysteries of Byblus and Tyre, in the sacred operations of the Syrians, and in the mysteries of the Phoenicians, and also that he spent 22 years in the aditya of temples in Egypt, associated with the Magians in Babylon, and was instructed by them in their venerable knowledge, it is not at all wonderful that he was skilled in magic or theurgy, and was therefore able to perform things which surpass merely human power, and which appear to be perfectly incredible to the vulgar. The universal ether was not, in their eyes, simply a something stretching, tenantless, throughout the expanse of heaven. It was a boundless ocean peopled like our familiar seas with monstrous and minor creatures, and having in its every molecule the germs of life. Like the finny tribes which swarm in our oceans and smaller bodies of water, each kind having its habitat in some spot to which it's curiously adapted, some friendly and some inimical to man, some pleasant and some frightful to behold, some seeking the refuge of quiet nooks and landlocked harbors, and some traversing great areas of water. The various races of the elemental spirits were believed by them to inhabit the different portions of the great ethereal ocean, and to be exactly adapted to their respective conditions. If we will only bear in mind the fact that the rushing of planets through space must create as absolute a disturbance in this plastic and attenuated medium as the passage of a cannon shot does in the air of that of a steamer in the water, and on a cosmic scale we can understand that certain planetary aspects, admitting our premises to be true, may produce much more violent agitation and cause much stronger currents to flow in a given direction than others. The same premises conceded, we may also see why, by various aspects of the stars, shoals of friendly or hostile elementals might be poured in upon our atmosphere, or some particular portion of it, and make the fact appreciable by the effects which ensue. According to the ancient doctrines, the soulless elemental spirits were evolved by the ceaseless motion inherent in the astral light. Light is force, and the latter is produced by the will. As this will proceeds from an intelligence which cannot err, for it has nothing of the material organs of human thought in it, being the superfine pure emanation of highest divinity itself, Plato's father, it proceeds from the beginning of time, according to immutable laws, to evolve the elementary fabric requisite for subsequent generations of what we term human races. All of the latter, whether belonging to this planet or to some other of the myriads in space, have their earthly bodies evolved in the matrix out of the bodies of a certain class of these elemental beings, which have passed away in the invisible worlds. In the ancient philosophy, there was no missing link to be supplied by what Tyndall calls a educated imagination, no hiatus to be filled with volumes of materialistic speculations made necessary by the absurd attempt to solve an equation with but yet one set of quantities. Our ignorant ancestors traced the law of evolution throughout the whole universe, as by gradual progression from the star cloudlet to the development of the physical body of man, the rule holds good. So far, the universal ether to the incarnate human spirit, they traced one uninterrupted series of entities. These evolutions were from the world of spirit into the world of gross matter, and through that back again to the source of all things. The descent of species was to them a descent from the spirit, primal source of all, to the degradation of matter. In this complete chain of unfoldings, the elementary, spiritual beings had as distinct a place midway between the extremes as Mr. Darwin's missing link between the ape and man. No author in the world of literature ever gave a more truthful or more poetical description of these beings than Sir E. Bulwer Lytton, the author of Zanoni, now himself a thing not of matter, but an idea of joy and light. His words sound more like the faithful echo of memory than the exuberant outflow of mere imagination. Man is arrogant in proportion of his ignorance. He makes the wise Menure say to Glinden, For several ages, he saw in the countless worlds that sparkle through space like the bubbles of a shoreless ocean. Only the petty candles that Providence has been pleased to light for no other purpose but to make the night more agreeable to man. Astronomy has corrected this delusion of human vanity, and man now reluctantly confesses that the stars are worlds larger and more glorious than his own. Everywhere, then, in this immense design, science brings new life to light. Reasoning, then, by evident analogy, is not a leaf, if not a drop of water, but is no less than yonder star, a habitable and breathing world. Nay, if even man himself is a world to other lives, and millions and myriads dwell in the rivers of his blood, and inhabit man's frame, as man inhabits earth. Common sense, if our schoolmen had it, would suffice to teach that the circumfluent infinite which you call space, the boundless impalpable which divides earth from the moon and stars, is filled also with its correspondent and appropriate life. Is it not a visible absurdity to suppose that being is crowded upon every leaf, and yet absent from the immensities of space? The law of the great system forbids the waste of even an atom. It knows no spot where something of life does not breathe. Well, then, can you conceive that space, which is the infinite itself, is alone a waste, is alone lifeless, is less useful to the one design of universal being than the peopled leaf, than the swarming globule? The microscope shows you the creatures on the leaf. No mechanical tube is yet invented to discover the nobler and more gifted things that hover in the illimitable air. Yet between these last and man is a mysterious and terrible affinity. But first, to penetrate this barrier, the soul with which you listen must be sharpened by intense enthusiasm, purified from all earthly desires. When thus prepared, science can be brought aid to it. The sight itself may be rendered more subtile, the nerves more acute, the spirit more alive and outward, and the element itself, the air, the space, may be made by certain secrets of the higher chemistry more palpable and clear. And this, too, is not magic, as the credulous call it. As I have so often said before, magic, a science that violates nature, exists not. It is but the science by which nature can be controlled. Now, in space, there are millions of beings, not literally spiritual, for they have all, like the animalcula, unseen by the naked eye, certain forms of matter, though matter so delicate, air-drawn, and subtile that it is, as it were, but a film, a gossamer that clothes the spirit. Yet in truth these races differ most widely, some of them surpassing wisdom, some of horrible malignity, some hostile as fiends to men, others gentle as messengers between the earth and heaven. Amid the dwellers of the threshold is one, too, surpassing in malignity and hatred all her tribe, one whose eyes have paralyzed the bravest, and whose power increases over the spirit precisely in proportion to its fear. Such is the insufficient sketch of elemental beings void of divine spirit, given by one whom many with reason believe to know more than was prepared to admit in the face of an incredulous public. In the following chapter, we will contrive to explain some of the esoteric speculations of the initiates of the sanctuary as to what man was, is, and may yet be, the doctrines they taught, and the mysteries. The source from which sprang the Old and partially the New Testament belonged to the most advanced notions of morality and religious revelations, while the literal meaning was abandoned to the fanaticism of the unreasoning lower classes of society. The higher ones, the majority of which consisted of initiates, pursued their studies in the solemn silence of the temples and their worship of the one God of heaven. The speculations of Plato in the Banquet on the creation of the primordial men and the essay on cosmogony in the Timaeus must be taken allegorically, if we accept them at all. It is this hidden Pythagorean meaning in Timaeus, Cratylus, and Parmenides, and a few other trilogies and dialogues, that the Neoplatonists ventured to expound, as far as the theurgical vow of secrecy would allow them. The Pythagorean doctrine that God is the universal mind diffused through all things, and the dogma of the soul's immortality, are the leading features in these apparently incongruous teachings. His piety and the great veneration Plato felt for the mysteries are sufficient warrant that he would not allow his indiscretion to get the better of that deep sense of responsibility which is felt by every adept, constantly perfecting himself in perfect mysteries. A man in them alone becomes truly perfect, says he in the Phaedrus. He took no pains to conceal his displeasure that the mysteries had become less secret than formerly. Instead of profaning them by putting them within the reach of the multitude, he would have guarded them with jealous care against all but the most earnest and worthy of his disciples. While mentioning the gods on every page, his monotheism is unquestionable, for the whole thread of his discourse indicates that by the term gods he means a class of beings far lower in the scale than deities, and but one grade higher than men. Even Josephus perceived and acknowledged this fact, despite the natural prejudice of his race. In his famous onslaught upon Apion, this historian says, "Those, however, among the Greeks who philosophized in accordance with truth were not ignorant of anything, nor did they fail to perceive the chilling superficialities of the mythical allegories, on which account they justly despised them. By which thing Plato, being moved, says it is not necessary to admit any one of the other poets into the commonwealth, and he dismisses Homer blandly, after having crowned him and pouring unguent upon him, in order that indeed he should not destroy by his myths the orthodox belief respecting one God." Those who can discern the true spirit of Plato's philosophy will hardly be satisfied with the estimate of the same which Jowett lays before his readers. He tells us that the influence exercised upon posterity by the Timaeus is partly due to a misunderstanding of the doctrine of its author by the Neoplatonists. He would have us believe that the hidden meanings which they found in this dialogue are quite at variance with the spirit of Plato. This is equivalent to the assumption that Jowett understands what the spirit really was, whereas his criticism upon this particular topic rather indicates that he did not penetrate it at all. If, as he tells us, the Christians seem to find in his work their Trinity, the Word, the Church, and the creation of the world, in a Jewish sense, it is because all this is there, and therefore it is but natural that they should have found it. The outward building is the same, but the spirit which animated the dead letter of the philosopher's teaching has fled, and we would seek for it in vain through the arid dogmas of Christian theology. The Sphinx is the same now, as it was 4 centuries before the Christian era. But the Oedipus is no more. He is slain because he has given to the world that which the world was not ripe enough to receive. He was the embodiment of truth, and he had to die, as every grand truth has to. Before, like the phoenix of old, it revives from its own ashes. Every translator of Plato's works remarked the strange similarity between the philosophy of the esotericists and the Christian doctrines, and each of them has tried to interpret it in accordance with his own religious feelings. So Corey, in his Ancient Fragments, tries to prove that it is but an outward resemblance, and does his best to lower the Pythagorean monad in the public estimation and exalt upon its ruins the latter anthropomorphic deity. Taylor, advocating the former, acts as unceremoniously with the Mosaic God. Zeller boldly laughs at the pretensions of the fathers of the Church, who, notwithstanding history and its chronology, and whether people will have it or not, insist that Plato and his school have robbed Christianity of its leading features. It is as fortunate for us as it is unfortunate for the Roman Church that such clever sleight of hand as that resorted to by Eusebius is rather difficult in our century. It was easier to pervert chronology for the sake of making synchronisms in the days of the Bishop of Caesarea than it is now, and while history exists, no one can help people knowing that Plato lived 600 years before Irenaeus took it into his head to establish a new doctrine from the ruins of Plato's older academy. This doctrine of God being the universal mind diffused through all things underlies all ancient philosophies. The Buddhistic tenets, which can never be better comprehended than when studying the Pythagorean philosophy, its faithful reflection, are derived from this source as well as the Brahmanical religion and early Christianity. The purifying process of transmigrations, the metempsychosis, however grossly anthropomorphized at a later period, must only be regarded as a supplementary doctrine, disfigured by theological sophistry with the object of getting a firmer hold upon the believers through a popular superstition. Neither Gautama Buddha nor Pythagoras intended to teach this purely metaphysical allegory literally. Esoterically, it explained in the mystery of the Konbom and relates to the purely spiritual peregrinations of the human soul. It is not in the dead letter of Buddhistical sacred literature that scholars may hope to find the true solution of its metaphysical subtleties. The latter weary the power of thought by the inconceivable profundity of its ratiocination, and the student is never farther from the truth than when he believes himself nearest its discovery. The mastery of every doctrine of the perplexing Buddhist system can be attained only by proceeding strictly according to the Pythagorean and Platonic method, from universals down to particulars. The key to it lies in the refined and mystical tenets of the spiritual influx of divine life. Whoever is unacquainted with my law, says Buddha, and dies in that state, must return to the earth till he becomes a perfect Samanian. To achieve this object, he must destroy within himself the trinity of Maya. He must extinguish his passions, unite and identify himself with the law, the teaching of the secret doctrine, and comprehend the religion of annihilation. Here, annihilation refers but to matter, that all the visible as well as of the invisible body, for the astral soul, perispirit, is still matter, however sublimated. The same book says that what Fo, Buddha, meant to say was that the primitive substance is eternal and unchangeable. Its highest revelation is the pure luminous ether, the boundless infinite space, not a void resulting from the absence of forms, but, on the contrary, the foundation of all forms and anterior to them. But the very presence of forms denotes it to be the creation of Maya, and all her works are as nothing before the uncreated being, spirit, in whose profound and sacred repose all motion must cease forever. Thus annihilation means, with the Buddhistical philosophy, only a dispersion of matter, in whatever form or semblance of form it may be. For everything that bears a shape was created, and thus must sooner or later perish, i.e., change that shape. Therefore, as something temporary, though seeming to be permanent, it is but an illusion, Maya. For as eternity has neither beginning nor end, the more or less prolonged duration of some particular form passes, as it were, like an instantaneous flash of lightning. Before we have the time to realize that we have seen it, it is gone and passed away forever. Hence, even our astral bodies, pure ether, are but illusions of matter, so long as they retain their terrestrial outline. The latter changes, says the Buddhist, according to the merits or demerits of the person during his lifetime, and this is metempsychosis. When the spiritual entity breaks loose forever from every particle of matter, then only it enters upon the eternal and unchangeable nirvana. He exists in spirit, in nothing. As a form, as shape, a semblance, he is completely annihilated, and thus will die no more, for spirit alone is no Maya, but the only reality in an illusionary universe of ever-passing forms. It is upon this Buddhist doctrine that the Pythagoreans grounded the principal tenets of their philosophy. Can that spirit which gives life and motion, and partakes of the nature of light, be reduced to non-entity, they ask? Can that sensitive spirit in brutes which exercises memory, one of the rational faculties, die and become nothing? And Whitelock Bulstrode, in his able defense of Pythagoras, expounds this doctrine by adding, if you say they, the brutes, breathe their spirits into the air, and there vanish, that is all I contend for. The air indeed is the proper place to receive them, being, according to Laertius, full of souls, and according to Epicurus, full of atoms, the principles of all things. For even this place wherein we walk and birds fly has so much of a spiritual nature, that it is invisible, and therefore may well be the receiver of forms. Since the forms of all bodies are so, we can only see and hear its effects. The air itself is too fine, and above the capacity of the age. When then is the ether in the region above? and what are the influences or forms that descend from thence? The spirits of creatures the Pythagoreans hold, who are the emanations of the most sublimated portions of ether. Emanations, breaths, but not forms. Ether is incorruptible. All philosophers agree in that. And what is incorruptible is so far from being annihilated when it gets rid of the form, that it lays a good claim to immortality. But what is that which has no body, no form, which is imponderable, invisible, and indivisible? That which exists and yet is not, asks the Buddhists. It is nirvana, is the answer. It is nothing, not a region, but rather a state. When once nirvana is reached, man is exempt from the effects of the four truths. For an effect can only be produced through a certain cause, and every cause is annihilated in this state. These four truths are the foundation of the whole Buddhist doctrine of nirvana. They are, says the book of Pradna Paramita, 1. The existence of pain, 2. The production of pain, 3. The annihilation of pain, 4. The way to the annihilation of pain. What is the source of pain? Existence, birth, existing, decrepitude, and death ensue. For wherever there is a form, there is a cause for pain and suffering. Spirit alone has no form, and therefore cannot be said to exist. Whenever man, the ethereal inner man, reaches that point when he becomes utterly spiritual, hence formless, he has reached a state of perfect bliss. Man, as an objective being, becomes annihilated. But the spiritual entity with its subjective life will live forever, for spirit is incorruptible and immortal. It is by the spirit of the teachings of both Buddha and Pythagoras that we can so easily recognize the identity of their doctrines. The all-pervading universal soul, anima mundi, is nirvana, and Buddha, as a generic name, is the anthropomorphized monad of Pythagoras. When resting in nirvana, the final bliss, Buddha is the silent monad, dwelling in darkness and silence. He is also the formless Brahm, the sublime but unknowable deity, which pervades invisibly the whole universe. Whenever it is manifested, desiring to impress itself upon humanity in a shape intelligent to our intellect, whether we call it an avatar or a king messiah, or a permutation of divine spirit, Logos, Christos, it is all one and the same thing. In each case, it is the Father, who is in the Son, and the Son in the Father. The immortal spirit overshadows the mortal man. It enters into him, and pervading his whole being, makes of him a god, who descends into his earthly tabernacle. Every man may become a Buddha, says the doctrine. And so throughout the interminable series of ages we find now and then men who more or less succeed in uniting themselves with God, as the expression goes, with their own spirit, as we ought to translate. The Buddhists call such men Arhat. An Arhat is next to a Buddha, and none is equal to him either in infused science or miraculous powers. Certain fakirs demonstrate the theory well in practice, as Jacoliet has proved. Even the so-called fabulous narratives of certain Buddhistical books, when stripped of their allegorical meaning, are found to be the secret doctrines taught by Pythagoras. In the Pali, books called the Uttakas are given the 550 incarnations or metempsychoses of Buddha. They narrate how he has appeared in every form of animal life and animated every sentient being on earth, from infinitesimal insect to the bird, the beast, and finally man, the microcosmic image of God on earth. Must this be taken literally? Is it intended as a description of the actual transformations and existence of one and the same individual, immortal, divine spirit, which by turns has animated every kind of sentient being? Ought we not rather to understand, with Buddhist metaphysicians, that though the individual human spirits are numberless, collectively they are one, as every drop of water drawn out of the ocean, metaphorically speaking, may have an individual existence and still be one with the rest of the drops going to form that ocean, for each human spirit is a scintilla of the one all-pervading light. That this divine spirit animates the flower, the particle of granite on the mountainside, the lion, the man? Egyptian hierophants, like the Brahmins and the Buddhists of the East, and some Greek philosophers, maintained originally that the same spirit that animates the particle of dust, lurking latent in it, animates man, manifesting itself in him in its highest state of activity. The doctrine also of a gradual refusion of the human soul into the essence of the primeval parent spirit was universal at one time. But this doctrine never implied annihilation of the higher spiritual ego, only the dispersion of the external forms of man after his terrestrial death as well as during his abode on earth. Who is better fitted to impart to us the mysteries of after death, so erroneously thought impenetrable, than those men who, having through self-discipline and purity of life and purpose, succeeded in uniting themselves with their God, were afforded some glimpses, however imperfect, of the great truth. And these seers tell us strange stories about the variety of forms assumed by disembodied astral souls, forms of which each one is a spiritual, though concrete reflection of the abstract state of the mind and thoughts of the once living man. To accuse Buddhistical philosophy of rejecting a supreme being, God, and the soul's immortality of atheism, in short, on the ground that according to their doctrines, nirvana means annihilation, and Svabhavat is not a person but nothing, is simply absurd. The N, or ayin, of the Jewish Ein Sof, also means nihil, or nothing, that which is not, quoad nos, but no one has ever ventured to twit the Jews with atheism. In both cases, the real meaning of the term nothing carries with it the idea that God is not a thing, not a concrete or visible being, to which a name expressive of any object known to us on earth may be applied with propriety. Chapter 9. Thou canst not call that madness, of which thou art proved to know nothing. Tertullian, Apology. This is not a matter of today or yesterday, but hath been from all times, and none hath told us whence it came or how. Sophocles. Belief in the supernatural is a fact natural, primitive, universal, and constant in the life and history of the human race. Unbelief in the supernatural begets materialism. Materialism, sensuality. Sensuality, social convulsions, amid whose storms man again learns to believe and pray. Guyot. If anyone think that these things incredible, let him keep his opinions to himself, and not contradict those who, by such events, are incited to study of virtue. Josephus. From the Platonic and Pythagorean views of matter and force, we will now turn to the Kabbalistic philosophy of the origin of man, and compare it with the theory of natural selection enunciated by Darwin and Wallace. It may be that we shall find as much reason to credit the ancients with originality in this direction, as in that which we have been considering. To our mind, no stronger proof of the theory of cyclical progression need be required than the comparative enlightenment of former ages and that of the patristic church, as regards the form of the earth and the movements of the planetary system. Even were other evidence wanting, the ignorance of Augustine and Lactantius, misleading the whole of Christendom upon these questions until the period of Galileo, would mark the eclipse through which human knowledge passes from age to age. The coats of skin mentioned in the 3rd chapter of Genesis as given to Adam and Eve are explained by certain ancient philosophers to mean the fleshy bodies with which, in the progress of cycles, the progenitors of the race became clothed. They maintained that the godlike physical form became grosser and grosser, until the bottom of what may be termed the last spiritual cycle was reached, and mankind entered upon the ascending arc of the first human cycle. Then began an uninterrupted series of cycles or yugas, the precise number of years of which each of them consisted remaining an inviolable mystery within the precincts of the sanctuaries, and disclosed only to the initiates. As soon as humanity entered upon a new one, the Stone Age, with which the preceding cycle had closed, began to gradually merge into the following and next higher age. With each successive age, or epoch, men grew more refined, until the acme of perfection possible in that particular cycle had been reached. Then the receding wave of time carried back with it the vestiges of human, social, and intellectual progress. Cycle succeeded cycle by imperceptible transitions. Highly civilized, flourishing nations waxed in power, attained the climax of development, waned and became extinct, and mankind, when the end of the lower cyclic arc was reached, was replunged into barbarism as at the start. Kingdoms have crumbled and nation succeeded nation from the beginning until our day, the races alternately mounting to the highest and descending to the lowest points of development. Draper observes that there is no reason to suppose that any one cycle applied to the whole human race. On the contrary, while man in one portion of the planet was in a condition of retrogression, in another he might be progressing in enlightenment and civilization. How analogous this theory is to the law of planetary motion, which causes the individual orbs to rotate on their axis, the several systems to move around their respective suns, and the whole stellar host to follow a common path around a common center. Life and death, light and darkness, day and night on the planet, as it turns about its axis and transverses the zodiacal circle representing the lesser and the greater cycles. Remember the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as in heaven, so on earth. Mr. Alfred R. Wallace argues with sound logic that the development of man has been more marked in his mental organization than in his external form. Man, he conceives to differ from the animal by being able to undergo great changes of conditions and of his entire environment. Without very marked alterations in bodily form and structure, the changes of climate he meets with a corresponding alteration in his clothing, shelter, weapons, and implements of husbandry. His body may become less hairy, more erect, and of a different color and proportions. The head and face is immediately connected with the organ of the mind, and as being the medium, expressing the most refined motions of his nature, alone change with the development of his intellect. There was a time when he had not yet acquired that wonderfully developed brain, the organ of the mind, which now, even in his lowest examples, raises him far above the highest brutes, at a period when he had the form but hardly the nature of man, when he neither possessed human speech nor sympathetic and moral feelings. Further, Mr. Wallace says that man may have been, indeed, I believe must have been, once a homogeneous race. In man, the hairy covering of the body has almost entirely disappeared. Of the cavemen of Les Isis, Mr. Wallace remarks further, the great breadth of the face, the enormous development of the ascending ramus of the lower jaw, indicate enormous muscular power in the habits of a savage and brutal race. Such are the glimpses which anthropology affords us of men, either arrived at the bottom of a cycle or starting in a new one. Let us see how far they are corroborated by clairvoyant psychometry. Professor Denton submitted a fragment of fossilized bone to his wife's examination, without giving Mrs. Denton any hint as to what the article was. It immediately called up to her pictures of people and scenes which he thinks belonged to the Stone Age. She saw men closely resembling monkeys, with a body very hairy, and as if the natural hair answered the purpose of clothing. I question whether he can stand perfectly upright. His hip joints appear to be so formed he cannot, she added. Occasionally I see part of the body of one of those beings that looks comparatively smooth. I can see the skin, which is lighter colored. I do not know whether he belongs to the same period. At a distance the face seems flat, the lower part of it is heavy. They have what I suppose would be called proganthous jaws. The frontal region of the head is low, and the lower portion of it is very prominent, forming a round ridge across the forehead, immediately above the eyebrows. Now I see a face that looks like that of a human being, though there is a monkey-like appearance about it. All these seem of that kind, having long arms and hairy bodies. Whether or not the men of science are willing to concede the correctness of the Hermetic theory of the physical evolution of man from higher and more spiritual natures, they themselves show us how the race has progressed from the lowest observed point to its present development. And as all nature seems to be made up of analogies, is it unreasonable to affirm that the same progressive development of individual forms has prevailed among the inhabitants of the unseen universe? If such marvelous effects have been caused by evolution upon our little insignificant planet, producing reasoning and intuitive men from some higher type of the ape family, why suppose that the boundless realms of space are inhabited only by disembodied angelic forms? Why not give place in that vast domain to the spiritual duplicates of these hairy, long-armed, and half-reasoning ancestors, their predecessors, and all the successors down to our time? Of course, the spiritual parts of such primeval members of the human family would be as uncouth and undeveloped as were their physical bodies. While they made no attempt to calculate the duration of the grand cycle, the Hermetic philosophers yet maintain that, according to the cyclic law, the living human race must inevitably and collectively return one day to that point of departure, where man was first clothed with coats of skin. Or, to express it more clearly, the human race must, in accordance with the law of evolution, be finally physically spiritualized. Unless Messrs. Darwin and Huxley are prepared to prove that the man of our century has attained, as a physical and moral animal, the acme of perfection, and evolution, having reached its apex, must stop all further progress with the modern genus Homo, we do not see how they can possibly confute such a logical deduction. In his lecture on the action of natural selection on man, Mr. Alfred R. Wallace concludes his demonstrations as to the development of the human races under that law of selection by saying that, if his conclusions are just, it must inevitably follow that the higher, the more intellectual and moral, must displace the lower and more degraded races, and the power of natural selection, still acting on this mental organization, must ever lead to the more perfect adaptation of man's higher faculties, to the condition of the surrounding nature, and to the exigencies of the social state, while his external form will probably ever remain unchanged, except in the development of that perfect beauty, refined and ennobled by the highest intellectual faculties and sympathetic emotions. His mental constitution may continue to advance and improve, till the world is again inhabited by a single, nearly homogeneous race, no individual of which will be inferior to the noblest specimens of existing humanity. Sober, scientific methods and cautiousness in hypothetical possibilities have evidently their share in this expression of the opinions of the great anthropologist. Still, what he says above clashes in no way with our Kabbalistic assertions, allowed to ever-progressing nature, to the great law of the survival of the fittest, one step beyond Mr. Wallace's deductions, and we have in future the possibility, nay, the assurance of a race, which, like the Vrilya of Bulwer Lytton's coming race, will be but one remove from the primitive sons of God. It will be observed that this philosophy of cycles, which was allegorized by the Egyptian hierophants in the circle of necessity, explains at the same time the allegory of the fall of man. According to the Arabian descriptions, each of the 7 chambers of the pyramids, those grandest of all cosmic symbols, was known by the name of a planet. The peculiar architecture of the pyramids shows in itself the drift of the metaphysical thought of their builders. The apex is lost in the clear blue sky of the land of the pharaohs, and typifies the primordial point lost in the unseen universe, from whence started the first race of the spiritual prototypes of man. Each mummy, from the moment that it was embalmed, lost its physical individuality. In one sense, it symbolized the human race, placed in such a way as was best calculated to aid the exit of the soul. The latter had to pass through the 7 planetary chambers before it made its exit through the symbolic apex. Each chamber typified, at the same time, one of the 7 spheres, and one of the 7 higher types of physico-spiritual humanity, alleged to be above our own. Every 3,000 years, the soul, representative of its race, had to return to its primal point of departure, before it underwent another evolution into a more perfected spiritual and physical transformation. We must go deep indeed into the abstruse metaphysics of Oriental mysticism before we can fully realize the infinitude of the subjects that were embraced at one sweep by the majestic thought of its exponents. Starting as a pure and perfect spiritual being, the Adam of the 2nd chapter of Genesis, not satisfied with the position allotted to him by the demiurgus, who is the eldest first begotten, the Adam Kadmon. Adam the second, the man of dust, strives in his pride to become creator in his turn. Evolved out of the androgynous Kadmon, this Adam is himself an androgyne. For, according to the oldest beliefs presented allegorically in Plato's Timaeus, the prototypes of our races were all enclosed in the microcosmic tree which grew and developed within and under the great mundane or macrocosmic tree. Divine spirit being considered a unity, however numerous the rays of the great spiritual sun, man has still had his origin like all other forms, whether organic or otherwise, in this one fount of eternal light. Were we even to reject the hypothesis of an androgynous man in connection with physical evolution, the significance of the allegory in its spiritual sense would remain unimpaired. So long as the first God-man, symbolizing the two first principles of creation, the dual male and female element, had no thought of good and evil, he could not hypostasize woman, for she was in him as he was in her. It was only when, as a result of the evil hints of the serpent, matter, the latter condensed itself and cooled on the spiritual man in its contact with the elements, that the fruits of the man-tree, who is himself that tree of knowledge, appeared to his view. From this moment the androgynal union ceased. Man evolved out of himself, the woman as a separate entity. They have broken the thread between pure spirit and pure matter. Henceforth they create no more spiritually and by the sole power of their will. Man has become a physical creator, and the kingdom of spirit can be won only by a long imprisonment in matter. The meaning of Gogard, the Hellenic tree of life, the sacred oak among whose luxuriant branches a serpent dwells and cannot be dislodged, thus becomes apparent. Creeping out from the primordial Ilus, the mundane snake grows more material and waxes in strength and power with every new evolution. The Adam Primus, or Kadmon, the Logos of the Jewish mystics, is the same as the Grecian Prometheus, who seeks to rival with the divine wisdom. He is also the Pymander of Hermes, or the power of the thought divine in its most spiritual aspect, for he was less hypostasized by the Egyptians than the two former. These all create men, but fail in their final object, desiring to endow man with an immortal spirit, in order that by linking the Trinity in one, he might gradually return to his primal spiritual state without losing his individuality. Prometheus fails in his attempt to steal the divine fire, and is sentenced to expiate his crime on Mount Kazbek. Prometheus is also the Logos of the ancient Greeks, as well as Heracles. In the Codex Nazareus, we see Bahak-Zivo deserting the heaven of his father, confessing that though he is the father of the genii, he is unable to construct creatures, for he is equally unacquainted with Orcus as with the consuming fire which is wanting in light. And Fetahil, one of the powers, sits in the mud, matter, and wonders why the living fire is so changed. All of these logi strove to endow man with the immortal spirit, failed, and nearly all are represented as being punished for the attempt by severe sentences. Those of the early Christian fathers, who, like Origen and Clemens Alexandrinus, were well versed in pagan symbology, having begun their careers as philosophers, felt very much embarrassed. They could not deny the anticipation of their doctrines in the oldest myths. The latest Logos, according to their teachings, had also appeared in order to show mankind the way to immortality, and in his desire to endow the world with eternal life through the Pentecostal fire, had lost his life agreeably to the traditional program. Thus was originated the very awkward explanation of which our modern clergy freely avail themselves, that all these mythic types show the prophetic spirit which, through the Lord's mercy, was afforded even to the heathen idolaters. The pagans, they assert, had presented in their imagery the great drama of Calvary, hence the resemblance. On the other hand, the philosophers maintained, with unassailable logic, that the pious fathers had simply helped themselves to a ready-made groundwork, either finding it easier than to exert their own imagination, or because of the greater number of ignorant proselytes who were attracted to the new doctrine by such an extraordinary resemblance with their mythologies, at least as far as the outward form of the most fundamental doctrine goes. The allegory of the fall of man and the fire of Prometheus is also another version of the myth of the rebellion of the proud Lucifer, hurled down to the bottomless pit, Orcus. In the religion of the Brahmins, Moishashur, the Hindu Lucifer, becomes envious of the Creator's resplendent light, and at the head of a legion of inferior spirits rebels against Brahma and declares war against him. Like Hercules, the faithful Titan, who helps Jupiter and restores to him his throne, Siva, the third person of the Hindu Trinity, hurls them all from the celestial abode in Handera, the region of eternal darkness. But here the fallen angels are made to repent of their evil deed, and in the Hindu doctrine they are all afforded the opportunity to progress. In the Greek fiction, Hercules, the sun god, descends to Hades to deliver the victims from their tortures. And the Christian Church also makes her incarnate God descend to the dreary Platonic regions and overcome the rebellious ex-archangel. In their turn, the Kabbalists explain the allegory in a semi-scientific way. Adam, the second, or the first created race, which Plato calls gods, and the Bible the Elohim, was not triple in his nature like the earthly man, i.e., he was not composed of soul, spirit, and body, but was a compound of sublimated astral elements into which the Father had breathed an immortal, divine spirit. The latter, by reason of its godlike essence, was ever struggling to liberate itself from the bonds of even that flimsy prison. Hence, the sons of God, in their imprudent efforts, were the first to trace a future model for the cyclic law. But man must not be like one of us, says the creative deity, one of the Elohim, entrusted with the fabrication of the lower animal. And thus it was, when the men of the first race had reached the summit of the first cycle, they lost their balance, and their second envelope, the grosser clothing, astral body, dragged them down the opposite arc. The Kabbalistic version of the sons of God, or of light, is given in the Codex Nazareus. Bahak, Zivo, the father of Genie, is ordered to construct creatures, but as he is ignorant of Orcus, he fails to do so and calls in Fetahil, a still purer spirit, to his aid, who fails still worse. Then steps on the stage of creation the spirit, which properly ought to be translated soul, for it is the anima mundi, and which with the Nazarenes and the Gnostics was feminine, and perceiving that for Fetahil, the newest man, the latest, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed, decrease and damage awakes Carabantos, who was frantic and without sense and judgment, and says to him, "Arise, see the splendor, light of the newest man, Fetahil, has failed to produce or create men. The decrease of this splendor is visible. Rise up, come with thy mother, the spiritus, and free thee from limits by which thou art held, and those more ample than the whole world." After which follows the union of the frantic and blind matter, guided by the insinuations of the spirit, not the divine breath, but the astral spirit, which by its double essence is already tainted with matter. And the offer of the mother being accepted, the spiritus conceives 7 figures, which Arrhenius is disposed to take for the 7 stellars, planets, but which represent the 7 capital sins, the progeny of an astral soul separated from its divine source, spirit and matter, the blind demon of concupiscence. Seeing this, Fetahil extends his hand toward the abyss of matter, and says, "Let the earth exist just as the abode of the powers had existed." Dipping his hand in the chaos, which he condenses, he creates our planet. Then the Codex proceeds to tell how Bahak Zivo was separated from the spiritus, and the genie or angels from the rebels. Then Mano, the greatest, who dwells with the greatest pharaoh, calls Keber Zivo, known also by the name of Nebat Ivar, Bar Eufin Ifafin, helm and vine of the food of life, he being the third life, and commiserating the rebellious and foolish genie, on account of the magnitude of their ambition, says, "Lord of the genie, aeons, see what the genie, the rebellious angels, do, and about what they are consulting. They say, let us call forth the world, and let us call the powers into existence. The genii are the principles, the sons of light, but thou art the messenger of life. And in order to counteract the influence of the seven badly deposed principles, the progeny of spirits, Kabar Zio, the mighty lord of splendor, procreates seven other lives, the cardinal virtues, who shine in their own form and light from on high, and thus reestablishes the balance between good and evil, light and darkness. But this creation of beings, without the requisite influx of divine pure breath in them, which was known among the Kabbalists as the living fire, produced but creatures of matter and astral light. Thus were generated the animals which preceded man on this earth. The spiritual beings, the sons of light, those who remained faithful to the great Pharaoh, the first cause of all, constitute the celestial or angelic hierarchy, the Adonim, and the legions of the never-embodied spiritual men, the followers of the rebellious and foolish genii, and the descendants of the witless seven spirits begotten by Karabantos. And the spirits became in course of time the men of our planet, after having previously passed through every creation of every one of the elements. From this stage of life they had been traced by Darwin, who shows us how our highest forms have been evolved out of the lowest. Anthropology dares not follow the Kabbalist in his metaphysical flights beyond this planet, and it is doubtful if its teachers have the courage to search for the missing link in the old Kabbalistic manuscripts. Thus was set in motion the first cycle, which in its rotations downward brought an infinitesimal part of the creative lives to our planet of mud. Arrived at the lowest point of the arc of the cycle, which directly preceded life on this earth, the pure divine spark still lingering in the atom made an effort to separate itself from the astral spirit, for man was falling gradually into generation, and the fleshly coat was becoming with very action more and more dense. And now comes a mystery, a sod, a secret which Rabbi Simeon imparted but to very few initiates. It was enacted once every 7 years during the mysteries of Samothrace, and the records of it are found self-printed on the leaves of the Tibetan sacred tree, the mysterious Kunbum in the lamasery of the holy adepts. In the shoreless ocean of space radiates the central spiritual and invisible sun. The universe is his body, spirit, and soul, and after this ideal model are framed all things. These three emanations are the three lives, the 3 degrees of the Gnostic pleroma, the 3 Kabbalistic faces, for the ancient of the ancient, the holy of the aged, the great Ein Sof, has a form and then he has no form. The invisible assumed a form when he called the universe into existence, says the Sohar. The Book of Splendor, the first light is his soul, the infinite, boundless, and immortal breath, under the efflux of which the universe heaves its mighty bosom, infusing intelligent life throughout creation. The second emanation condenses cometary matter and produces forms within the cosmic circle, sets the countless worlds floating in the electric space, and infuses the unintelligent, blind life principle into every form. The third produces the whole universe of physical matter. And as it keeps gradually receding from the central divine light, its brightness wanes and it becomes darkness and the bad, pure matter, the gross purgations of the celestial fire. Of the Hermetists. When the central invisible, the Lord Pharaoh, saw the efforts of the divine scintilla, unwilling to be dragged lower down into the degradation of matter, to liberate itself, he permitted it to shoot out from itself a monad, over which, attached to it as if by the finest thread, the divine scintilla, the soul, had to watch during its ceaseless peregrinations from one form to another. Thus the monad was shot down into the first form of matter, and became encased in stone. Then, in course of time, through the combined efforts of living fire and living water, both of which shone their reflection upon the stone, the monad crept out of its prison, to sunlight as a lichen. From change to change it went higher and higher, the monad with every new transformation borrowing more of its radiance of its parent, scintilla, which approached it nearer at every transmigration. For the first cause had willed it to proceed in this order, and destined it to creep on higher until its physical form became one more the atom of dust, shaped in the image of the atom Kadmon. Before undergoing its last earthly transformation, the external covering of the monad, from the moment of its conception as an embryo, passes in turn once more through the phases of the several kingdoms. In its fluidic prison, it assumes a vague resemblance at various periods of the gestation to plant, reptile, bird, and animal, and it becomes a human embryo. At the birth of the future man, the monad, radiating with all the glory of its immortal parent, which watches it from the seventh sphere, becomes senseless. It loses all recollection of the past and returns to consciousness, but gradually, when the instinct of childhood gives way to reason and intelligence. After the separation between the life principle, astral spirit, and the body takes place, the liberated soul, monad, exultingly rejoins the mother and father spirit. The radiant agoides and the two merged into one, forever form, with a glory proportioned to the spiritual purity of the past earth life, the atom who has completed the circle of necessity and is freed from the last vestige of his physical encasement. Henceforth, growing more and more radiant at each step of his upward progress, he mounts the shining path that ends at the point from which he started round the grand cycle. The whole Darwinian theory of natural selection is included in the first 6 chapters of the book of Genesis. The man of chapter 1 is radically different from the Adam of chapter 2, for the former was created male and female, that is, bisexed, and in the image of God, while the latter, according to the verse 7, was formed out of the dust of the ground and became a living soul, after the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Moreover, this Adam was a male being, and in the verse 20 we are told that there was not found a helpmeet for him. The Adonai, being pure spiritual entities, had no sex, or rather had both sexes united in themselves, like their Creator. And the ancients understood this so well that they represented many of their deities as of dual sex. The biblical student must either accept this interpretation or make the passages in the 2 chapters alluded to absurdly contradict each other. It was such literal acceptance of passages that warranted the atheist in covering the Mosaic account with ridicule, and it is the dead letter of the old text that begets the materialism of our age. Not only are these 2 races of beings thus clearly indicated in Genesis, but even a third and a fourth one are ushered before the reader in chapter 4, where the sons of God and the race of giants are spoken of. As we write, there appears in an American paper, the Kansas City Times, an account of important discoveries of the remains of a prehistoric race of giants, which corroborates the statements of the Kabbalist and the Bible allegories at the same time. It is worth preserving. In his researches among the forests of western Missouri, Judge E.P. West has discovered a number of conical-shaped mounds, similar in construction to those found in Ohio and Kentucky. These mounds are found upon the high bluffs overlooking the Missouri River, the largest and more prominent being found in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Until about 3 weeks ago, it was not suspected that the mound builders had made this region their home in the prehistoric days. But now it is discovered that this strange and extinct race once occupied this land, and have left an extensive graveyard and a number of high mounds upon the Clay County bluffs. As yet, only one of these mounds has been opened. Judge West discovered a skeleton about 2 weeks ago, and made a report to other members of the society. They accompanied him to the mound, and not far from the surface excavated and took out the remains of 2 skeletons. The bones are very large, so large, in fact, when compared with an ordinary skeleton of modern date, they appear to have formed part of a giant. The head bones, such as have not rotted away, are monstrous in size. The lower jaw of one skeleton is in a state of preservation, and is double the size of the jaw of a civilized person. The teeth in this jawbone are large and appear to have been ground down and worn away by contact with roots and carnivorous food. The jawbone indicates immense muscular strength. The thigh bone, when compared with that of an ordinary modern skeleton, looks like that of a horse. The length, thickness, and muscular development are remarkable. But the most peculiar part about the skeleton is the frontal bone. It is very low and differs radically from any ever seen in this section before. It forms one thick ridge of bone about 1 inch wide extending across the eyes. It is a narrow but rather heavy ridge of bone, which instead of extending upward, as does now in these days of civilization, receded back from the eyebrows, forming a flat head, and thus indicates a very low order of mankind. It is the opinion of the scientific gentlemen who are making these discoveries that these bones are the remains of a prehistoric race of men. They do not resemble the present existing race of Indians, nor are the mounds constructed upon any pattern or model known to have been in use by any race of men now in existence in America. The bodies are discovered in a sitting posture in the mounds, and among the bones are found stone weapons such as flint knives, flint scrapers, and all of them different in shape to the arrowheads, the war hatchets, and other stone tools and weapons known to have been in use by the aboriginal Indians of this land when discovered by the whites. The gentlemen who have these curious bones in charge have deposited them with Dr. Foe on Main Street. It is their intention to make further and closer researches in the mounds on the bluffs opposite this city. They will make a report on their labors at the next meeting of the Academy of Science, by which time they expect to be able to make some definite reports as to their opinions. It's pretty definitely settled, however, that the skeletons are those of a race of men not now in existence. The author of a recent and very elaborate work finds some causes for merriment over the union of the sons of God with the daughters of men, who were fair, as alluded to in Genesis, and described at great length in that wonderful legend, the Book of Enoch. More is the pity that our most learned and liberal men do not employ their close and merciless logic to repair its one-sidedness by seeking the true spirit, which dictated these allegories of old. The spirit was certainly more scientific than skeptics are yet prepared to admit. But with every year some new discovery may corroborate their assertions, until the whole of antiquity is vindicated. One thing at least has been shown in the Hebrew text, viz., that there was one race of purely physical creatures, another purely spiritual. The evolution and transformation of species required to fill the gap between the two has been left to abler anthropologists. We can only repeat the philosophy of men of old, which says that the union of these two races produced a third, the Adamite race. Sharing the natures of both its parents, it is equally adapted to an existence in the material and spiritual worlds. Allied to the physical half of man's nature is reason, which enables him to maintain his supremacy over the lower animals, and to subjugate nature to its uses. Allied to his spiritual part in his conscience, which will serve as his unerring guide to the besentment of the senses. For conscience is that instantaneous perception between right and wrong, which can only be exercised by the spirit, which, being a portion of the divine wisdom and purity, is absolutely pure and wise. Its promptings are independent of reason, and it can only manifest itself clearly when unhampered by the baser attractions of our dual nature. Reason being a faculty of our physical brain, one which is justly defined as that of deducing inferences from premises, and being wholly dependent on the evidence of other senses, cannot be a quality pertaining directly to our divine spirit. The latter knows, hence, all reasoning which implies discussion and argument would be useless. So an entity which, if it must be considered as a direct emanation from the eternal spirit of wisdom, has to be viewed as possessed of the same attributes as the essence or the whole of which it is part. Therefore, it is with a certain degree of logic that the ancient theurgists maintained that the rational part of man's soul, spirit, never entered wholly into man's body, but only overshadowed him, more or less through the irrational or astral soul, which serves as an intermediatory agent, or a medium between spirit and body. The man who has conquered matter sufficiently to receive the direct light from his shining agodies feels truth intuitionally. He could not err in his judgment, notwithstanding all the sophisms suggested by cold reason, for he is illuminated. Hence prophecy, vaticination, and the so-called divine inspiration are simply the effects of this illumination from above by our own immortal spirit. Swedenborg, following the mystical doctrines of the Hermetic philosophers, devoted a number of volumes to the elucidation of the internal sense of Genesis. Swedenborg was undoubtedly a natural-born magician, a seer, and he was not an adept. Thus, however closely he may have followed the apparent method of interpretation used by the alchemists and mystic writers, he partially failed. The more so that the model chosen by him in this method was one who, albeit a great alchemist, was no more of an adept than the Swedish seer himself, in the fullest sense of the word. Eugenius Philalethes had never attained the highest pyrotechny, to use the diction of the mystic philosophers. But although both have missed the whole truth in its details, Swedenborg has virtually given the same interpretation of the first chapter of Genesis as the Hermetic philosophers. The seer, as well as the initiates, notwithstanding their veiled phraseology, clearly show that the first chapters of Genesis relate to the regeneration or a new birth of man, not to the creation of our universe and its crown work, man. The fact that the terms of the alchemists, such as salt, sulfur, and mercury, are transformed by Swedenborg into ends, cause, and effect, does not affect the underlying idea of solving the problems of the Mosaic books by the only possible method, that used by the Hermetists, that of correspondences. His doctrine of correspondence, or Hermetic symbolism, is that of Pythagoras and of the Kabbalists, as above, so below. It is also that of the Buddhist philosophers, who, in their still more abstract metaphysics, inverting the usual mode of definition given by our erudite scholars, call the invisible types the only reality, and everything else the effects of the causes, or visible prototypes, illusions. However contradictory their various elucidations of the Pentateuch may appear on their surface, every one of them tends to show that the sacred literature of every country, the Bible as much as the Vedas or the Buddhist scriptures, can only be understood and thoroughly sifted by the light of Hermetic philosophy. The great sages of antiquity, those of the medieval ages, and the mystical writers of our modern times also, were all Hermetists. Whether the light of truth had illumined them through their faculty of intuition, or as a consequence of study and regular initiation, virtually they had accepted the method and followed the path traced to them by such men as Moses, Gautama Buddha, and Jesus. The truth, symbolized by some alchemists as dew from heaven, had descended into their hearts, and they had all gathered it upon the tops of mountains, after having spread clean linen cloths to receive it, and thus in one sense they had secured, each for himself and his own way, the universal solvent. How much they were allowed to share it with the public is another question. That veil which is alleged to have covered the face of Moses, when, after descending from Sinai, he taught his people the word of God, cannot be withdrawn at the will of the teacher only. It depends upon the listeners, whether they will also remain the veil which is upon their hearts. Paul says it plainly, and his words addressed to the Corinthians can be applied to every man or woman, and of any age in the history of the world. If their minds are blinded by the shining skin of divine truth, whether the hermetic veil be withdrawn or not from the face of the teacher, it cannot be taken away from their heart unless it shall turn to the Lord. But the latter appellation must not be applied to either of the three anthropomorphized personages of the Trinity, but to the Lord, as understood by Swedenborg and the Hermetic philosophers, the Lord who is life and man. The everlasting conflict between the world religions, Christianity, Judaism, Brahmanism, paganism, Buddhism, proceeds from this one source. Truth is known but to the few. The rest, unwilling to withdraw the veil from their own hearts, imagine it blinding the eyes of their neighbor. The God of every exotic religion, including Christianity, notwithstanding its pretensions to mystery, is an idol, a fiction, and cannot be anything else. Moses, closely veiled, speaks to the cliff-necked multitudes of Jehovah, the cruel anthropomorphic deity, as of the highest God, burying deep in the bottom of his heart that truth which cannot be either spoken of or revealed. Kapila cuts with the sharp sword of his sarcasms the Brahmin yogins, who in their mystical visions pretend to see the highest one. Gautama Buddha conceals, under an impenetrable cloak of metaphysical subtleties, the verity, and is regarded by posterity as an atheist. Pythagoras, with his allegorical mysticism and metempsychosis, is held for a clever impostor. and is succeeded in the same estimation by other philosophers like Apollonius and Plotinus, who were generally spoken of as visionaries if not charlatans. Plato, whose writings were never read by the majority of our great scholars but superficially, is accused by many of his translators of absurdities and puerilities, and even of being ignorant of his own language, most likely for saying, in reference to the Supreme, that a matter of that kind cannot be expressed by words, like other things to be learned, and making Protagoras lay too much stress on the use of veils. We could fill a whole volume with names of misunderstood sages, whose writings, only because our materialistic critics feel unable to lift the veil, which shrouds them, pass off in a current way for mystical absurdities. The most important feature of this seemingly incomprehensible mystery lies perhaps in the inevitable habit of the majority of readers to judge a work by its words and insufficiently expressed ideas, leaving the spirit of it out of the question. Philosophers of quite different schools may often be found to use a multitude of different expressions, some dark and metaphorical, all figurative and yet treating of the same subject, like the 1,000 divergent rays of a globe of fire. Every ray leads, nevertheless, to the central point. So every mystic philosopher, whether he be a devoutly pious enthusiast like Henry More, an irascible alchemist using a Billingsgate phraseology like his adversary, Eugenius Philalethes, or an atheist like Spinoza, all had one and the same object in view, man. It is Spinoza, however, who furnishes perhaps the truest key to a portion of this unwritten secret. While Moses forbids graven images of him whose name is not to be taken in vain, Spinoza goes farther. He clearly infers that God must not be so much as described. Human language is totally unfit to give an idea of this being who is altogether unique. Whether it is Spinoza or the Christian theology that is more right in their premises and conclusion, we leave the reader to judge for himself. Every attempt to the contrary leads a nation to anthropomorphize the deity in whom it believes, and the result is that given by Swedenborg. Instead of stating that God made man after his own image, we ought in truth to say that man imagines God after his image, forgetting that he has set up his own reflection for worship. Where then lies the true, real secret so much talked about by the Hermetists? That there was and there is a secret no candid student of esoteric literature will ever doubt. Men of genius, as many of the Hermetic philosophers undeniably were, would not have made fools of themselves by trying to fool others for several thousand consecutive years. That this great secret, commonly termed the Philosopher's Stone, had a spiritual as well as a physical meaning attached to it, was suspected in all ages. The author of Remarks on Alchemy and the Alchemists very truly observes that the subject of the Hermetic art is man, and the object of the art is the perfection of man. But we cannot agree with him that only those whom he terms money-loving sots ever attempted to carry a purely moral design of the alchemists into the field of physical science. The fact alone that man, in their eyes, is a trinity, which they divide into Sol, water of mercury, and sulfur, which is the secret fire, or, to speak plain, into body, soul, and spirit, shows that there is a physical side to the question. Man is the philosopher's stone spiritually, a triune or trinity in unity, as Philalethes expresses it. But he is also that stone physically. The latter is but the effect of the cause, and the cause is the universal solvent of everything, divine spirit. Man is a correlation of chemical physical forces, as well as a correlation of spiritual powers. The latter react on the physical powers of man in proportion to the development of the earthly man. The work is carried to perfection according to the virtue of a body, soul, and spirit, says an alchemist. For the body would never be penetrable were it not for the spirit, nor would the spirit be permanent in its supra-perfect tincture were it not for the body. Nor could these two act one upon another without the soul, for the spirit is an invisible thing, nor doth it ever appear without another garment, which garment is the soul. The philosophers by fire asserted through their chief, Robert Flood, that sympathy is the offspring of light, and antipathy hath its beginning from darkness. Moreover, they taught with other Kabbalists that contrarieties in nature both proceed from one eternal essence, or from the root of all things. Thus the first cause is the parent source of good as well as of evil. The Creator, who is not the highest God, is the father of matter, which is bad, as well as of spirit, which, emanating from the highest invisible cause, passes through him like through a vehicle, then pervades the whole universe. It is most certain, remarks Robertus de Fluctibus, Robert Flood, that as there are an infinity of visible creatures, so there is an endless variety of invisible ones, of diverse natures in the universal machine. Through the mysterious name of God, which Moses was so desirous of him, Jehovah, to hear and know, when he received from him this answer, Jehovah is my everlasting name. As for the other name, it is so pure and simple that it cannot be articulated, or compounded, or truly expressed by man's voice. All the other names are wholly comprehended within it, for it contains the property as well as nullity as volunty, of privation as position, of death as life, of cursing as blessing, of evil as good, though nothing ideally is bad in him, of hatred and discord, and consequently of sympathy and antipathy. Lowest in the scale of being are those invisible creatures called by the Kabbalists the elementary. There are three distinct classes of these. The highest, in intelligence and cunning, are the so-called terrestrial spirits, of which we will speak more categorically in other parts of this work. Suffice to say, for the present, they are the larvae, or shadows of those who lived on earth, have refused all spiritual light, remained and died deeply immersed in the mire of matter. And from those sinful souls the immortal spirit has gradually separated. The second class is composed of the invisible antitypes to the men to be born. No form can come into objective existence, from the highest to the lowest, before the abstract ideal of this form, or, as Aristotle would call it, the privation of this form, is called forth. Before an artist paints a picture, every feature of it exists already in his imagination. To have enabled us to discern a watch, this particular watch must have existed in its abstract form in the watchmaker's mind. So with future men. According to Aristotle's doctrine, there are three principles of natural bodies: privation, matter, and form. These principles may be applied in this particular case. The privation of the child, which is to be, we will locate in the universal mind of the great architect of the universe. The privation of the child which is to be, we will locate in the invisible mind of the great architect of the universe. Privation not being considered in the Aristotelic philosophy as a principle in the composition of bodies, but as an external property in their production. For the production is a change by which the matter passes from the shape it has, not to that which it assumes. Though the privation of the unborn child's form, as well as the future form of the unmade watch, is that which is neither substance nor extension nor quality as yet, nor any kind of existence, it is still something which is, though it outlines, in order to be, must acquire an objective form. The abstract must become concrete, in short. Thus, as soon as this privation of matter is transmitted by energy to universal ether, it becomes a material form, however sublimated. If modern science teaches that human thought affects the matter of another universe simultaneously with this, how can he who believes in an intelligent first cause deny that the divine thought is equally transmitted, by the same law of energy, to our common mediator, the universal ether, the world soul? And if so, then it must follow that once there, the divine thought manifests itself objectively, energy faithfully reproducing the outlines of that whose privation was first born in the divine mind. Only it must not be understood that this thought creates matter. No, it creates but the design for the future form, the matter which serves to make this design having always been in existence, and having been prepared to form a human body, through a series of progressive transformations, as the result of evolution. Forms pass, ideas that created them and the material which gave them the objectiveness remain. These models, as yet devoid of immortal spirits, are elementals, properly speaking, psychic embryos, which, when their time arrives, die out of the invisible world and are born into this visible one as human infants, receiving in transitu that divine breath called spirit, which completes the perfect man. This class cannot communicate objectively with men. The third class are the elementals proper, which never evolve into human beings but occupy, as it were, a specific step of the ladder of being, and by comparison with the others, may properly be called nature spirits or cosmic agents of nature, each being confined to its own element and never transgressing the bounds of others. These are what Tertullian called the princes of the powers of the air. This class is believed to possess but one of the three attributes of man. They have neither immortal spirits nor tangible bodies, only astral forms, which partake, in a distinguishing degree, They have neither immortal spirits nor tangible bodies, only astral forms, which partake in a distinguishing degree of the element to which they belong and also of the ether. They are a combination of sublimated matter and a rudimental mind. Some are changeless, but still have no separate individuality, acting collectively, so to say. Others, of certain elements and species, change form under a fixed law which Kabbalists explain. The most solid of their bodies is ordinarily just immaterial enough to escape perception by our physical eyesight, but not so unsubstantial, but that they can be perfectly organized by the inner or clairvoyant vision. They not only exist and can all live in ether, but can handle and direct it for the production of physical effects, as readily as we can compress air or water for the same purpose by pneumatic and hydraulic apparatus, in which occupation they are readily helped by the human elementary. More than this, they can so condense it as to make to themselves tangible bodies, which by their protean powers they can cause to assume such likeness as they choose, by taking as their models the portraits they find stamped in the memory of the persons present. It is not necessary that the sitter should be thinking at the moment of the one represented. His image may have faded many years before. The mind receives indelible impression even from chance acquaintance or persons encountered but once, as a few seconds' exposure of the sensitized photograph plate is all that is requisite to preserve indefinitely the image of the sitter. So it is with the mind. According to the doctrine of Proclus, the uppermost regions from the zenith of the universe to the moon belonged to the gods or planetary spirits, according to their hierarchies and classes. The highest among them were the 12 upper Uranonoi, or supercelestial gods, having whole legions of subordinate demons at their command. They are followed next in rank and power by the Agosmai, the intercosmic gods, each of these presiding over a great number of demons, to whom they impart their power and change it from one to another at will. These are evidently the personified forces of nature in their mutual correlation, the latter being represented by the third class or the elementals we have just described. Further on he shows, on the principle of the Hermetic axiom of types and prototypes, that the lower spheres have their subdivisions and classes of beings as well as the upper celestial ones, the former being always subordinate to the higher ones. He held that the four elements are filled with demons, maintaining with Aristotle that the universe is full and that there is no void in nature. The demons of the earth, air, fire, and water are of an elastic, ethereal, semi-corporeal essence. It is these classes which officiate as intermediate agents between the gods and men. Although lower in intelligence than the sixth order of the higher demons, these beings preside directly over the elements and organic life. They direct the growth, the inflorescence, the properties, and various changes of plants. They are the personified ideas of virtues shed from the heavenly Yule into the inorganic matter. And as the vegetable kingdom is one remove higher than the mineral, these emanations from the celestial gods take form and being in the plant. They become its soul. It is that which Aristotle's doctrine terms the form in the three principles of natural bodies, classified by him as privation, matter, and form. His philosophy teaches that besides the original matter, another principle is necessary to complete the triune nature of every particle, and this is form, an invisible but still in an ontological sense of the word, a substantial being, really distinct from matter proper. Thus, in an animal or a plant, besides the bones, the flesh, the nerves, the brains, and the blood, in the former, and besides the pulpy matter, tissues, fibers, and juice in the latter, which blood and juice, by circulating through the veins and fibers, nourishes all parts of both animal and plant, and besides the animal spirits, which are the principles of motion, and the chemical energy which is transformed into vital force in the green leaf. There must be a substantial form, which Aristotle called in the horse's soul, Proclus, the demon of every mineral, plant, or animal, and the medieval philosophers, the elementary spirits of the four kingdoms. All this is held in our century as metaphysics and gross superstition. Still, on strictly ontological principles, there is in these old hypotheses some shadow of probability, some clue to the perplexing missing links of exact science. The latter has become so dogmatical of late that all that lies beyond the ken of inductive science is termed imaginary, and we find Professor Joseph Leconte stating that some of the best scientists ridicule the use of the term vital force or vitality as a remnant of superstition. De Candolle suggests the term vital movement instead of vital force, thus preparing for a final scientific leap which will transform the immortal, thinking man into an automaton with a clockwork inside him. But, objects Leconte, can we conceive of movement without force? And if the movement is peculiar, so also is the form of force. In the Jewish Kabbalah, the nature spirits were known under the general name of Shadim and divided into four classes. The Persians called them all devs, the Greeks indistinctly designated them as demons, the Egyptians knew them as Afritis, the ancient Mexicans, says Kaiser, believed in numerous spirit abodes, into one of which the shades of innocent children were placed until final disposal. Into another, situated in the sun, ascended the valiant souls of heroes, while the hideous spectres of incorrigible sinners were sentenced to wander in despair in subterranean caves, held in the bonds of the earth atmosphere, unwilling and unable to liberate themselves. They passed their time in communicating with mortals and frightening those who could see them. Some of the African tribes know them as Yawahoos. In the Indian pantheon, there are no less than 330 million of various kinds of spirits, including elementals, which the latter were termed by the Brahmins the Daityas. These beings are known by the adepts to be attracted toward certain quarters of the heavens by something of the same mysterious property which makes the magnetic needle turn toward the north, and certain plants to obey the same attraction. The various races are also believed to have special sympathy with certain human temperaments, and to more readily exert power over such than others. Thus, a bilious, lymphatic, nervous, and sanguine person would be affected favorably or otherwise by conditions of the astral light, resulting from the different aspects of the planetary bodies. Having reached this general principle, after recorded observations extending over an indefinite series of years or ages, the adept astrologer would require only to know what the planetary aspects were at a given anterior date, and to apply his knowledge of the succeeding changes in the heavenly bodies, to be able to trace with approximate accuracy the varying fortunes of the personage whose horoscope was required, and even to predict the future. The accuracy of the horoscope would depend, of course, no less upon the astrologer's knowledge of the occult forces and races of nature than upon his astronomical erudition. Eliphas Levi expounds with reasonable clearness in his Dogme et Rituel de la Haute Magie the law of reciprocal influences between the planets and their combined effect on the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, as well as upon ourselves. He states that the astral atmosphere is as constantly changing from day to day and from hour to hour as the air we breathe. He quotes approvingly the doctrine of Paracelsus that every man, animal, and plant bears external and internal evidences of the influences dominant at the moment of germinal development. He repeats the old Kabbalistic doctrine that nothing is unimportant in nature, and that even so small a thing as the birth of one child upon our insignificant planet has its effect upon the universe, as the whole universe has its own reactive influence upon him. The stars, he remarks, are linked to each other by attractions which hold them in equilibrium and cause them to move with regularity through space. This network of light stretches from all the spheres to all the spheres, and there is not a point upon any planet to which it is not attracted one of these indestructible threads. The precise locality, as well as the hour of birth, should then be calculated by the true adept in astrology. Then, when he shall have made the exact calculation of the astral influences, it remains for him to count the chances of his position in life, the helps or hindrances he is likely to encounter, and his natural impulses toward the accomplishment of his destiny. He also asserts that the individual force of the person, as indicating his ability to conquer difficulties and subdue unfavorable propensities, and so carve out his fortune, or to passively await what blind fate may bring, must be taken into account. A consideration of the subject from the standpoint of the ancients affords us, it will be seen, a very different view from that taken by Professor Tyndall in his famous Belfast address. To supersensual beings, says he, which, however potent and invisible, were nothing but species of human creatures, perhaps raised from among mankind, and retaining all human passions and appetites, were handed over the rule and governance of natural phenomena. To enforce his point, Mr. Tyndall conveniently quotes from Euripides, the familiar passage in Hume. The gods toss all into confusion, mix everything with its reverse, that all of us, from our ignorance and uncertainty, may pay them the more worship and reverence. Although enunciating in Chrysippus several Pythagorean doctrines, Euripides is considered by every ancient writer as heterodox. Therefore, the quotation proceeding from this philosopher does not at all strengthen Mr. Tyndall's argument. As to the human spirit, the notions of the older philosophers and medieval Kabbalists, while differing in some particulars, agreed on the whole, so the doctrine of one may be viewed as the doctrine of the other. The most substantial difference consisting in the location of the immortal or divine spirit of man. While the ancient Neoplatonists held that the Ogyges never descends hypostatically into the living man, but only sheds more or less its radiance on the inner man, the astral soul. The Kabbalists of the Middle Ages maintained that the spirit, detaching itself from the ocean of light and spirit, entered into man's soul, where it remained throughout life imprisoned in the astral capsule. This difference was the result of the belief of the Christian Kabbalists, more or less in the dead letter of the allegory of the fall of man. The soul, they said, became, through the fall of Adam, contaminated with the world of matter, or Satan, before it could appear with its enclosed divine spirit in the presence of the eternal. It had to purify itself of the impurities of darkness. They compared the spirit imprisoned within the soul to a drop of water enclosed within a capsule of gelatin and thrown into the ocean. So long as the capsule remained whole, the drop of water remains isolated. Break the envelope and the drop becomes a part of the ocean. Its individual existence has ceased. So it is with the spirit. As long as it is enclosed in its plastic mediator, or soul, it has an individual existence. Destroy the capsule, a result which may occur from the agonies of withered conscience, crime, and moral disease, and the spirit returns back to its original abode. Its individuality is gone. On the other hand, the philosophers who explained the fall into generation, in their own way, viewed spirit as something wholly distinct from the soul. They allowed its presence in the astral capsule only so far as the spiritual emanations or rays from the Shining One were concerned. Man and soul had to conquer their immortality by ascending toward the unity with which, if successful, they were finally linked, and into which they were absorbed, so to say. The individualization of man after death depended on the spirit, not on his soul and body. Although the word personality, in the sense in which it is usually understood, is an absurdity, if applied literally to our immortal essence, still the latter is a distinct entity, immortal and eternal per se, and as is in the case of criminals beyond redemption, when the shining thread which links the spirit to the soul, from the moment of the birth of a child, is violently snapped, and the disembodied entity is left to share the fate of the lower animals, to gradually dissolve into ether and have its individuality annihilated. Even then, the spirit remains a distinct being. It becomes a planetary spirit, an angel, for the gods of the pagan or the archangels of the Christian, the direct emanations of the first cause, notwithstanding the hazardous statement of Swedenborg, never were or will be men, on our planet at least. This specialization has been in all ages the stumbling block of metaphysicians. The whole esoteric of the Buddhistic philosophy is based on the mysterious teaching, understood by so few persons and so totally misrepresented by many of the most learned scholars. Even metaphysicians are too inclined to confound the effect with the cause. A person may have won his immortal life and remain the same inner self as was on earth, throughout all eternity. But this does not imply necessarily that he must either remain Mr. Smith or Brown he was on earth, or lose his individuality. Therefore, the astral soul and terrestrial body of man may, in the dark hereafter, be absorbed into the cosmical ocean of sublimated elements, and cease to feel his ego if this ego did not deserve to soar higher, and the divine spirit still remain an unchanged entity. Though this terrestrial experience of his emanations may be totally obliterated at the instance of separation from the unworthy vehicle. If the spirit or the divine portion of the soul is pre-existent as a distinct being from all eternity, as Origen, Synesius, and other Christian fathers and philosophers taught, and if it is the same and nothing more than the metaphysical objective soul, how can it be otherwise than eternal? And what matters it in such a case, whether man leads an animal or a pure life? If we do what he may, he can never lose his individuality. This doctrine is as pernicious in its consequences as that of a vicarious atonement. Had the latter dogma, in company with the false idea that we were all immortal, been demonstrated to the world in its true light, humanity would have been bettered by its propagation. Crime and sin would be avoided, not for fear of earthly punishment, or of a ridiculous hell, but for the sake of that which lies the most deeply rooted in our inner nature. The desire of an individual and distinct life in the hereafter, the positive assurance that we cannot win it unless we take the kingdom of heaven by violence, and the conviction that neither human prayers nor the blood of another man will save us from individual destruction after death, unless we firmly link ourselves during our terrestrial life with our immortal spirit, our God. Pythagoras, Plato, Timaeus of Locris, and the whole Alexandrian school derived the soul from the universal world soul, and the latter was, according to their own teachings, ether, something of such a fine nature as to be perceived only by our inner sight. Therefore, it cannot be the essence of the monas, or cause, because the anima mundi is but the effect, the objective emanation of the former. Both the human spirit and the soul are pre-existent. But while the former exists as a distinct entity, an individualization, the soul exists as pre-existing matter, an unscient portion of an intelligent whole. Both were originally formed from the eternal ocean of light. But as the Theosophists expressed it, there is a visible as well as invisible spirit and fire. They made a difference between the anima bruta and the anima divina. Empedocles firmly believed all men and animals to possess two souls, and in Aristotle we find that he calls one the reasoning soul, and the other the animal soul. According to those philosophers, the reasoning soul comes from without the universal soul, and the other from within. This divine and superior region, in which they located the invisible and supreme deity, was considered by them, by Aristotle himself, as a fifth element, purely spiritual and divine, whereas the anima mundi proper was considered as composed of a fine igneous and ethereal nature spread throughout the universe, in short, ether. The Stoics, the great materialists of our ancient days, accepted the invisible God and divine soul, spirit from any such a corporeal nature. Their modern commentators and admirers, greedily seizing the opportunity, built on this ground the supposition that the Stoics believed in neither God nor soul, but Epicurus, whose doctrine militating directly against the agency of a supreme being and gods, in the formation or government of the world placed him far above the Stoics in atheism and materialism, taught nevertheless that the soul is of a fine, tender essence, formed from the smoothest, roundest, and finest atoms, which description still brings us to the same sublimated ether. Arnobius, Tertullian, Irenaeus, and Origen, notwithstanding their Christianity, believes with the more modern Spinoza and Hobbes that the soul was corporeal, though a very fine nature. This doctrine of the possibility of losing one's soul and hence individuality militates with the ideal theories and progressive ideas of some spiritualists, though Swedenborg fully adopts it. There will never accept the Kabbalistic doctrine which teaches that it is only through observing the law of harmony that the individual life hereafter can be obtained, and that the farther the inner and outer man deviate from this fount of harmony, whose source lies in our divine spirit, the more difficult it is to regain the ground. But while the spiritualists and other adherents of Christianity have little, if any, perception of this fact, of the possible death and obliteration of the human personality by the separation of the immortal part from the perishable, the Swedenborgians fully comprehend it. One of the most respected ministers of the New York Church, the Reverend Chauncey Gills, D.D. of New York, recently elucidated the subject in a public discourse as follows. Physical death, or the death of the body, was a provision of the divine economy for the benefit of man, a provision by means of which he attained the higher ends of his being. But there is another death, which is the interruption of the divine order and the destruction of every human element in man's nature, and every possibility of human happiness. This is the spiritual death, which takes place before the dissolution of the body. There may be a vast development of man's natural mind without that development being accompanied by a particle of love of God, or of unselfish love of man. When one falls into a love of self and love of the world, with its pleasures, losing the divine love of God and of the neighbor, he falls from life to death. The higher principles which constitute the essential elements of his humanity perish, and he lives only on the natural plane of his faculties. Physically he exists, spiritually he is dead. To all that pertain to the higher and the only enduring phase of existence, he is as much dead as his body becomes dead to all the activities, delights, and sensations of the world when the spirit has left it. The spiritual death results from disobedience of the laws of spiritual life, which is followed by the same penalty as the disobedience of the laws of the natural life. But the spiritually dead have still their delights. They have their intellectual endowments and power and intense activities. All the animal delights are theirs, and to multitudes of men and women these constitute the highest ideal of human happiness. The tireless pursuit of riches, of the amusements and entertainments of social life, the cultivation of graces of manner, of taste in dress, of social preferment, of scientific distinction, intoxicate and enrapture these dead alive. But the eloquent preacher remarks, these creatures, with all their graces, rich attire, and brilliant accomplishments, are dead in the eye of the Lord and the angels, and when measured by the only true and immutable standard, have no more genuine life than skeletons whose flesh has turned to dust. A high development of the intellectual faculties does not imply spiritual and true life. Many of our greatest scientists are but animated corpses. They have no spiritual sight because their spirits have left them. So we might go through all ages, examine all occupations, weigh all human attainments, and investigate all forms of society, and we would find these spiritually dead everywhere. Pythagoras taught that the entire universe is one vast system of mathematically correct combinations. Plato shows the deity geometrizing. The world is sustained by the same law of equilibrium and harmony upon which it was built. The centrifugal force could not manifest itself with the centrifugal in the harmonious revolutions of the spheres. All forms are the product of this dual force in nature. Thus, to illustrate our cause, we may designate the spirit as the centrifugal and the soul as the centripetal, spiritual energies. When in perfect harmony, both forces produce one result. Break or damage the centripetal motion of the earthly soul tending toward the center which attracts it, arrest its progress by clogging it with a heavier weight of matter than it can bear, and the harmony of the whole, which was its life, is destroyed. Individual life can only be continued if sustained by this twofold force. The last deviation from harmony damages it. When it is destroyed beyond redemption, the forces separate and the form is gradually annihilated. After the death of the depraved and the wicked arrives the critical moment. If during life the ultimate and desperate effort of the inner self to reunite itself with the faintly glimmering ray of its divine parent is neglected, if this ray is allowed to be more and more shut out by the thickening crust of matter, the soul, once freed from the body, follows its earthly attractions and is magnetically drawn into and held within the dense fogs of the material atmosphere. Then it begins to sink lower and lower until it finds itself, when returned to consciousness, in what the ancients termed Hades. The annihilation of such a soul is never instantaneous. It may last centuries, perhaps, for nature never proceeds by jumps and starts, and the astral soul being formed of elements, the law of evolution must bide its time. Then begins the fearful law of compensation, the yin-yaon of the Buddhists. This class of spirits are called the terrestrial or earthly elementary, in contradistinction to the other classes, as we have shown in the introductory chapter. In the East, they are known as the brothers of the shadow, cunning, low, vindictive, and seeking to retaliate their sufferings upon humanity. They become, until final annihilation, vampires, ghouls, and prominent actors. They are the leading stars on the great spiritual stage of materialization, which phenomena they perform with the help of the more intelligent of the genuine-born elemental creatures, which hover round and welcome them with delight in their own spheres. Henry Kuhnrath, the great German Kabbalist, has on a plate on his rare work, Amphitheatri Sapientiae Aeternae, representations of the four classes of these human elementary spirits. Once past the threshold of the sanctuary of initiation, once that an adept has lifted the veil of Isis, the mysterious and jealous goddess, he has nothing to fear. But till then he is in constant danger. Although Aristotle himself, anticipating the modern physiologists, regarded the human mind as a material substance, and ridiculed the hylozoists, nevertheless, he fully believed in the existence of a double soul, or spirit and soul. He laughed at Strabo for believing that any particles of matter, per se, could have life and intellect in themselves sufficiently to fashion by degrees such a multiform world as ours. Aristotle is indebted for the sublime morality of his Nicomachean ethics to a thorough study of the Pythagorean ethical fragments, for the latter can be easily shown to have been the source at which he gathered his ideas, though he might not have sworn by him who the Tetractys found. Finally, what do we know so certain about Aristotle? His philosophy is so abstruse that he constantly leaves his reader to supply by the imagination the missing links of his logical deductions. Moreover, we know that before his works ever reached our scholars, who delight in his seemingly atheistical arguments in support of his doctrine of fate, these works passed through too many hands to have remained immaculate. From Theophrastus, his legator, they passed to Neleus, whose air kept them mouldering in subterranean caves for nearly 150 years, after which we learned that his manuscripts were copied and much augmented by Apollyon of Theos, who supplied such paragraphs as had become illegible by conjectures of his own, probably many of these drawn from the depths of his inner consciousness. Our scholars of the 19th century might certainly profit well by Aristotle's example. Were they as anxious to imitate him practically as they are to throw his inductive method and materialistic theories at the head of the Platonists? We invite them to collect facts as carefully as he did, instead of denying those they know nothing about. What we have said in the introductory chapter and elsewhere of mediums and the tendency of their mediumship is not based upon conjecture, but upon actual experience and observation. There is scarcely one phase of mediumship of either kind that we have not seen exemplified during the past 25 years in various countries: India, Tibet, Borneo, Siam, Egypt, Asia Minor, America, North and South, and other parts of the world. have each displayed to us its peculiar phase of mediumistic phenomena and magical power. Our varied experience has taught us two important truths, viz., that for the exercise of the latter personal purity and the exercise of a trained and indomitable willpower are indispensable, and that spiritualists can never assure themselves of the genuineness of mediumistic manifestations, unless they occur in the light and under such reasonable test conditions as would make an attempted fraud instantly noticed. For fear of being misunderstood, we would remark that while, as a rule, physical phenomena are produced by the nature spirits, of their own motion and to please their own fancy, still good disembodied human spirits, under exceptional circumstances, such as the aspiration of a pure heart or the occurrence of some favoring emergency, can manifest their presence by any of the phenomena except personal materialization. But it must be a mighty attraction indeed to draw a pure, disembodied spirit from its radiant home into the foul atmosphere from which it escaped upon leaving its earthly body. Magi and theurgic philosophers objected most severely to the evocation of souls. Bring her, the soul, not forth, lest in departing she retain something, says Psellus. It becomes you not to behold them before your body is initiated, since by always alluring they seduce the souls of the uninitiated. Says the same philosopher in another passage. They objected to it for several good reasons. 1. It is extremely difficult to distinguish a good daemon from a bad one, says Iamblichus. 2. If a human soul succeeds in penetrating the destiny of the earth's atmosphere, always oppressive to her, often hateful, still there is a danger the soul is unable to come into proximity with the material world, without that she cannot avoid departing she retains something, that is to say, contaminating her purity, for which she has to suffer more or less after her departure. Therefore, the true theurgist will avoid causing any more suffering to this pure denizen of the higher sphere than is absolutely required by the interests of humanity. It is only the practitioner of black magic who compels the presence, by the powerful incantations of necromancy, of the tainted souls of such as have lived bad lives, and are ready to aid his selfish designs. Of intercourse with the Ogades, through the mediumistic powers of subjective mediums, we elsewhere speak. The theurgists employed chemicals and mineral substances to chase away evil spirits. Of the latter, a stone called Nizurin was one of the most powerful agents. When you shall see a terrestrial demon approaching, exclaim and sacrifice the stone Nizurin, exclaims a Zoroastrian oracle. Cell 40. And now, to descend from the eminence of theurgico-magian poetry to the unconscious magic of our present century, and the prose of a modern Kabbalist, we will review it in the following. In Dr. Morin's Journal de Magnetism, published a few years since in Paris, at a time when the table-turning was raging in France, a curious letter was published. "Believe me, sir," wrote the anonymous correspondent, "that there are no spirits, no ghosts, no angels, no demons enclosed in a table. But all of these can be found there, nevertheless, for that depends on our own wills and our imaginations. This mensambulism is an ancient phenomena, misunderstood by us moderns, but natural for all that, and which pertains to physics and psychology. Unfortunately, it had to remain incomprehensible until the discovery of electricity and heliography, as to explain a fact of spiritual nature. We are obliged to base ourselves on a corresponding fact of a material order. As we all know, the daguerreotype plate may be impressed, not only by objects but also by their reflections. Well, the phenomena in question, which ought to be named mental photography, produces, besides realities, the dreams of our imagination, with such a fidelity that very often we become unable to distinguish a copy taken from one present from a negative obtained of an image. The magnetization of a table or of a person is absolutely identical in its results. It is the saturation of a foreign body by either the intelligent vital electricity or the thought of the magnetizer and those present. Nothing can give a better or more just idea of it than the electric battery gathering the fluid on its conductor, to obtain thereof a brute force which manifests itself in sparks of light, etc. Thus, the electricity accumulated on an isolated body acquires a power of reaction equal to the action, either for charging, magnetizing, decomposing, inflaming, or for discharging its vibrations far away. These are the visible effects of the blind, or crude electricity produced by blind elements. The word blind being used by the table itself in contradistinction to the intelligent electricity. But there evidently exists a corresponding electricity produced by the cerebral pile of man, this soul electricity, this spiritual and universal ether, which is the ambient middle nature of the metaphysical universe, or rather of the incorporeal universe. It has to be studied before it is admitted by science, which, having no idea of it, will never know anything of the great phenomena of life until she does. It appears to manifest itself. The cerebral electricity requires the help of the ordinary static electricity. When the latter is lacking in the atmosphere, when the air is very damp, for instance, you can get little or nothing of either tables or mediums. There is no need for the ideas to be formulated very precisely in the brains of the persons present. The table discovers and formulates them itself, in either prose or verse, but always correctly. The table requires time to compose a verse. It begins, then it erases a word, corrects it, and sometimes sends back the epigram to our address. If the persons present are in sympathy with each other, it jokes and laughs with us as any living person could. As to the things of the exterior world, it has to be content itself with conjectures, as well as ourselves. It, the table, composes little philosophical systems, discusses and maintains them as the most cunning rhetorician might. In short, it creates itself a conscience and a reason properly belonging to itself, but with materialists it finds in us. The Americans are persuaded that they talk with their dead. Some think, more truly, that these are spirits. Others take them for angels, others again for devils. The intelligence assuming the shape which fits the conviction of the preconceived opinion of everyone. So did the initiates of the temples of Serapis, of Delphi, and other theurgical medical establishments of the same kind. They were convinced beforehand that they would communicate with their gods, and they never failed. We, who know well the value of the phenomena, are perfectly sure that after having charged the table with our magnetic efflux, we have called to life or created an intelligent analogous to our own, which, like ourselves, is endowed with a free will, can talk and discuss with us with a degree of superior lucidity, considering that the resultant is stronger than the individual, or rather the whole is larger than a part of it. We must not accuse Herodotus of telling us fibs when he records the most extraordinary circumstances, for we must hold them to be as true and correct as the rest of historical facts, which are to be found in all the pagan writers of antiquity. The phenomena is as old as the world. The priests of India and China practiced it before the Egyptians and the Greeks. The savages of the Esquimaux know it well. It is the phenomena of faith, sole source of every prodigy, and will be done to you according to your faith. The one who enunciated this profound doctrine was verily the incarnated world of truth. He never deceived himself, nor wanted to deceive others. He expounded an axiom which we now repeat, without much hope of seeing it accepted. Man is a microcosm, or a little world. He carries in him a fragment of the great all, in a chaotic state. The task of our half-gods is to disentangle from it the share belonging to them by an incessant mental and material labor. They have their tasks to do, the perpetual invention of new products, of new moralities, and the proper arrangement of crude and the formless material furnished them by the Creator, who created them in His own image, that they should create in their turn and so complete here the work of the creation, an immense labor which we can achieve only when the whole will become so perfect that it will be like unto God Himself, and thus able to survive to itself. We are very far yet from that final moment, for we can say that everything is to be done, to be undone, and outdone as yet on our globe, institutions, machinery, and products. Mens non solum agitat sed creat molem. We live in this life in an ambient intellectual center, which entertains between human beings and things a necessary and perpetual solidarity. Every brain is a ganglion, a station of a universal neurological telegraphy, in constant rapport with the central and other stations by the vibrations of thought. The spiritual sun shines for souls as the material sun shines for bodies, for the universe is double and follows the law of couples. The ignorant operator interprets erroneously the divine dispatches, and often delivers them in a false and ridiculous manner. Thus, study and true science alone can destroy the superstitions and nonsense spread by the ignorant interpreters placed at the stations of teaching among every people in this world. These blind interpreters of the verbum, the word, have always tried to impose on their pupils the obligation to swear to everything without examination in verba magistri. Alas, we could wish for nothing better were they to translate correctly the inner voices, which voices never deceive but those who have false spirits in them. It is our duty, they say, to interpret oracles. It is we who have received the exclusive mission for it from heaven. Spiritus flat ubi vult, and it blows on us alone. It blows on everyone, and the rays of the spiritual light illumine every conscience. And when all the bodies and all the minds will reflect equally this dual light, people will see a great deal clearer than they do now. We have translated and quoted the above fragments for their great originality and truthfulness. We know the writer. Fame proclaims him a great Kabbalist, and a few friends know him as a truthful and honest man. The letter shows, moreover, that the writer has well and carefully studied the chameleon-like nature of the intelligences presiding over spiritual circles. That they are of the same kind and race as those so frequently mentioned in antiquity admits of as little doubt as that the present generation of men are of the same nature as were human beings in the days of Moses. Subjective manifestations proceed under harmonious conditions from those beings which were known as the good demons in days of old. Sometimes, but rarely, the planetary spirits, beings of another race than our own, produce them. Sometimes the spirits of our translated and beloved friends. Sometimes nature spirits of one or more of the countless tribes. But more frequently all of the terrestrial elementary spirits, disembodied evil men, the Dayaka of A. Jackson Davis. We do not forget what we have elsewhere written about subjective and objective mediumistic phenomena. We keep the distinction always in mind. There are good and bad of both classes. An impure medium will attract to his impure inner self the vicious, depraved, malignant influences as inevitably as one that is pure draws only those that are good and pure. Of the latter kind of medium, where can a nobler example be found than the gentle Baroness Adelma von Vey of Austria, born Countess Wurmbrandt, who is described to us by a correspondent as the providence of her neighborhood. She uses her mediumistic power to heal the sick and comfort the afflicted. To the rich, she is a phenomenon, to the poor, a ministering angel. For many years, she has seen and recognized the nature spirits or cosmic elementaries, and found them always friendly. But this was because she was a pure, good woman. Other correspondents of the Theosophical Society have not fared so well at the hands of these apish and impish beings. The Havana case, elsewhere described, is an example. Though spiritualists discredit them ever so much, these nature spirits are realities. If the gnomes, sylphs, salamanders, and undines of the Rosicrucians existed in their days, they must exist now. Bulwer Lytton's Dweller of the Threshold is a modern conception, modeled on the ancient type of the Sulanuth, of the Hebrews and Egyptians which is mentioned in the book of Yasher. The Christians call them devils, imps of Satan, and like characteristic names. They are nothing of the kind, but simply creatures of ethereal matter, irresponsible and neither good nor bad, unless influenced by a superior intelligence. It is very extraordinary to hear devout Catholics abuse and misrepresent the nature spirits, when one of their greatest authorities, Clement the Alexandrian, disposed of them by describing these creatures as they really are. Clement, who perhaps had been a theurgist as well as a Neoplatonist, thus arguing upon good authority, remarks that it is absurd to call them devils, for they are only inferior angels. The powers which inhabit elements move the winds and distribute showers, and as such are agents and subject to God. Origen, who before he became a Christian also belonged to the Platonic school, is of the same opinion. Porphyry describes these daemons more carefully than anyone else. When the possible nature of the manifesting intelligences, which science believes to be a psychic force, and spiritualists, the identical spirits of the dead, is better known, then will academicians and believers turn to the old philosophers for information. Let us for a moment imagine an intelligent orangutan or some African anthropoid ape disembodied, i.e. deprived of its physical and in possession of an astral, if not an immortal body. Have we found in spiritual journals many instances where apparitions of departed pet dogs and other animals have been seen? Therefore, upon spiritualistic testimony, we must think that such animal spirits do appear, although we reserve the right of concurring with the ancients that the forms are but tricks of the elementals. Once open the door of communication between the terrestrial and the spiritual world, what prevents the ape from producing physical phenomena such as he sees human spirits produce? And why may not these excel in cleverness of ingenuity many of those which have been witnessed in spiritual circles? Let spiritualists answer. The orangutan of Borneo is little, if any, inferior to the savage man in intelligence. Mr. Wallace and other great naturalists give instances of its wonderful acuteness, although its brains are inferior in cubic capacity to the most undeveloped savages. These apes lack but speech to be men of low grade. The sentinels placed by monkeys, the sleeping chambers selected and built by orangutans, their provision of danger and calculations, which show more than instinct, their choice of leaders whom they obey, and the exercise of many other faculties, certainly entitle them to a place at least on a level with many a flat-headed Australian. Says Mr. Wallace, the mental requirements of savages and the faculties actually exercised by them are very little above those of the animals. Now people assume that there can be no apes in the other world, because apes have no souls, but apes have as much intelligence, it appears, as some men. Why then should these men, in no way superior to the apes, have immortal spirits and the apes none? The materialist will answer that neither the one nor the other has a spirit, but that annihilation overtakes each at physical death. But the spiritual philosophers of all times have agreed that man occupies a step 1 degree higher than the animal, and is possessed of that something which it lacks, be he the most untutored of savages or the wisest of philosophers. The ancients, as we have seen, taught that while man is a trinity of body, astral spirit, and immortal soul, the animal is but a duality, a being having a physical body and an astral spirit, animating it. Scientists can distinguish no difference in the elements composing the bodies of men and brutes, and the Kabbalists agree with them so far as to say that the astral bodies, or the physicists would call it the life principle, of animals and men are identical in essence. Physical man is but the highest development of animal life. If, as the scientists tell us, even thought is matter, and every sensation of pain or pleasure, every transient desire is accompanied by a disturbance of ether. And these bold speculators, the authors of the unseen universe, believe that thought is conceived to affect the matter of another universe simultaneously with this. Why, then, should not the gross, brutish thought of an orangutan or a dog, impressing itself on the ethereal waves of the astral light, as well as that of man, assure the animal a continuity of life after death, or a future state? The Kabbalists held, and now hold, that it is unphilosophical to admit that the astral body of man can survive corporeal death, and at the same time assert that the astral body of the ape is resolved into independent molecules. That which survives as an individuality after the death of a body is the astral soul, which Plato and the Timaeus and Gorgia call the mortal soul. For according to the Hermetic doctrine, it throws off its more material particles at every progressive change into a higher sphere. Socrates narrates to Callicles that this mortal soul retains all the characteristics of the body after the death of the latter. So much so, indeed, that a man marked with the whip will have his astral body full of the prints and scars. The astral spirit is the faithful duplicate of the body, both in the physical and spiritual sense. The divine, the highest and immortal spirit, can be neither punished nor rewarded. To maintain such a doctrine would be at the same time absurd and blasphemous, for it is not merely a flame lit at the central and inexhaustible fountain of light, but actually a portion of it, and of identical essence. It assures immortality to the individual astral being in proportion to the willingness of the latter to receive it, so long as the double man, i.e. the man of flesh and spirit, keeps within the limits of the law of spiritual continuity. So long as the divine spark lingers in him, however faintly, he is on the road to an immortality in the future state. But those who resign themselves to a materialistic existence, shutting out the divine radiance shed by their spirit, at the beginning of the earthly pilgrimage, and stifling the warning voice of that faithful sentry, the conscience, which serves as a focus for the light in the soul, such beings as these, having left behind conscience and spirit, and crossed the boundaries of matter, will of necessity have to follow its laws. Matter is as indestructible and eternal as the immortal spirit itself, but only in its particles, and not as organized forms. The body of so grossly materialistic a person as described above, having been deserted by its spirit before physical death, when that event occurs, the plastic material, astral soul, following the laws of blind matter, shapes itself thoroughly into the mold which vice has been gradually preparing for it throughout the earth life of the individual. Then, as Plato says, it assumes the form of that animal to which it resembled in its evil ways during life. It is an ancient saying, he tells us, that the souls departing hence exist in Hades and return hither again are produced from the dead. But those who are found to have lived an eminently holy life, these are they who arrive at the pure abode above and dwell on the upper parts of the earth, the ethereal region. In Phaedrus again, he says that when man has ended his first life on earth, some go to places of punishment beneath the earth. This region below the earth the Kabbalists do not understand as a place inside the earth, but maintain it to be a sphere, far interior in perfection to the earth, and far more material. Of all the modern speculators upon the seeming incongruities of the New Testament, alone the authors of the Unseen Universe seem to have caught a glimpse of its Kabbalistic truths. Respecting the Gehenna of the universe, this Gehenna, termed by the occultists the eighth sphere, numbering inversely, is merely a planet like our own, attached to the ladder and following it in its penumbra, a kind of dust hole, a place where all its garbage and filth is consumed. To borrow an expression of the above-mentioned authors, and on which all the dross and scorification of the cosmic matter pertaining to our planet is in a continual state of remodeling. The secret doctrine teaches that man, if he wins immortality, will remain forever the trinity that he is in life, and will continue so throughout all the spheres. The astral body, which in this life is covered by a gross physical envelope, becomes, when relieved of that covering by the process of corporeal death, in its turn the shell of another and more ethereal body. This begins developing from the moment of death, and becomes perfected when the astral body of the earthly form finally separates from it. This process, they say, is repeated at every new transition from sphere to sphere. But the immortal soul, the silvery spark, observed by Dr. Fenwick's in Margrave's brain, and not found by him in the animals, never changes but remains indestructible, by aught that it shatters its tabernacle. The descriptions of Porphyry and Iamblichus and others, of the spirits of animals which inhabit the astral light, are corroborated by those of many of the most trustworthy and intelligent clairvoyants. Sometimes the animal forms are even made visible to every person present at a spiritual circle, by being materialized. In his People from the Other World, Colonel H.S. Alcott describes a materialized squirrel which followed a spirit woman into the view of the spectators, disappeared and reappeared before their eyes several times, and finally followed the spirit into the cabinet. Let us advance another step in our argument. If there is such a thing as existence in the spiritual world after corporeal death, then it must occur in accordance with the law of evolution. It takes man from his place at the apex of the pyramid of matter and lifts him into a sphere of existence where the same inexorable law follows him. And if it follows him, why not everything else in nature? Why not animals and plants, which have all a life principle, and whose gross forms decay like his, when that life principle leaves them? If his astral body becomes more ethereal upon attaining the other sphere, why not theirs? They, as well as he, have been evolved out of the condensed cosmic matter, and our physicists cannot see the slightest difference between the molecules of the four kingdoms of nature, which are thus specified by Professor Leconte. 4 animal kingdom, 3 vegetable kingdom, 2 mineral kingdom, and 1 elements. The progress of matter from each of these planes to the plane above is continuous, and according to Leconte, there is no force in nature capable of raising matter at once from number 1 to number 3, or from number 2 to number 4, without stopping and receiving an accession of force of a different kind on the intermediate plane. Now, will anyone presume to say that out of a given number of molecules, originally and constantly homogeneous, and all energized by the same principle of evolution, a certain number can be carried through these 4 kingdoms to the final result of evolving immortal man, and the others not be allowed to progress beyond planes 1, 2, and 3, why should not all these molecules have an equal future before them? The mineral becoming plant, the plant animal, and the animal man, if not upon this earth, at least somewhere in the boundless realms of space. The harmony which geometry and mathematics, the only exact sciences, demonstrate to be the law of the universe, would be destroyed if evolution were perfectly exemplified in man alone and limited in the subordinate kingdoms. What logic suggests, psychometry proves, and as we said before, it is not unlikely that a monument will one day be erected by men of science to Joseph R. Buchanan, its modern discoverer. If a fragment of mineral, fossilized plant, or animal form gives the psychometer as vivid and accurate pictures of their previous conditions as a fragment of human bone does of those of the individual to which it belonged, it would seem as if the same subtile spirit pervaded all nature and was inseparable from organic or inorganic substances. If anthropologists, physiologists, and psychologists are equally perplexed by primal and final causes, and by finding in matter so much similarity in all its forms, but in spirit such abysses of difference, it is perhaps because their inquiries are limited to our visible globe, and that they cannot or dare not go beyond. The spirit of a mineral, plant, or animal may begin to form here, and reach its final development millions of ages hereafter, on other planets, known or unknown, visible or invisible to astronomers. For who is able to convert the theory previously suggested, that the earth itself will, like all living creatures to which it has given birth, ultimately, and after passing through its own stage of death and dissolution, become an etherealized astral planet? As above, so below. Harmony is the great law of nature. Harmony in the physical and mathematical world of sense is justice in the spiritual one. Justice produces harmony, and injustice discord. And discord on a cosmical scale means chaos, annihilation. If there is a developed immortal spirit in man, it must be in everything else, at least in a latent or germinal state, and it can only be a question of time for each of these germs to become fully developed. What gross injustice it would be for an impenitent criminal man, the perpetrator of a brutal murder, when in the exercise of his free will, to have all immortal spirit which in time may be washed clean of sin, and enjoy perfect happiness, while the poor horse, innocent of all crime, should toil and suffer under the merciless torture of his master's whip during a whole life, and then be annihilated at death. Such a belief implies a brutal injustice, and it is only possible among people taught in the dogma that everything is created for man, and he alone is the sovereign of the universe, a sovereign so mighty that to save him from the consequences of his own misdeeds, it was not too much that the God of the universe should die to placate his own just wrath. If the most abject savage with a brain, very little inferior to that of a philosopher, the latter developed physically by ages of civilization, is still, as regards to the actual exercise of his mental faculties, very little superior to an animal, is it just to infer that both he and the ape will not have the opportunity to become philosophers, The ape in this world, the man on some other planet peopled equally with beings created in some other image of God? Says Professor Denton when speaking of the future of psychometry, astronomy will not disdain the assistance of this power. As new forms of organic being are revealed, when we go back to the earlier geological periods, so new groupings of the stars, new constellations will be displayed, when the heavens of those early periods are examined by the piercing gaze of future psychometers. An accurate map of the starry heavens during the Silurian period may reveal to us many secrets that we've been unable to discover. Why may we not indeed be able to read the history of the various heavenly bodies, their geological, their natural, and perchance their human history? I have a good reason to believe that trained psychometers will be able to travel from planet to planet and read their present condition minutely and their past history. Herodotus tells us in the 8th of the Towers of Belus in Babylon, used by the sacerdotal astrologers, there was an uppermost room, a sanctuary, where the prophesying priestesses slept to receive communications from the god. Beside the couch stood a table of gold, upon which were laid various stones, which Manetho informs us were all aerolites. The priestesses developed the prophetic vision in themselves by pressing one of these sacred stones against their heads and bosoms. The same took place at Thebes and at Patara in Lycia. This would seem to indicate that psychometry was known and extensively practiced by the ancients. We have somewhere seen it stated that the profound knowledge possessed, according to Draper, by the ancient Chaldean astrologers of the planets and their relations was obtained more by the divination of the betylos, or the meteoric stone, than by astronomical instruments. Strabo, Pliny, Hellenicus, all speak of the electrical or electromagnetic power of the betyle. They were worshipped in the remotest antiquity in Egypt and Samothrace as magnetic stones, containing souls which had fallen from heaven, and the priests of Cybele wore a small betylos on their bodies. How curious the coincidence between the practice of the priests of Belus and the experiments of Professor Denton. As Professor Buchanan truthfully remarks on psychometry, it will enable us to detect vice and crime. No criminal act can escape the detection of psychometry, when its powers are properly brought forth. The sure detection of guilt by psychometry, no matter how secret the act, will nullify all concealment. Speaking of the elementary, Porphyry says, "These invisible beings have been receiving from men honors as gods. A universal belief makes them capable of becoming very malevolent. It proves that their wrath is kindled against those who neglect to offer them a legitimate worship. Homer describes them in the following terms. Our gods appear to us when we offer them sacrifice. Sitting themselves at our tables, they partake of our festival meals. Whenever they meet on his travels a solitary Phoenician, they serve to him as guides and otherwise manifest their presence. We can say that our piety approaches us to them as much as crime and bloodshed unite the Cyclopes and the ferocious race of giants, the latter proving that these gods were kind and beneficent daemons, and that, whether they were disembodied spirits or elementary beings, they were no devils." The language of Porphyry, who himself a direct disciple of Plotinus, is still more explicit as to the nature of these spirits. Demons, he says, are invisible, but they know how to clothe themselves with forms and configurations subjected to numerous variations, which can be explained by their nature having much of the corporeal in itself. Their abode is in the neighborhood of the earth, and when they can escape the vigilance of the good daemons, there is no mischief that they cannot dare commit. One day they will employ brute force, another cunning. Further, he says, it is child's play for them to arouse in us vile passions, to impart to societies and nations turbulent doctrines, provoking wars, seditions, and other public calamities, and then tell you that all of these is the work of the gods. These spirits pass their time in cheating and deceiving mortals, creating around them illusions and prodigies. Their greatest ambition is to pass as gods and souls, disembodied spirits. Iamblichus, the great theurgist of the Neoplatonic school, a man skilled in sacred magic, teaches that good daemons appear to us in reality, while the bad ones can manifest themselves but under the shadowy forms of phantoms. Further, he corroborates Porphyry and tells that the good ones fear not the light, while the wicked ones require darkness. The sensations they excite in us make us believe in the presence and reality of things they show, though these things be absent. Even in the most practiced theurgists found danger sometimes in their dealings with certain elementaries. And we have Iamblichus stating that the gods, the angels, and the daemons, as well as the souls, may be summoned through evocation and prayer. But when during theurgic operations a mistake is made, beware. Do not imagine that you are communicating with beneficent divinities, who have answered your earnest prayer. No, for they are bad daemons, only under the guise of good ones. For the elementaries often clothe themselves with the similitude of the good, and assume a rank very much superior to that they really occupy. Their boasting betrays them. Some 20 years since, Baron Dupotet, disgusted with the indifference of the scientists, who persisted in seeing in the greatest psychological phenomena only the result of clever trickery, gave vent to his indignation in the following terms. Here I am on my way, I may truly say, to the land of marvels. I am preparing to shock every opinion, and provoke laughter in our most illustrious scientists. For I am convinced that agents of an immense potency exist outside of us, that they can enter in us, move our limbs and organs, and use us as they please. It was, after all, the belief of our fathers and of the whole of antiquity. Every religion admitted the reality of spiritual agents, recalling innumerable phenomena which I have produced in the sight of thousands of persons, seeing the beastly indifference of official science, in presence of a discovery which transports the mind into the regions of the unknown. An old man at the very moment when I ought to be just being born. I am not sure if it would not have been better for me to have shared the common ignorance. I have suffered calumnies to be written without refuting them. At one time it is simple ignorance which speaks, and I am silent. At another still, superficiality, raising its voice, making a bluster, and I find myself hesitating whether or not to speak. Is this indifference or laziness? Has fear the power to paralyze my spirit? No, none of these causes affect me. I know simply that it is necessary to prove what one asserts, and this restrains me. For in justifying my assertions, in showing the living fact, which proves my sincerity in the truth, I translate outside the precincts of the temple a sacred inscription, which no profane eye should ever read. You doubt sorcery and magic? O truth, thy possession is a heavy burden. With a bigotry which one might search for in vain outside the church, in whose interest he writes, de Massot quotes the above language, as proof positive that this devoted savant, and all who share his belief, have given themselves over to the dominion of the evil one. Self-complacency is the most serious obstacle to the enlightenment of the modern spiritualist. His 30 years' experience with the phenomena seemed to him sufficient to have established intermundane intercourse upon an unassailable basis. His 30 years have not only brought to him conviction that the dead communicate and thus prove the spirit's immortality, but also settled in his mind an idea that little or nothing can be learned of the other world, except through mediums. For the spiritualists, the records of the past either do not exist, or if they are familiar with its gathered treasures, they regard them as having no bearing upon their own experiences. And yet, the problems which so vex them were solved thousands of years ago by the theurgists, who have left the keys to those who will search for them in the proper spirit and with knowledge. It is possible that nature has changed her work, and that we are encountering different spirits and different laws from those of old. Or can any spiritualist imagine that he knows more, or even as much about mediumistic phenomena or the nature of various spirits as a priest caste who spent their lives in theurgical practice, which had been known and studied for countless centuries? If the narratives of Owen and Hare, of Edmonds and Crooks and Wallace are credible, why not those of Herodotus, the father of history, of Iamblichus and Porphyry, and hundreds of other ancient authors? If the spiritualists have their phenomena under test conditions, so had the old theurgists, whose records, moreover, showed that they could produce and vary them at will. The day when this fact shall be recognized, and profitless speculations of modern investigators shall give place to patient study of the works of the theurgists, will mark the dawn of a new and important discoveries in the field of psychology. Chapter 10. The more powerful souls perceive truth through themselves, and are of a more inventive nature. Such souls are saved through their own strength, according to the oracle. Proclus, in 1 Alc. Since the soul perpetually runs and passes through all things, in a certain space of time, which being performed, it is presently compelled to run back again through all things, and unfold the same web of generation in the world. For as often as the same causes return, the same effects will in like manner be returned. Fichin, Chaldean oracles. If not to some peculiar end assigned, studies the specious trifling of the mind. Young. From the moment when the fetal embryo is formed until the old man, gasping his last, drops into the grave, neither the beginning nor the end is understood by scholastic science. All before us is a blank, all after us chaos. For it, there is no evidence as to the relations between spirit, soul, and body, either before or after death. The mere life principle itself presents an unsolvable enigma, upon the study of which materialism has vainly exhausted its intellectual powers. In the presence of a corpse, the skeptical physiologist stands dumb when asked by his pupil whence came the former tenant of that empty box, and whither it is gone. The pupil must either, like his master, rest satisfied with the explanation that protoplasm made the man, and force vitalized and will now consume his body, or he must go outside the walls of his college and the books of its library to find an explanation of the mystery. It is sometimes as interesting as instructive to follow the two great rivals, science and theology, in their frequent skirmishes. Not all of the sons of the Church are as unsuccessful in their attempts at advocacy as the poor Abbé Monniot of Paris. This respectable and no doubt well-meaning divine, in his fruitless attempt to refute the free-thinking arguments of Huxley, Tyndall, and Dubois-Reymond, and many others, has met with a sad failure. In his antidotal arguments his success was more than doubtful, and as a reward for his trouble, the Congregation of the Index forbids the circulation of his book among the faithful. It is a dangerous experiment to engage in a single-handed duel with scientists on topics which are well demonstrated by experimental research. In what they do know, they are unassailable, and until the old formula is destroyed by their own hands and replaced by a more newly discovered one, there's no use fighting against Achilles, unless, indeed, one is fortunate enough to catch the swift-footed god by his vulnerable heel. This heel is what they confess they do not know. That was a cunning device to which a certain well-known preacher resorted to reach this mortal part. Before we proceed to narrate the extraordinary, though well-authenticated facts with which we intend to fill this chapter, it will be good policy to show once more how fallible is modern science as to every fact in nature, which can be tested neither by retort nor crucible. The following are a few fragments from a series of sermons by F. Felix of Notre Dame, entitled Mystery and Science. They are worthy to be translated for and quoted in a work which is undertaken in precisely the same spirit as that exhibited by the preacher. For once, the Church silenced for a time the arrogance of her traditional enemy, in the face of the learned academicians. It was known that the great preacher, in response to the general desire of the faithful, and perhaps to the orders of the ecclesiastical superiors, had been preparing himself for a great oratorical effort, and the historical cathedral was filled with a monster congregation. Amid a profound silence he began his discourse, of which the following paragraphs are sufficient for our purpose. A portentous world has been pronounced against us to confront progress with Christianity, science. Such is the formidable evocation with which they try to appall us. To all that we can say to base progress upon Christianity, they have always had a ready response. That is not scientific. We say revelation. Revelation is not scientific. We say miracle. A miracle is not scientific. Thus, anti-Christianism, faithful to its tradition, and now more than ever pretends to kill us by science. Principle of darkness, it threatens us with light. It proclaims itself the light. 100 times I ask myself, what is then that terrible science which is making ready to devour us? Is it mathematical science? But we also have our mathematicians. Is it physics, astronomy, physiology, geology? But we number in Catholicism astronomers, physicists, geologists, and physiologists, who make somewhat of a figure in the scientific world, who have their place in the academy and their name in history. It would appear that what is to crush us is neither this nor that science, but science in general. And why do they prophesy the overthrow of Christianity by science? Listen, we must perish by science because we teach mysteries, and because the Christian mysteries are in radical antagonism with modern science. Mystery is the negation of common sense. Science repels it. Science condemns it. She has spoken. Anathema. Ah, you are right. If Christian mystery is what you proclaim it, then in the name of science hurl the anathema at it. Nothing is antipathetic to science like the absurd and contradictory. But glory be to the truth. Such is not the mystery of Christianity. If it were so, it would remain for you to explain the most inexplicable of mysteries. How comes it that during nearly 2,000 years, so many superior minds and rare geniuses have embraced our mysteries, without thinking to repudiate science or abdicate reason? Talk as much as you like of your modern science, modern thought, and modern genius. There were scientists before 1789. If our mysteries are so manifestly absurd and contradictory, how is it that such mighty geniuses should have accepted them without a single doubt? But God preserve me from insisting upon demonstrating that mystery implies no contradiction with science. Of what use to prove, by metaphysical abstractions, that science can reconcile itself with mystery, when all the realities of creation show unanswerably that mystery everywhere baffles science? You ask that we should show you, beyond doubt, that exact science cannot admit mystery. I answer you decidedly that she cannot escape it. Mystery is the fatality of science. Shall we choose our proofs? First, then, look around at the purely material world, from the smallest atom to the most majestic sun. There, if you try to embrace in the unity of a single law all these bodies and their movements, if you seek the word which explains, in this vast panorama of the universe, this prodigious harmony, where all seems to obey the empire of a single force, you pronounce a word to express it, and say attraction. Yes, attraction. This is the sublime epitome of the science of the heavenly bodies. You say that throughout space these bodies recognize and attract each other. You say that they attract in proportion to their mass, and in inverse ratio with the squares of their distances. And in fact, until the present moment, nothing has happened to give the lie to this assertion. But everything has confirmed a formula which now reigns sovereign in the empire of hypothesis. And therefore it must henceforth enjoy the glory of being an invisible truism. Gentlemen, with all my heart I make my scientific obeisances to the sovereignty of attraction. It is not I who would desire to obscure a light in the world of matter which reflects upon the world of spirits. The empire of attraction, then, is palpable. It is sovereign. It stares us in the face. But what is this attraction? Who has seen attraction? Who has met attraction? Who has touched attraction? How do these mute bodies, intelligent, insensible, exercise upon each other unconsciously this reciprocity of action and reaction, which holds them in a common equilibrium and unanimous harmony? Is this force which draws sun to sun and atom to atom an invisible mediator which goes from one to another? And in such case, what is this mediator? Whence comes to itself this force which mediates, and this power which embraces, from which the sun can no more escape than the atom? But is this force nothing different from the elements themselves which attract each other? Mystery, mystery. Yes, gentlemen, this attraction which shines with such brightness throughout the material world remains to you at bottom an impenetrable mystery. Well, because of this mystery, will you deny its reality, which touches you, and its domination, which subjugates you? And again, remark if you please, mystery is so much at the foundation of all science that if you should desire to exclude mystery, you would be compelled to suppress science itself. Imagine whatever science you will, follow the magnificent sweep of its deductions. When you arrive at its parent source, you come face to face with the unknown. Who has been able to penetrate the secret of the formation of a body, the generation of a single atom? What is there I will not say at the center of a sun? But at the center of an atom? Who has sounded to the bottom of the abyss in a grain of sand? The grain of sand, gentlemen, has been studied 4,000 years by science. She has turned and returned it. She divides it and subdivides it. She torments it with her experiments. She vexes it with her questions to snatch it from the final word as to its secret constitution. She asks it, with an insatiable curiosity, "Shall I divide the infinitesimally?" Then, suspended over this abyss, science hesitates. She stumbles. She feels dazzled. She becomes dizzy, and in despair says, "I do not know." But if you are so fatally ignorant of the genesis and hidden nature of a grain of sand, how should you have an intuition as to the generation of a single living being? Whence in the place living being does life come? Where does it commence? What is the life principle? Can the scientists answer the eloquent monk? Can they escape from his pitiless logic? Mystery certainly does bound them on every side, and the ultimate Thule, whether of Herbert Spencer, Tyndall, or Huxley, has written upon the closed portals the words incomprehensible, unknowable. For the lover of metaphor, science may be likened to a twinkling star shining with resplendent brightness through rifts in a bank of densely black clouds. If her votaries cannot define that mysterious attraction which draws into concrete masses the material particles which form the smallest pebble on the ocean beach, how can they define the limits at which the possible stops and the impossible begins? Why should there be an attraction between the molecules of matter, and none between those of spirit? If out of the material portion of the ether, by virtue of the inherent restlessness of its particles, the forms of worlds and their species of plants and animals can be evolved, why, out of the spiritual part of the ether, should not successive races of beings, from the stage of monad to that of man, be developed? Each lower form unfolding a higher one until the work of evolution is completed on our earth, in the production of a mortal man. It will be seen that, for the moment, we entirely put aside the accumulated facts which prove the case, and submit it to the arbitrament of logic. But whatsoever name the physicists may call the energizing principle in matter is of no account. It is a subtile something apart from the matter itself. And as it escapes their detection, it must be something besides matter. If the law of attraction is admitted as governing the one, why should it be excluded from influencing the other? Leaving logic to the answer, we turn to the common experience of mankind, and there find a massive testimony corroborative of the immortality of the soul, if we judge but from analogies. But we have more than that. We have the unimpeachable testimony of thousands upon thousands that there is a regular science of the soul, which, notwithstanding that it is now denied the right of a place among other sciences, is a science. This science, by penetrating the arcana of nature, far deeper than our modern philosophy ever dreamed possible, teaches us how to force the invisible to become visible, the existence of elementary spirits, the nature and magical properties of the astral light, the power of living men to bring themselves into communication with the former through the latter. Let them examine the proofs with the lamp of experience, and neither the Academy nor the Church, for which Father Felix so persuasively spoke, can deny them. Modern science is in a dilemma. It must concede our hypothesis to be correct, or admit the possibility of miracle. To do so is to say that there can be an infraction of natural law. If this can happen in one case, what assurance have we that it may not be repeated indefinitely, and so destroy that fixity of law, that perfect balance of forces by which the universe is governed? This is a very ancient and an unanswerable argument. To deny the appearance in our midst of supersensual beings, when they have been seen at various times and in various countries, by not merely thousands but millions of persons, is unpardonable obstinacy. To say that in any one instance the apparition has been produced by a miracle, fatal to the fundamental principle of science, what will they do? What can they do when they shall have awakened from the benumbing stupor of their pride, but collect the facts and try to enlarge the boundaries of their field of investigations? The existence of spirit in the common mediator, the ether, is denied by materialism, while theology makes of it a personal God. The Kabbalist holds that both are wrong, saving that in ether the elements represent but matter, the blind cosmic forces of nature, and spirit the intelligence which directs them. The Hermetic, Orphic, and Pythagorean cosmogonical doctrines, as well as those of Sanchoniathon and Berosus, are all based upon one irrefutable formula, viz., that the ether and chaos, or in the Platonic language, mind and matter, were the two primeval and eternal principles of the universe, utterly independent of anything else. The former was the all-vivifying intellectual principle, the chaos, a shapeless, liquid principle without form or sense, from the union of which two sprang into existence the universe, or rather, the universal world, the first androgynous deity, the chaotic matter becoming its body, and ether the soul. According to the phraseology of a fragment of Hermias, chaos, from this union with spirit, obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn light. This is the universal trinity, based on the metaphysical conceptions of the ancients, who, reasoning by analogy, made of man, who is a compound of intellect and matter, the microcosm of the macrocosm, or great universe. If we now compare this doctrine with the speculations of science, which comes to a full stop at the borderland of the unknown, and while incompetent to solve the mystery, will allow no one else to speculate upon the subject, or with the great theological dogma, that the world was called into existence by a heavenly trick of prestidigitation, we do not hesitate to believe that, in the absence of better proof, the Hermetic doctrine is by far the more reasonable, highly metaphysical as it may appear. The universe is there, and we know that we exist. But how did it come, and how did we appear in it? Denied an answer by the representatives of physical learning, and excommunicated and anathematized for blasphemous curiosity by the spiritual usurpers, what can we do but turn for information to the sages who meditated upon the subject ages before the molecules of our philosophers aggregated in ethereal space? This visible universe of spirit and matter, they say, is but the concrete image of the ideal abstraction. It was built on the model of the first divine idea. Thus our universe existed from eternity in a latent state. The soul animating this purely spiritual universe is the central sun, the highest deity itself. It was not himself who built the concrete form of his idea, but his first begotten. And as it was constructed on the geometrical figure of the dodecahedron, the first begotten was pleased to employ 12,000 years in its creation. The latter number is expressed in the Turanian cosmogony, which shows man created in the 6th millennium. This agrees with the Egyptian theory of 6,000 years, and with the Hebrew computation. Sanchoniathon, in his cosmogony, declares that when the wind, spirit, became enamored of its own principles, the chaos, an intimate union took place, which connection was called pothos, and from it sprang the seed of all. And the chaos knew not its own production, for it was senseless, but from its embrace with the wind was generated mot, or the illus, mud. From this proceeded the spores of creation and the generation of the universe. The ancients, who name but 4 elements, made of ether a 5th one. On account of its essence being made divine by the unseen presence, it was considered as a medium between this world and the next. They held that when the directing intelligences retired from any portion of ether, one of the 4 kingdoms which they are bound to superintend, the space was left in possession of evil. An adept who prepared to converse with the invisibles had to know well his ritual, and be perfectly acquainted with the conditions required for the perfect equilibrium of the four elements in the astral light, so as to prevent the ingress of the elementaries into their respective spheres. But woe to the imprudent inquirer who ignorantly trespasses upon forbidden ground. Danger will beset him at every step. He evokes powers that he cannot control. He arouses sentries which allow only their masters to pass. For, in the words of the immortal Rosicrucian, once that thou hast resolved to become a cooperator with the spirit of the living God, take care not to hinder him in his work, for if thy heat exceeds the natural proportion thou hast stirred the wrath of the moist natures, they will stand up against the central fire, and the central fire against him, and there will be a terrible division in the chaos. The spirit of harmony and union will depart from the elements, disturbed by the imprudent hand, and the currents of blind forces will become immediately infested by numberless creatures of matter and instinct. The bad daemons of the theurgists, the devils of theology, the gnomes, salamanders, sylphs, and undines will assail the rash performer under multifarious aerial forms. Unable to invent anything, they will search your memory to its very depths, hence the nervous exhaustion and mental oppression of certain sensitive natures at spiritual circles. The elementals will bring to light long-forgotten remembrances of the past, forms, images, sweet mementos, and familiar sentences, long since faded from our own remembrance, but vividly preserved in the inscrutable depths of our memory, and on the astral tablets of the imperishable book of life. Every organized thing in this world, visible as well as invisible, has an element appropriate to itself. The fish lives and breathes in the water. The plant consumes carbonic acid, which for animals and men produces death. Some beings are fitted for rarefied strata of air. Others exist only in the densest. Life to some is dependent on sunlight, to others upon darkness. And so the wise economy of nature adapts to each existing condition some living form. These analogies warrant the conclusion that not only is there no unoccupied portion of universal nature, but also that for each thing that has life, special conditions are furnished, and being furnished, they are necessary. Now, assuming that there is an invisible side to the universe, the fixed habit of nature warrants the conclusion that this half is occupied like the other half, and that each group of its occupants is supplied with the indispensable conditions of existence. It is as illogical to imagine that identical conditions are furnished to all, as it would be to maintain such a theory respecting the inhabitants of the domain of visible nature. That there are spirits implies that there is a diversity of spirits, for men differ, and human spirits are but disembodied men. To say that all spirits are alike, or fitted to the same atmosphere, or possessed of like powers, or governed by the same attractions, electric, magnetic, odic, astral, it matters not which, is as absurd as though one should say that all planets have the same nature, or that all animals are amphibious, or all men can be nourished on the same food. It accords with reason to suppose that the grossest natures among the spirits will sink to the lowest depths of the spiritual atmosphere, in other words, be found nearest to the earth. Inversely, the purest would be farthest away. In what, were we to coin a word, we should call the psychomatics of occultism. It is as unwarrantable to assume that either of these grades of spirit can occupy the place, or subsist in the conditions, of the other, as in hydraulics it would be to expect that two liquids of different densities could exchange their markings on the scale of Biome's hydrometer. Gores, describing a conversation he had with some Hindus of the Malabar coast, reports that upon asking them whether they had ghosts among them, they replied, "Yes, but we know them to be bad spirits. Good ones can hardly ever appear at all. They are principally the spirits of suicides and murderers, or of those who die violent deaths. They constantly flutter about and appear as phantoms. Nighttime is favorable to them. They seduce the feeble-minded and tempt others in 1,000 different ways. Porphyry presents to us some hideous facts whose verity is substantiated in the experience of every student of magic. The soul, says he, having even after death a certain affection for its body, an affinity proportioned to the violence with which their union was broken. We see many spirits hovering in despair about their earthly remains. We even see them eagerly seeking the putrid remains of other bodies, but above all, freshly spilled blood, which seems to impart to them for the moment some of the faculties of life. Let spiritualists who doubt the theurgist try the effect of about half a pound of freshly drawn human blood at their next materializing seance. The gods and the angels, says Iamblichus, appear to us among peace and harmony. The bad demons in tossing everything in confusion. As to the ordinary souls, we can perceive them more rarely, etc. The human soul, the astral body, is a demon that our language may name genius, says Apuleius. She is an immortal god, though in certain sense she is born at the same time as the man in whom she is. Consequently, we may say that she dies in the same way that she is born. The soul is born in this world upon leaving another world, anima mundi, in which her existence precedes the one we all know, on earth. Thus, the gods who consider her proceedings in all the phases of various existences and as a whole, punish her sometimes for sins committed during an anterior life. She dies when she separates herself from a body in which she crossed this life as in a frail bark. And this is, if I mistaken not, the secret meaning of the tumulary inscription, so simple for the initiate, to the gods manes who lived. But this kind of death does not annihilate the soul, it only transforms it into a lemure. Lemures are the manes or ghosts, which we know under the name of lares. When they keep away and show us a beneficent protection, we honor in them the protecting divinities of the family hearth. But if their crimes sentence them to err, we call them larvae. They become a plague for the wicked, and the vain terror of the good. This language can hardly be called ambiguous, and yet the reincarnationists quote Apuleius in corroboration of their theory that man passes through a succession of physical human births upon this planet, until he is finally purged from the dross of his nature. But Apuleius distinctly says that we come upon this earth from another one, where we had an existence, the recollection of which has faded away. As the watch passes from hand to hand and room to room in a factory, one part being added here and another there, until the delicate machine is perfected, according to the design conceived in the mind of the master before the work is begun, so according to ancient philosophy, the first divine conception of man takes shape little by little in the several departments of the universal workshop, and the perfect human being finally appears on our scene. The philosophy teaches that nature never leaves her work unfinished. If baffled at the first attempt, she tries again. When she evolves a human embryo, the intention is that a man shall be perfected, physically, intellectually, and spiritually. His body is to grow mature, wear out, and die. His mind unfold, ripen, and be harmoniously balanced. His divine spirit illuminate and blend easily with the inner man. No human being completes its grand cycle, or the circle of necessity, until all these are accomplished. As the laggards in a race struggle and plod in their first quarter, while the victor darts past the goal, so in the race of immortality. Some souls outspeed all the rest and reach the end, while their myriad competitors are toiling under the load of matter, close to the starting point. Some unfortunates fall out entirely and lose all chance of the prize. Some retrace their steps and begin again. This is what the Hindu dreads above all things, transmigration and reincarnation. Only on other and inferior planets, never on this one. But there is a way to avoid it, and Buddha taught it in his doctrine of poverty, restriction of the senses, perfect indifference to the objects of this earthly vale of tears, freedom from passion, and frequent intercommunication with the Atma, soul contemplation. The cause of reincarnation is ignorance of our senses, and the idea that there is any reality in the world, anything except abstract existence. From the organs of sense comes the hallucination we call contact. From contact, desire. From desire, sensation, which also is a deception of our body. From sensation, the cleaving to existing bodies. From this cleaving, reproduction, and from reproduction, disease, decay, and death. Thus, like the revolutions of a wheel, there is a regular succession of death and birth, the moral cause of which is the cleaving to existing objects, while the instrumental cause is karma, the power which controls the universe, prompting it to activity, merit and demerit. It is therefore the great desire of all beings who would be released from the sorrows of successive birth, to seek the destruction of the moral cause, the cleaving to existing objects or evil desire. They in whom evil desire is entirely destroyed are called arhats. Freedom from evil desire ensures the possession of a miraculous power. At his death, the arhat is never reincarnated. He invariably attains nirvana, a word, by the by, falsely interpreted by the Christian scholars and skeptical commentators. Nirvana is the world of cause, in which all deceptive effects or delusions of our senses disappear. Nirvana is the highest attainable sphere. The pt2, the pre-Adamic spirits, are considered as reincarnated by the Buddhistic philosopher, though in a degree far superior to that of the man on earth. Do they not die in their turn? Do not the astral bodies suffer and rejoice and feel the same curse of illusionary feelings as when embodied? What Buddha taught in the 6th century BC in India, Pythagoras taught in the 5th in Greece and Italy. Gibbon shows how deeply the Pharisees were impressed with this belief in transmigration of souls. The Egyptian circle of necessity is ineffectually stamped on the hoary monuments of old. And Jesus, when healing the sick, invariably used the following expression: "The sins are forgiven thee." This is a pure Buddhistical doctrine. The Jews said to the blind man, "Thou wast altogether born in sins, and dost thou teach us?" The doctrine of the disciples of Christ is analogous to the merit and demerit of the Buddhists. For the sick recovered if their sins were forgiven. But this former life believed in by the Buddhists is not a life on this planet, for more than any other people, the Buddhistical scholar appreciated the great doctrine of cycles. The speculations of Dupuy, Volney, and Godfrey Higgins on the secret meaning of the cycles, or the kalpas and the yugas of the Brahmins and Buddhists, amounted to little, as they did not have the key to the esoteric spiritual doctrine therein contained. No philosophy ever speculated on God as an abstraction, but considered him under his various manifestations: the first cause of the Hebrew Bible, the Pythagorean monad, the one existence of the Hindu philosopher, and the Kabbalistic Ein Sof. The boundless are identical. The Hindu Bhagavant does not create. He enters the egg of the world, and emanates from it as Brahm, in the same manner as the Pythagorean duad evolves from the highest and solitary monads. The monads of the Samian philosopher is the Hindu monads, mind, who has no first cause, a purva or material cause, nor is liable to destruction. Brahma, as Prajapati, manifests himself first of all as 12 bodies, or attributes, which are represented by the 12 gods, symbolizing 1, fire, 2, the sun, 3, soma, which gives omniscience, 4, all living beings, 5, vayu, or material ether, 6, death, or breath of destruction, Siva, 7, earth, 8, heaven, 9, Agni, the immaterial fire, 10, Aditya, the immaterial and female invisible sun, 11, mind, 12, the great infinite cycle, which is not to be stopped. After that, Brahma dissolves himself into the visible universe, every atom of which is himself. When this is done, the not manifested, indivisible, and indefinite monads retires into the undisturbed and majestic solitude of its unity. The manifested deity, a duad at first, now becomes a triad. Its triune quality emanates incessantly spiritual powers, who become immortal gods, souls. Each of these souls must be united in its turn with a human being, and from the moment of its consciousness it commences a series of births and deaths. An Eastern artist has attempted to give pictorial expression to the Kabbalistic doctrine of the cycles. The picture covers a whole inner wall of a subterranean temple in the neighborhood of a great Buddhistic pagoda, and is strikingly suggestive. Let us attempt to convey some idea of the design as we recall it. Imagine a given point in space as the primordial one. Then, with compass, draw a circle around this point. Where the beginning and the end unite together, emanation and reabsorption meet. The circle itself is composed of innumerable smaller circles, like the rings of a bracelet, and each of these minor rings forms the belt of the goddess, which represents that sphere. As the curve of the arc approaches the ultimate point of the semicircle, the nadir of the grand cycle, at which is placed our planet by the mystical painter, the face of each successive goddess becomes more dark and hideous than the European imagination is able to conceive. Every belt is covered with the representations of plants, animals, and human beings, belonging to the fauna, flora, and anthropology of that particular sphere. There is a certain distance between each of the spheres, purposely marked, for after the accomplishment of the circles through various transmigrations, the soul is allowed a time of temporary nirvana, during which space of time the Atma loses all remembrance of past sorrows. The intermediate ethereal space is filled with strange beings. Those between the highest ether and the earth below are the creatures of a middle nature, nature's spirits, or as the Kabbalists term it, sometimes the elementary. This picture is either a copy of the one described by posterity by Berosus, the priests of the Temple of Belus at Babylon, or the original. We leave it to the shrewdness of the modern archaeologist to decide. But the wall is covered with precisely such creatures as described by the semi-demon, or half-god Owanes, the Chaldean man-fish. Hideous beings, which were produced of a twofold principle, the astral light and the grosser matter. Even remains of architectural relics of the earliest races have been sadly neglected by antiquarians until now. The caverns of Arjunta, which are about 200 miles from Bombay in the Chandor range, and the ruins of the ancient city of Aurangabad, whose crumbling palaces and curious tombs have lain in desolate solitude for many centuries, have attracted attention but very recently. Mementos of long bygone civilization, they were allowed to become the shelter of wild beasts for ages before they were found worthy of a scientific exploration. And it is only recently the observer gave an enthusiastic description of these archaic ancestors of Herculaneum and Pompeii, after justly blaming the local government which has provided a bungalow where the traveler might find shelter and safety, but that is all. It proceeds to narrate the wonders to be seen in this retired spot in the following words. In a deep glen away up the mountain there is a group of cave temples, which are the most wonderful caverns on the earth. It is not known at the present age how many of these exist in the deep recesses of the mountains, but 27 have been explored, surveyed, and to some extent cleared of rubbish. There are doubtless many others. It is hard to realize with what indefatigable toil these wonderful caves have been hewn from the solid rock of amygdaloid. They are said to have been wholly Buddhist in their origin, and were used for purposes of worship and asceticism. They rank very high as works of art. They extend over 500 feet along a high cliff and are carved in the most curious manner, exhibiting in a wonderful degree the taste and the talent and the persevering industry of the Hindu sculptors. These cave temples are beautifully cut and carved on the outside, but inside they were finished most elaborately and decorated with a vast profusion of sculptures and paintings. These long deserted temples have suffered from dampness and neglect, and the paintings and frescoes are not what they were hundreds of years ago. But the colors are still brilliant, and scenes gay and festive still appear on the walls. Some of the figures cut in the rock are taken from marriage processions and scenes in domestic life that are represented as joyful. The female figures are beautiful, delicate, and fair as Europeans. Every one of these representations is artistic, and all of them are unpolluted by any grossness or obscenity generally so prominent in Brahmanical representations of a similar character. These caves are visited by a great number of antiquarians, who are striving to decipher the hieroglyphics inscribed on the walls and determine the age of these curious temples. The ruins of the ancient city of Aurangabad are not very far from these caves. It was a walled city of great repute, but is now deserted. There are not only broken walls, but crumbling palaces. They were built of immense strength, and some of the walls appear as solid as the everlasting hills. There are a great many places in this vicinity where there are Hindu remains, consisting of deep caves and rock-cut temples. Many of these temples are surrounded by a circular enclosure, which is often adorned with statues and columns. The figure of an elephant is very common, placed before or beside the opening of a temple as a sort of sentinel. Hundreds and thousands of niches are beautifully cut in the solid rock, and when these temples were thronged with worshippers, each niche had a statue or image, usually in the florid style of these oriental sculptures. It is a sad truth that almost every image here is shamefully defaced and mutilated. It is often said that no Hindu will bow down to an imperfect image, and that the Mohammedans, knowing this, purposely mutilated all these images to prevent the Hindus from worshipping them. This is regarded by the Hindus as sacrilegious and blasphemous, awakening the keenest animosities, which every Hindu inherits from his father, and which centuries have not been able to efface. Here also are the remains of buried cities, sad ruins, generally without a single inhabitant. In the grand palaces where royalty once gathered and held festivals, wild beasts find their hiding places. In several places, the track of the railway has been constructed over and through these ruins, and the material has been used for the bed of the road. Enormous stones have remained in their places for thousands of years, and probably will for thousands of years to come. These rock-cut temples, as well as these mutilated statues, show a workmanship that no work now being done by the natives can equal. It is very evident that hundreds of years since these hills were alive with a vast multitude, where now it is all utter desolation, without cultivation or inhabitants, and given over to wild beasts. It is good hunting ground, and as the English are mighty hunters, they may prefer to have these mountains and ruins remain without change. We fervently hope they will. Enough vandalism was perpetrated in earlier ages to permit us the hope that at least in this century of exploration and learning, science, in its branches of archaeology and philology, will not be deprived of these most precious records, wrought on imperishable tablets of granite and rock. We will now present a few fragments of this mysterious doctrine of reincarnation, as distinct from metempsychosis, which we have from an authority. Reincarnation, i.e., the appearance of the same individual, or rather of his astral monad, twice on the same planet, is not a rule in nature. It is an exception. Like the teratological phenomena of a two-headed infant, it is preceded by a violation of the laws of harmony in nature, and happens only when the latter, seeking to restore its disturbed equilibrium, violently throws back into earth life the astral monad, which has been tossed out of the circle of necessity by crime or accident. Thus, in cases of abortion, of infants dying before a certain age, and of congenital and incurable idiocy, nature's original design to produce a perfect human being has been interrupted. Therefore, while the gross matter of each of these several entities is suffered to disperse itself at death, through the vast realm of being, the immortal spirit and astral monad of the individual, the latter having been set apart to animate a frame and the former to shed its divine light on the corporeal organization, must try a second time to carry out the purpose of the creative intelligence. If reason has been so far developed as to become active and discriminative, there is no reincarnation on this earth, for the three parts of the triune man have been united together, and he is capable of running the race. But when the new being has not passed beyond the condition of monad, or when, as in the idiot, the Trinity has not been completed, the immortal spark which illuminates it has to re-enter on the earthly plane as it was frustrated in its first attempt. Otherwise, the mortal or astral and the immortal or divine souls could not progress in unison and pass onward to the sphere above. Spirit follows a line parallel with that of matter, and the spiritual evolution goes hand in hand with the physical. As in the case exemplified by Professor Leconte, vide Chapter 9, there is no force in nature, and the rule applies to the spiritual as well as to the physical evolution, which is capable of raising at once spirit or matter from number 1 to number 3, or from 2 to 4, without stopping and receiving an accession of force of a different kind on the intermediate plane. That is to say, the monad which was imprisoned in the elementary being, the rudimentary or lowest form of the future man, after having passed through and quitted the highest physical shape of a dumb animal, say an orangutan or again an elephant, one of the most intellectual of brutes, that monad, we say, cannot skip over the physical and intellectual sphere of the terrestrial man, and be suddenly ushered into the spiritual sphere above. What reward or punishment can there be in that sphere of a disembodied human entities for a fetus or a human embryo, which had not even time to breathe on this earth, still less an opportunity to exercise the divine faculties of the spirit? Or for an irresponsible infant, whose senseless monad, remaining dormant within the astral and physical casket, could as little prevent him from burning himself as another person to death? Or for one idiot from birth, the number of whose cerebral circumvolutions is only from 20 to 30% of those of sane persons, and who therefore is irresponsible for either his disposition, acts, or the imperfection of his vagrant half-developed intellect? No need to remark that, if even hypothetical, this theory is no more ridiculous than many others considered as strictly orthodox. We must not forget that either through the inaptness of the specialists, or some other reason, physiology itself is the least advanced or understood of sciences, and that some French physicians, with Dr. Fournier, positively despair of ever progressing in it beyond pure hypothesis. Further, the same occult doctrine recognizes another possibility, albeit so rare and so vague that it is rarely useless to mention it. Even the modern Occidental occultists deny it, though it is universally accepted in Eastern countries. When, through vice, fearful crimes, and animal passions, a disembodied spirit has fallen to the 8th sphere, the allegorical Hades, and the Gehenna of the Bible, the nearest to our earth, he can, with the help of that glimpse of reason and consciousness left to him, repent. That is to say, he can, by exercising the remnants of his willpower, strive upward, and like a drowning man struggle once more to the surface. In the magical and philosophical precepts of Celis, we find one which, warning mankind, says, "Stoop not down, for a precipice lies below the earth," drawing under a descent of 7 steps, beneath which is the throne of dire necessity. Strong aspiration to retrieve his calamities, a pronounced desire, will draw him once more into the earth's atmosphere. Here he will wander and suffer more or less in dreary solitude. His instincts will make him seek with avidity contact with living persons. These spirits are the invisible but too tangible magnetic vampires, the subjective daemons so well known to medieval aesthetics, nuns and monks to the witches, made so famous in the witch hammer, and to certain sensitive clairvoyants, according to their own confessions. They are the blood daemons of Porphyry, the larvae and lemures of the ancients, the fiendish instruments which sent so many unfortunate and weak victims to the rack and stake. Origen held all the demons which possess the daemonics mentioned in the New Testament to be human spirits. It is because Moses knew so well what they were, and how terrible were the consequences to weak persons who yielded to their influence, and he enacted the cruel, murderous law against such would-be witches. But Jesus, full of justice and divine love to humanity, healed instead of killing them. Subsequently, our clergy, the pretended exemplars of Christian principles, followed the law of Moses, and quietly ignored the law of him whom they call their one living God, by burning dozens of thousands of such pretended witches. Witch, mighty name, which in the past contained the promise of ignominious death, and in the present has but to be pronounced to raise a whirlwind of ridicule, a tornado of sarcasms. How is it, then, that there have always been men of intellect and learning, who never thought it would disgrace their reputation for learning or lower their dignity, to publicly affirm the possibility of such a thing as a witch, in the correct acceptation of the word? One such fearless champion was Henry More, the learned scholar of Cambridge, the 17th century. It is well worth our while to see how cleverly he handled the question. It appears that about the year 1678, a certain divine named John Webster wrote criticisms and interpretations of Scripture against the existence of witches and other superstitions. Finding the work a weak and impertinent piece, Dr. More criticized it in a letter to Glanville, the author of Sadducisms Triumphantis, and as an appendix sent a treatise on witchcraft and explanations of the word witch itself. This document is very rare, but we possess it in a fragmentary form in an old manuscript, having seen it mentioned besides only in an insignificant work of 1820 on apparitions, for it appears that the document itself was long since out of print. The words witch and wizard, according to Dr. Moore, signify no more than a wise man or wise woman. In the word wizard, it is plain at the very sight, and the most plain and least operose deduction of the name witch is from wit, whose derived adjective might be wittig or wittich, and by contraction afterwards witch, as the noun wit is from the verb to weet, which is to know, so that a witch thus far is no more than a knowing woman, which answers exactly to the Latin word saga, according to that of Festus. Sagae dicte annis quae multa sciunt. This definition of the word appears to us to be more plausible, as it exactly answers the evident meaning of the Slovenian Russian names for witches and wizards. The former is called Yidma, and the latter Yidmak, both from the verb to know, Vedat or Yedat, the root, moreover, being positively Sanskrit. Veda, says Max Muller in his lecture on the Vedas, means originally knowing or knowledge. Veda is the same word which appears in Greek. I know, the digama, vow being omitted, and in the English wise, wisdom to wit. Furthermore, the Sanskrit word vidma, answering to the German wir wissen, means literally we know. It is a great pity that the eminent philologist, while giving in his lecture the Sanskrit, Greek, Gothic, Anglo-Saxon, and German comparative roots of this word, has neglected the Slavonian. Another Russian appellation for witch and wizard, the former being purely Slavonian, is zahar and zaharka, feminine, from the same verb zat, to know. Thus, Dr. Moore's definition of the word, given in 1678, is perfectly correct and coincides in every particular with modern philology. Hughes, says this scholar, questionless, had appropriated the word to such a kind of skill and knowledge as was out of the common road or extraordinary. Nor did this peculiarity imply any unlawfulness. But there was after a further restriction, in which alone nowadays the words witch and wizard are used, and that is, for one that has the knowledge and skill of doing or telling things in an extraordinary way, and that in virtue of either an express or implicit association or confederacy with some bad spirits. In the clause of the severe law of Moses, so many names are reckoned up with that of witch, that it is difficult as well as useless to give here the definition of every one of them as found in Dr. Moore's able treatise. There shall not be found among you any one that useth divination, or an observer of time, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer, says the text. We will show further on the real object of such severity. For the present, we will remark that Dr. Moore, after giving a learned definition of every one of such appellations, and showing the value of their real meaning in the days of Moses, proves that there is a vast difference between the enchanters, observers of time, etc., and a witch. So many names are reckoned up in this prohibition of Moses, that as in our common law, the sense may be more sure and leave no room to evasion. And that the name of witch is not from any tricks of legerdemain, as in common jugglers, that delude the sight of the people in a market or fair, but that it is the name of such as raise magical spectres to deceive men's sight, and so are most certainly witches, women and men who have a bad spirit in them. Thou shalt not suffer. Makasefa, that is, a witch to live, which would be a law of extreme severity, or rather cruelty, against a poor hocus-pocus for his tricks of legerdemain. Thus it is but the sixth appellation, that of a consulter with familiar spirits or a witch, that had to incur the greatest penalty of the law of Moses. For it is only a witch which must not be suffered to live, while all the others are simply enumerated as such with whom the people of Israel were forbidden to communicate, on account of their idolatry, or rather religious views and learning chiefly. The sixth word is Shol Ob, which our English translators renders a consulter with familiar spirits, but which the Septuagint translates, one that has a familiar spirit inside him, one possessed with the spirit of divination, which was considered to be Python by the Greeks, and Ob by the Hebrews, the old serpent. In its esoteric meaning, the spirit of concupiscence and matter, which according to the Kabbalists is always an elementary human spirit of the eighth sphere. Shoal Ob, I conceive, says Henry Moore, is to be understood of the witch herself who asks counsel of her or his familiar. The reason of the name Ob was taken first from that spirit that was in the body of the party, and swelled it to a protuberancy, the voice always seeming to come out as from a bottle, for which reason they were named ventriloquists. Ob signifies as much as Pytho, which at first took its name from the Pythi Vates, a spirit that tells hidden things, or things to come. In Acts 16, when Paul, being grieved, turned and said to that spirit, I command thee in the name of Jesus Christ to come out of her. And he came out at the same hour. Therefore the words obsessed or possessed are synonyms of the word witch. Nor could this Pytho of the eighth sphere come out of her, unless it was a spirit distinct from her. And so it is that we see in Leviticus 27, a man also or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. A cruel and unjust law beyond doubt, and one which gives the lie to a recent utterance of spirits by the mouth of one of the most popular inspirational mediums of the day, to the effect that modern philological research proves that the Mosaic Law never contemplated the killing of the poor mediums or witches of the Old Testament, but that the words, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, meant to live by their mediumship, that is, to gain their livelihood. An interpretation no less ingenious than novel. Certainly nowhere short of the source of such inspiration could we find such philological profundity. Shut the door in the face of the daemon, says the Kabbalah, and he will keep running away from you, as if you pursued him. Which means that you must not give a hold on you to such spirits of obsession by attracting them into an atmosphere of congenial sin. These daemons seek to introduce themselves into the bodies of the simple-minded and idiots, and remain there until dislodged therefrom by a powerful and pure will. Jesus, Apollonius, and some of the apostles had the power to cast out devils by purifying the atmosphere within and without the patient, so as to force the unwelcome tenant to flight. Certain volatile salts are particularly obnoxious to them, and the effect of the chemicals used in a saucer and placed under the bed by Mr. Varley of London, for the purpose of keeping away some disagreeable physical phenomena at night, are corroborative of this great truth. Pure or even simply inoffensive human spirits fear nothing, for having rid themselves of terrestrial matter. Terrestrial compounds can affect them in no wise. Such spirits are like a breath. Not so with the earth-bound souls and the nature spirits. It is for these carnal terrestrial larvae, degraded human spirits, that the ancient Kabbalists entertained a hope of reincarnation. But when or how? At a fitting moment, and if helped by a sincere desire for his amendment and repentance by some strong, sympathizing person, or the will of an adept, or even a desire emanating from the erring spirit himself, provided it is powerful enough to make him throw off the burden of sinful matter. Losing all consciousness, the once bright monad is caught once more into the vortex of our terrestrial evolution. It repasses the subordinate kingdoms, and again breathes as a living child. To compute the time necessary for the completion of this process would be impossible. Since there is no perception of time in eternity, the attempt would be a mere waste of labor. As we have said, but few Kabbalists believe in it, and this doctrine originated with certain astrologers. While casting up the narratives of certain historical personages renowned for some peculiarities of disposition, they found the conjunction of the planets answering perfectly to remarkable oracles and prophecies about other persons born ages later. Observation and what would now be termed remarkable coincidences added to revelation during the sacred sleep of the neophyte, disclosed the dreadful truth. So horrible is the thought that even those who ought to be convinced of it prefer ignoring it, or at least avoid speaking on the subject. This way of obtaining oracles was practiced in the highest antiquity. In India, this sublime lethargy is called the sacred sleep. It is an oblivion into which the subject is thrown by certain magical processes, supplemented by draughts of the juice of the soma. The body of the sleeper remains for several days in a condition resembling death, and by the power of the adept is purified of its earthliness and made fit to become the temporary receptacle of the brightness of the immortal agodis. In this state, the torpid body is made to reflect the glory of the upper spheres, as a burnished mirror does the rays of the sun. The sleeper takes no note of the lapse of time, but upon awakening, after 4 or 5 days of trance, imagines he has slept but a few moments. What his lips utter he will never know, but as it is the spirit which directs them, they can pronounce nothing but divine truth. For the time being, the poor helpless clod is made the shrine of the sacred presence and converted into an oracle, 1,000 times more infallible than the asphyxiated pythoness of Delphi. Unlike her romantic frenzy, which was exhibited before the multitude, this holy sleep is witnessed only within the sacred precinct by those few of the adepts who are worthy to stand in the presence of the Adonai. The description which Isaiah gives of the purification necessary for a prophet to undergo before he is worthy to be the mouthpiece of heaven applies to the case in point. In customary metaphor he says, "Then flew one of the seraphim unto me, having a coal live in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from the altar. And he laid it upon my mouth and said, Lo, this hath touched thine lips, and thy iniquity is taken away." The invocation of his own Ogadis by the purified adept is described in words of unparalleled beauty by Bulwer Lytton in Zanoni, and there he gives us to understand the slightest touch of mortal passions unfit the Hierophant to hold communion with his spotless soul. Not only are there few who can successfully perform the ceremony, but even these rarely resort to it except for the instruction of some neophytes, and to obtain knowledge of the most solemn importance. And yet, how little is the knowledge treasured up by these hierophants understood or appreciated by the general public. There is another collection of writings and traditions bearing the title of Kabbalah, attributed to Oriental scholars, says the author of Art Magic. But as this remarkable work is of little or no value without a key, which can only be furnished by Oriental fraternities, its transcript would be of no value to the general reader. And how they are ridiculed by every Houndsditch commercial traveler who wanders through India in pursuit of orders and writes to the Times, and misrepresented by every nimble-fingered trickster who pretends to show by legerdemain to the gaping crowd the feats of true Oriental magicians. But notwithstanding his unfairness in the Algerian effort, Robert Houdin, an authority on the art of prestidigitation, and Moreau Sinti, another, gave honest testimony in behalf of the French mediums. They both testified when cross-examined by the academicians that none but the mediums could possibly produce the phenomena of table rapping and levitation, without a suitable preparation and furniture adapted for the purpose. They also showed that the so-called levitations without contact were feats utterly beyond the power of the professional juggler, that for them such levitations, unless produced in a room supplied with secret machinery and concave mirrors, was impossible. They added, moreover, that the simple apparition of a diaphanous hand, in a place in which confederacy would be rendered impossible, the medium having been previously searched, would be a demonstration that it was the work of no human agency, whatever else that agency might be. The Cecil and other Parisian newspapers immediately published their suspicions that these two professional and very clever gentlemen had become the confederates of the spiritualists. Professor Pepper, director of the Polytechnic Institute of London, invented a clever apparatus to produce spiritual appearances on the stage, and sold his patent in 1863 in Paris for the sum of 20,000 francs. The phantoms looked real and were evanescent, being but an effect produced by the reflection of a highly illuminated object upon the surface of plate glass. They seemed to appear and disappear, to walk about the stage and play their parts to perfection. Sometimes one of the phantoms placed himself on a bench, after which one of the living actors would begin quarreling with him, and, seizing a heavy hatchet, would part the head and body of the ghost in two. But joining his two parts again, the spectre would reappear, a few steps off, to the amazement of the public. The contrivance worked marvelously well, and nightly attracted large crowds. But to produce these ghosts required a stage apparatus, and more than one confederate. There were nevertheless some reporters who made the exhibition the pretext for ridiculing the spiritists, as though the two classes of phenomena had the slightest connection. What the pepper ghosts pretended to do, genuine disembodied human spirits, when their reflection is materialized by the elementals, can actually perform. They will permit themselves to be perforated with bullets or the sword, or to be dismembered, and then instantly form themselves anew. But the case is different with both cosmic and human elementary spirits, for a sword or dagger, or even a pointed stick will cause them to vanish in terror. This will seem unaccountable to those who do not understand of what a material substance the elementary are composed. But the Kabbalists understand perfectly. The records of antiquity of the Middle Ages, to say nothing of the modern wonders at Citadel, which have been judiciously attested for us, corroborated these facts. Skeptics and even skeptical spiritualists have often unjustly accused mediums of fraud, when denied what they considered their inalienable right to test the spirits. But where there is one such case, there are 50 in which spiritualists have permitted themselves to be practiced upon by tricksters, while they neglected to appreciate genuine manifestations procured for them by their mediums. Ignorant of the laws of mediumship, such do not know that when an honest medium is once taken possession of by spirits, whether disembodied or elemental, he is no longer his own master. He cannot control the actions of the spirits, nor even his own. They make him a puppet to dance at their pleasure while they pull the wires behind the scenes. The false medium may seem entranced and yet be playing tricks all the while the real medium may appear to be in full possession of his senses, when in fact he is far away and his body is animated by his Indian guide or control. Or he may be entranced in his cabinet, while his astral body, double or doppelganger, is walking about the room moved by another intelligence. Among all the phenomena, that of repercussion, closely allied with those of bilocation and aerial traveling, is the most astounding. In the Middle Ages it was included under the head of sorcery. The Gasperin, in his refutations of the miraculous character of the marbles of de Citadel, treats of the subject at length, but these pretended explanations were all in their turn exploded by de Merville and de Mousseau, who, while failing in their attempt to trace the phenomena back to the devil, did nevertheless prove their spiritual origin. The prodigy of repercussion, says de Mousseau, occurs when a blow aimed at the spirit, visible or otherwise, of an absent living person, or at the phantom which represents him, strikes this person himself at the same time, and in the very place at which the spectre or his double is touched. We must suppose, therefore, that the blow is repercussed, and that it reaches, as if rebounding from the image of the living person, his phantasmal duplicate, the original, wherever he may be in flesh and blood. Thus, for instance, an individual appears before me, or remaining invisible declares war, threatens and causes me to be threatened with obsession. I strike at the place where I perceive his phantom, where I hear him moving, where I feel something which molests and resists me. I strike, the blood will appear sometimes on this place, and occasionally a scream may be heard. He is wounded, perhaps dead. It is done, and I have explained the fact. Notwithstanding that, at the moment I struck him, his presence in another place is authentically proved. I saw plainly the phantom hurt upon the cheek or shoulder. And this same wound is found precisely on the living person, repercussed upon his cheek or shoulder. Thus it becomes evident that the facts of repercussion have an intimate connection with those of bilocation or duplication, either spiritual or corporeal. The history of the Salem witchcraft, as we find it recorded in the works of Cotton Mather, Caliph, Upham, and others, furnishes a curious corroboration of the fact of the double, as it also does of the effects of allowing elementary spirits to have their own way. This tragical chapter of American history has never yet been written in accordance with the truth. A party of 4 or 5 young girls had become developed as mediums by sitting with a West Indian Negro woman, a practitioner of Obeah. They began to suffer all kinds of physical torture, such as pinching, having pins stuck in them, and the marks of bruises and teeth on different parts of their bodies. They would declare that they were hurt by the specters of various persons, and we learn from the celebrated narrative of Deodat Lawson, London, 1704, that some of them confessed that they did afflict the sufferers, i.e. these young girls, according to the time and manner they were accused thereof, and being asked what they did to afflict them. Some said that they were pricked pins into poppets, made with rags, wax, and other materials. One that confessed after the signing of her death warrant said she used to afflict them by clutching and pinching her hands together, and wishing in what part and after what manner she would have them afflicted, and it was done. Mr. Upham tells us that Abigail Hobbs, one of these girls, acknowledged that she had confederated with the devil, who came to her in the shape of a man, and commanded her to afflict the girls, bringing images made of wood and their likeness, with thorns for her to prick into the images, which she did, whereupon the girls cried out that they were hurt by her. How perfectly these facts, the validity of which was proven by unimpeachable testimony in court, go to corroborate the doctrine of Paracelsus. It is surpassingly strange that so ripe a scholar as Mr. Upham should have accumulated into the 1,000 pages of his 2 volumes such a mass of legal evidence, going to show the agency of earthbound souls and tricksy nature spirits in these tragedies, without suspecting the truth. Ages ago, the old Aeneas was made by Lucretius to say something similar. In this present case, as in every similar one, the scientists, being unable to explain the fact, assert that it cannot exist. But we will now give a few historical instances going to show that some daemons, or elementary spirits, are afraid of sword, knife, or anything sharp. We do not pretend to explain the reason. That is the province of physiology and psychology. Unfortunately, physiologists have not yet been able to even establish the relations between speech and thought, and so have handed it over to the metaphysicians, who in their turn, according to Forney, have done nothing. Done nothing, we say, but claimed everything. No fact could be presented to some of them that was too large for these learned gentlemen to at least try to stuff into their pigeonholes. Labeled with some fancy Greek name, expressive of everything else but the true nature of the phenomena. Alas, alas, my son, exclaims the wise Mufti of Aleppo to his son Ibrahim, who choked himself with the head of a huge fish. When will you realize that your stomach is smaller than the ocean? Or, as Mrs. Catherine Crowe remarks in her Night Side of Nature, when will our scientists admit that their intellects are no measure of God's almighty designs? We will not ask which of the ancient writers mention facts of seemingly supernatural nature, but rather which of them does not. In Homer, we find Ulysses evoking the spirit of his friend, the soothsayer Tiresias, preparing for the ceremony of the Festival of Blood. Ulysses draws his sword and thus frightens away the thousands of phantoms attracted by the sacrifice. The friend himself, the so long expected Tiresias, dares not approach him so long as Ulysses holds the dreaded weapon in his hand. Aeneas prepares to descend to the kingdom of the shadows, and as soon as they approach its entrance, the Sibyl who guides him utters her warning to the Trojan hero, and orders him to draw his sword and clear himself a passage through the dense crowd of flitting forms. Glanville gives a wonderful narrative of the apparition of the drummer of Tedworth, which happened in 1661, in which the Sinleca, or double of the drummer sorcerer, was evidently very much afraid of the sword. Selous, in his work, gives a long story of his sister-in-law being thrown into a most fearful state by an elementary demon taking possession of her. She was finally cured by a conjurer, a foreigner named Anaphalangus, who began by threatening the invisible occupant of her body with a naked sword, until he finally dislodged him. Selous introduces a whole catechism of demonology, which he gives in the following terms as far as we remember. You want to know, asked the conjurer, whether the bodies of the spirits can be hurt by swords or any other weapon. Yes, they can. Any hard substance striking them can make them sensible to pain. And though their bodies be made neither of solid nor firm substance, they feel it the same. For in beings endowed with sensibility, it is not their nerves only which possess the faculty of feeling, but likewise also in the spirit which resides in them. The body of a spirit can be sensible in its whole, as well as in each of its parts. Without the help of any physical organism, the spirit sees, hears, and if you touch him, feels your touch. If you divide him in two, he will feel the pain as would any living man, for he is matter still, though so refined as to be generally invisible to our eye. One thing, however, distinguishes him from the living man, viz., that when a man's limbs are once divided, their parts cannot be reunited very easily. But cut a demon in two, and you will see him immediately join himself together, as water or air closes in behind a solid body, passing through it, and no trace is left. So does the body of a demon condense itself again, when the penetrative weapon is withdrawn from the wound. But every rent made in it causes him pain nevertheless. That is why demons dread the point of a sword or any sharp weapon. Let those who want to see them flee try the experiment. One of the most learned scholars of his century, Baudin, the demonologian, held the same opinion, that both the human and cosmical elementaries were solely afraid of swords and daggers. It is also the opinion of Porphyry, Iamblichus, and Plato. Plutarch mentions it several times. The practicing theurgists knew it well and acted accordingly, and many of the latter asserted that the demons suffer from any rent made in their bodies. Baudin tells us a wonderful story to this effect in his work on the Daemons, page 292. I remember, says the author, that in 1557 an elemental demon, one of those who are called thundering, fell down with the lightning into the house of Pudot, the shoemaker, and immediately began flinging stones all about the room. We picked up so many of them that the landlady filled a large chest full, after having securely closed the windows and doors and locked the chest itself. But it did not prevent the demon in the least from introducing other stones into the room, without injuring any one for all that. Latomy, who was then quarter president, came to see what was the matter. Immediately upon his entrance, the spirit knocked the cap off his head and made him run away. It had lasted for over 6 days. Came to fetch me to see the mystery. When I entered the house, someone advised the master of it to pray to God with all his heart and to wheel round a sword in the air about the room. He did so. On that following day, the landlady told us that from that very moment they did not hear the least noise in the house, but that during the 7 previous days that it lasted they could not get a moment's rest. The books on witchcraft of the Middle Ages are full of such narratives. The very rare and interesting works of Glanville, called Seducimus Triumphatus, ranks with that of Baudin, above mentioned as one of the best. But we must give space now to certain narratives of the more ancient philosophers, who explain at the same time what they describe. And first in rank for wonders comes Proclus. His list of facts, most of which he supports by the citation of witnesses, sometimes well-known philosophers, is staggering. He records many instances in his time of dead persons who were found to have changed their recumbent positions in the sepulchre, for one of either sitting or standing, which he attributes to their being larvae, and which he says is related by the ancients of Aristesius and Epimenides and Hermodorus. He gives 5 such cases from the history of Clearchus, the disciple of Aristotle. 1. Cleonymus, the Athenian. 2. Polycrates, an illustrious man among the Aeolians. It is related by the historian Nemachius that Polycrates died and returned in the 9th month after his death. Hiero, the Ephesian, and other historians, says his translator, Taylor, testify to the truth of this. 3. In Nicopolis, the same happened to one Irenaeus. The latter revived on the 15th day after his burial, and lived for some time after that, leading an exemplary life. 4. Rufus, a priest of Thessalonica, restored to life the 3rd day after his death, for the purpose of performing certain sacred ceremonies according to promise. He fulfilled his engagement, and died again to return no more. 5. This is the case of one Philonia, who lived under the reign of Philip. She was the daughter of Demostratus and Charito of Amphipolis, married against her wish to one of Croterus. She died soon after, but in the 6th month after her death she revived, as Proclus says, through her love of a youth named Machetes, who came to her father Demostratus from Pella. She visited him for many nights successively, but when this was finally discovered, she, or rather the vampire that represented her, died of rage. Previous to this, she declared that she acted in this manner according to the will of terrestrial demons. Her dead body was seen at this second death by everyone in the town, lying in her father's house. On opening the vault where her body had been deposited, it was found empty by those of her relatives, who, being incredulous upon that point, went to ascertain the truth. The narrative is corroborated by the epistles of Hipparchus and those of Aridaeus to Philip. Says Proclus, many other of the ancients have collected a history of those that have apparently died and afterward revived. Among those is the natural philosopher Democritus. In his writings concerning Hades, he affirms that, in a certain case under discussion, death was not, as it seemed, an entire desertion of the whole life of the body, but a cessation caused by some blow or perhaps a wound. But the bonds of the soul yet remained rooted about the marrow, and the heart contained in its profundity the imperiuma of life. And this remaining, it again acquired the life which had been extinguished, in consequence of being adapted to animation. He says again that it is possible for the soul to depart from and enter into the body, is evident from him, who, according to Clericus, used a soul-attracting wand on a sleeping boy, and who persuaded Aristotle, as Clericus relates in his treatise on sleep, that the soul may be separated from the body, and that it enters into the body and uses it as a lodging. For, striking the boy with the wand, he drew out, and, as it were, led his soul for the purpose of evincing that the body was immovable when the soul, astral body, was at a distance from it, and that it was preserved uninjured. But the soul being led again into the body by means of the wand, after its entrance, narrated every particular. From this circumstance, therefore, both the spectators and Aristotle were persuaded that the soul is separate from the body. It may be considered quite absurd to recall so often the facts of witchcraft in the full light of the 19th century. But the century itself is getting old, and as it gradually approaches the fatal end, it seems as if it were falling into dotage. Not only does it refuse to recollect how abundantly the facts of witchcraft were proven, but it refuses to realize what has been going on for the last 30 years, all over the wide world. After a lapse of several thousand years, we may doubt the magic powers of the Thessalonian priests and their sorceries, as mentioned by Pliny. We may throw discredit upon the information given us by Suidas, who narrates Medea's journey through the air, and thus forget that magic was the highest knowledge of natural philosophy. But how are we to dispose of the frequent occurrence of precisely such journeys through the air, when they happen before our own eyes, and are corroborated by the testimony of hundreds of apparently sane persons? If the universality of a belief be it proof of its truth, few facts have been better established than that of sorcery. Every people, from the rudest to the most refined, we may also add, in every age, have believed in the kind of supernatural agency which we understand by this term, says Thomas Wright, the author of Sorcery and Magic, and a skeptical member of the National Institute of France. It was founded on the equally extensive creed that besides our own visible existence, we live in an invisible world of spiritual beings, by which our actions and even our thoughts are often guided, and which we have a certain degree of power over the elements and over the ordinary course of organic life. Further, marveling how this mysterious science flourished everywhere, and noticing several famous schools of magic in different parts of Europe, he explains the time-honored belief and shows the difference between sorcery and magic as follows. The magician differed from the witch in this, that while the latter was an ignorant instrument in the hands of the demons, the former had become their master by the powerful intermediation of science, which was only within reach of the few. and which these beings were unable to disobey. This delineation, established and known since the days of Moses, the author gives as derived from the most authentic sources. If from this unbeliever we pass to the authority of an adept in that mysterious science, the anonymous author of Art Magic, we find him stating the following. The reader may inquire wherein consists the difference between a medium and a magician. The medium is one through whose astral spirit and other spirits can manifest, making their presence known by various kinds of phenomena. Whatever these consist in, the medium is only a passive agent in their hands. He can neither command their presence nor will their absence, can never compel the performance of any special act, nor direct its nature. The magician, on the contrary, can summon and dismiss spirits at will, can perform many feats of occult power through his own spirit, can compel the presence and assistance of spirits of lower grades of being than himself, and effect transformations in the realm of nature upon animate and inanimate bodies. This learned author forgot to point out a marked distinction in mediumship, with which he must have been entirely familiar. Physical phenomena are the result of the manipulation of forces through the physical system of the medium, by the unseen intelligences, of whatever class. In a word, physical mediumship depends on a peculiar organization of the physical system. Spiritual mediumship, which is accompanied by a display of subjective, intellectual phenomena, depends upon a like peculiar organization of the spiritual nature of the medium. As the potter from one lump of clay fashions a vessel of dishonor, and from another a vessel of honor, so among physical mediums, the plastic, astral spirit of one may be prepared for a certain class of objective phenomena, and that of another for a different one. Once so prepared, it appears difficult to alter the phase of mediumship, as when a bar of steel is forged into a certain shape that cannot be used for any other than its original purpose without difficulty. As a rule, mediums who have been developed for one class of phenomena rarely change to another, but repeat the same performance ad infinitum. Psychography, or the direct writing of messages by spirits, partakes of both forms of mediumship. The writing itself is an objective physical fact, while the sentiments it contains may be of the very noblest character. The latter depend entirely on the moral state of the medium. It does not require that he should be educated to write philosophical treatises worthy of Aristotle, nor a poet to write verses that would reflect honor upon a Byron or a Lamartine, but it does require that the soul of the medium shall be pure enough to serve as a channel for the spirits who are capable of giving utterance to such lofty sentiments. In Art Magic, one of the most delightful pictures presented to us is that of an innocent little child medium, in whose presence, during the past 3 years, 4 volumes of MSS, in the ancient Sanskrit, have been written by the spirits, without pens, pencils, or ink. It is enough, says the author, to lay the blank sheets on a tripod, carefully screened from the direct rays of light, but still dimly visible to the eyes of the attentive observers. The child sits on the ground and lays her hand on the tripod, embracing its supports with her little arms. In this attitude, she most commonly sleeps for an hour, during which time the sheets lying on the tripod are filled up with exquisitely formed characters in the ancient Sanskrit. This is so remarkable an instance of psychographic mediumship, and so thoroughly illustrates the principle we have above stated, that we cannot refrain from quoting a few lines from one of the Sanskrit writings. The more so as it embodies that portion of the Hermetic philosophy relating to the antecedent state of man, which elsewhere we have less satisfactorily described. Man lives on many earths before he reaches this. Myriads of worlds swarm in space where the soul in rudimental states performs its pilgrimages, ere he reaches the large and shining planet named the Earth, the glorious function of which is to confer self-consciousness. At this point only is he man. At every other stage of this vast wild journey he is but an embryonic being, a fleeting, temporary shape of matter, a creature in which a part, but only a part, of the high imprisoned soul shines forth, a rudimental shape with rudimental functions, ever living, dying, sustaining a flitting spiritual existence as rudimental as the material shape from whence it emerged. A butterfly springing up from the crystallitic shell, but ever as it onward rushes in new births, new deaths, new incarnations, and on to die and live again, but still stretch upward, still strive onward, still rush on the giddy, dreadful, toilsome, rugged path until it awakens once more to live and be a material shape, a thing of dust, a creature of flesh and blood, but now a man. We witnessed once in India a trial of psychical skill between a holy Gaussian and a sorcerer, which recurs to us in this connection. We had been discussing the relative powers of the fakirs Petris, pre-Adamite spirits, and the juggler's invisible allies. A trial of skill was agreed upon, and the writer was chosen as a referee. We were taking our noonday rest beside a small lake in northern India. Upon the surface of the glassy water floated innumerable aquatic flowers and large shining leaves. Each of the contestants plucked a leaf. The fakir, laying his head against his breast, folded his hands across it and fell into a momentary trance. He then laid the leaf, with its surface downward, upon the water. The juggler pretended to control the water master, the spirit dwelling in the water, and boasted that he would compel the power to prevent the Petris from manifesting any phenomena upon the fakir's leaf in their element. He took his own leaf and tossed it upon the water, after going through a form of barbarous incantation. It at once exhibited a violent agitation, while the other leaf remained perfectly motionless. After a lapse of a few seconds, both leaves were recovered. Upon that of the fakir were found, much to the indignation of the juggler, something that looked like a symmetrical design traced in milk-white characters, as though the juices of the plant had been used as a corrosive writing fluid. When it became dry, and had an opportunity was afforded to examine the lines with care, it proved to be a series of exquisitely formed Sanskrit characters. The whole composed a sentence embodied a high moral precept. The fakir, let us add, could neither read nor write. Upon the juggler's leaf, instead of writing, was found the tracing of a most hideous, impish face. Each leaf, therefore, bore an impression or allegorical reflection of the character of the contestant, and indicated the quality of spiritual beings with which he was surrounded. But with deep regret we must once more leave India, with its blue sky and mysterious past, its religious devotees and its weird sorcerers, and on the enchanted carpet of the historian, transport ourselves back to the musty atmosphere of the French Academy. To appreciate the timidity, prejudice, and superficiality which we have marked the treatment of psychological subjects in the past, we propose to review a book which lies before us. It is the Histoire de Merveille dans le Temps Modernes. The work is published by its author, the learned de Figuier, and teems with quotations from the most conspicuous authorities in physiology, psychology, and medicine. Dr. Calmel, the well-known director-in-chief of Charenton, the famous lunatic asylum in France, is the robust atlas on whose mighty shoulders rests this world of erudition. As the ripe fruit of the thought of 1860, it must forever keep a place among the most curious of works of art, moved by the restless demons of science, determined to kill superstition, and as a consequence, spiritism. At one blow, the author affords us a summary view of the most remarkable instances of mediumistic phenomena during the last 2 centuries. The discussion embraces the prophets of Cévennes, the Camisards, the Jansenists, the Abbé Paris, and other historical epidemics, which, as they have been described during the last 20 years by nearly every writer upon the modern phenomena, we will mention as briefly as possible. It is not facts that we desire to bring again under discussion, but merely the way in which such facts were regarded and treated by those who, as physicians and recognized authorities, had the greater responsibility in such questions. If this prejudiced author is introduced to our readers at this time, it is only because his work enables us to show what occult facts and manifestations may expect from orthodox science, when the most world-renowned psychological epidemics are so treated. What will induce a materialist to seriously study other phenomena, as well authenticated and as interesting, but still less popular? Let it be remembered that the reports made by various committees to the respective academies at the time, as well as the records of the judicial tribunals, are still in existence, and may be consulted for purposes of verification. It is from such unimpeachable sources that Dr. Figuier compiled his extraordinary work. We must give at least in substance the unparalleled arguments with which the author seeks to demolish every form of supernaturalism, together with the commentaries of the demonological de Musso, who in one of his works pounces upon his skeptical victim like a tiger upon his prey. Between the two champions, the materialist and the bigot, the unbiased student may glean a good harvest. We will begin with the convulsionaires of Savines, the epidemic of whose astounding phenomena occurred during the latter part of 1700. The merciless measures adopted by the French Catholics to extirpate the spirit of prophecy from an entire population is historical and needs no repetition here. The fact alone that a mere handful of men, women, and children, not exceeding 2,000 persons in number, could withstand for years King's troops, which, with the militia, amounted to 60,000 men, is a miracle in itself. The marvels are all recorded in the procès verbaux at the time preserved in the archives of France until this day. There is in existence an official report, among others, which was sent to Rome by the ferocious Abbé Cella, the prior of Laval, in which he complains that the evil one is so powerful that no torture, no amount of inquisitory exorcism is able to dislodge him from the 7 mois. He adds that he closed their hands upon burning coals, and they were not even singed, that he had wrapped their whole persons in cotton soaked with oil, and had set them on fire, and in many cases did not find one blister on their skins, that balls were shot at them and found flattened between the skin and clothes, without injuring them, etc., etc. Accepting the whole of the above as a solid groundwork for his learned arguments, this is what Dr. Figuier says. Towards the close of the 17th century, an old maid imports into Savines the spirit of prophecy. She communicates it to young boys and girls, who transpire it in their turn and spread it to the surrounding atmosphere. Women and children become the most sensitive to the infection. Volume 2, page 261. Men, women, and babies speak under inspiration, not in ordinary patois, but in the purest French, a language at that time utterly unknown in the country. Children of 12 months and even less, as we learn from the procès verbaux, who previously could hardly utter a few short syllables, spoke fluently and prophesied. 8,000 prophets, says Figuier, were scattered over the country. Doctors and eminent physicians were sent for. Half of the medical schools of France, among others, the faculty of Montpellier, hastened to the spot. Consultations were held, and the physicians declared themselves delighted, lost in wonder and admiration upon hearing young girls and boys, ignorant and illiterate, deliver discourse on things that they had never learned. The sentence pronounced by Figuier against these treacherous professional brethren for being so delighted with the young prophets is that they did not understand themselves what they saw. Many of the prophets forcibly communicated their spirits to those who tried to break the spell. A great number of them were between 3 and 12 years of age. Still others were at the breast and spoke French distinctly and correctly. These discourses, which often lasted for several hours, would have been impossible to the little orators, were the latter in their natural or normal state. Now asks the reviewer, what was the meaning of such a series of prodigies, all of them freely admitted in Figuier's book? No meaning at all. It was nothing, he says, except the effect of a momentary exaltation of the intellectual faculties. These phenomena, he adds, are observable in many of the cerebral affections. Momentary exaltation lasted for many hours in the brains of babies under 1 year old, not weaned yet, speaking good French before they had learned to say one word in their own patois. O miracle of physiology, prodigy ought to be thy name, exclaims de Musso. Dr. Calmiel, in his work on insanity, remarks Figuier, when reporting on the ecstatic theomania of the Calvinists, concludes that the disease must be attributed to the simpler cases to hysteria, and in those of more serious chapters to epilepsy. We rather incline the opinion, says Figuier, that it was a disease sui generis, and in order to have an appropriate name for such a disease, we must be satisfied with the one of the trembling convulsionaires of Savines. theomania, and hysteria again. The medical corporations must themselves be possessed with an incurable atomomania. Otherwise, why should they give out such absurdities for science and hope their acceptance? Such was the fury for exercising and roasting, continues Figuier, that monks saw possessions by demons everywhere when they felt in need of miracles, to either throw more light on the omnipotency of the devil or keep their dining pot boiling at the convent. For this sarcasm, the pious de Musso expresses a heartfelt gratitude to Figuier, for, as he remarks, he is in France one of the first writers whom we find, to our surprise, not denying the phenomena which have been made long since undeniable. Moved by a sense of lofty superiority and even disdain for the method used by his predecessors, Dr. Figuier desires his readers to know that he does not follow the same path as they. We will not reject, says he, as being unworthy of credit, facts only because they are embarrassing for our system. On the contrary, we will collect all the facts that the same historical evidence has transmitted to us, and which, consequently, are entitled to the same credence. And it is upon the whole mass of such facts that we will base the natural explanation, which we have to offer in our turn as a sequel to those of the savants who have preceded us on this subject. Thereupon Dr. Figuier proceeds. He takes a few steps, and placing himself right in the midst of the convulsionaires at Saint Médard, he invites his readers to scrutinize, under his direction, prodigies which are for him but simple effects of nature. But before we proceed in our turn to show Dr. Figuier's opinion, we must refresh the reader's memory as to what the Jansenists' miracles comprised according to historical evidence. Abbé Paris was a Jansenist, who died in 1727. Immediately after his decease, the most surprising phenomena began to occur at his tomb. The churchyard was crowded from morning till night. Jesuits, exasperated at seeing heretics perform wonders in healing and other works, got from the magistrates an order to close all access to the tomb of the abbey. But notwithstanding every opposition, the wonders lasted for over 20 years. Bishop Douglas, who went to Paris for that sole purpose in 1749, visited the place, and he reports that the miracles were still going on among the convulsionaires. When every endeavor to stop them failed, the Catholic clergy were forced to admit their reality, but screen themselves as usual behind the devil. Hume, in his philosophical essays, says, "There surely never was so great a number of miracles ascribed to one person as those which were lately said to have been wrought in France upon the tomb of the Abbé Paris. The curing of the sick, giving hearing to the deaf and sight to the blind, were everywhere talked of as the effects of the Holy Sepulchre. But what is more extraordinary, many of the miracles were immediately proved upon the spot, before judges of unquestioned credit and distinction, in a learned age, and on the most eminent theatre that is now in the world. Nor were the Jesuits, though a learned body, supported by the civil magistrates, and determined enemies to those opinions in whose favor the miracles were said to have been wrought, ever able distinctly to refute or detect them. Such is historical evidence." Dr. Middleton, in his Free Inquiry, a book which he wrote at a period when the manifestations were already decreasing, i.e. about 19 years after they had first begun, declares that the evidence of these miracles is fully as strong as that of the wonders recorded of the apostles. The phenomena, so well authenticated by thousands of witnesses before magistrates, and in spite of the Catholic clergy, are among the most wonderful in history. Car de Montgeron, a member of Parliament and a man who became famous for his connection with the Jansenists, enumerates them carefully in his work. It comprises 4 thick quarto volumes, of which the first is dedicated to the king. The author presents a vast amount of personal and official evidence to the truthfulness of every case. For speaking disrespectfully of the Roman clergy, Montgeron was thrown into the Bastille, but his work was accepted. And now for the views of Dr. Figuier upon those remarkable and unquestionably historical phenomena. A convulsionary bends back into an arc, her loins supported by the sharp point of a peg, quotes the learned author from the Procès Verbaux. The pleasure that she begs for is to be pounded by a stone weighing 50 pounds, and suspended by a rope passing over a pulley fixed to the ceiling. The stone, being hoisted to its extreme height, falls with all its weight upon the patient's stomach, her back resting all the while on the sharp point of the peg. Montgeron and numerous other witnesses testified to the fact that neither the flesh nor the skin of the back were ever marked in the least, and that the girl, to show she suffered no pain whatever, kept crying out, "Strike harder, harder." Jean Mollet, a girl of 20, leaning with her back against the wall, received upon her stomach 100 blows of a hammer weighing 30 pounds. The blows, administered by a very strong man, were so terrible that they shook the wall. To test the force of the blows, Montgeron tried them on the stone wall against which the girl was leaning. He gets one of the instruments of the Jansenist healing, called the Grand Secours. At the 25th blow, he writes, the stone wall which I struck, which had been shaking by the preceding efforts, suddenly became loose and fell on the other side of the wall, making an aperture more than half a foot in size. When the blows are struck with violence upon an iron drill held against the stomach of a convulsionaire, who sometimes is but a weak woman, it seems, says Montgeron, as if it would penetrate through to the spine and rupture all the entrails under the force of the blows. Volume 1, page 380. But so far from that occurring, the convulsionaire cries out, with an expression of perfect rapture in her face, "Oh, how delightful! Oh, that does me good! Courage, brother, strike twice as hard if you can." It now remains, continues Dr. Figuier, to try to explain the strange phenomena which we have described. We have said in the introduction to this work that at the middle of the 19th century, one of the most famous epidemics of possession broke out in Germany, that of the Nonains, who performed all the miracles most admired since the days of Saint Medard, and even some greater ones, who turned somersaults, who climbed dead walls and spoke foreign languages. The official report of the wonders, which is more full than that of Figuier, adds such further particulars as that the affected persons would stand on their heads for hours together and correctly describe distant events, even such as were happening in the homes of the committee men, as it was subsequently verified. Men and women were held suspended in the air by an invisible force, and the combined efforts of the committee were insufficient to pull them down. Old women climbed perpendicular walls 30 feet in height with the agility of wild cats, etc., etc. Now one should expect that the learned critic, the eminent physician and psychologist, who not only credits such incredible phenomena, but himself describes them minutely, and con amour, so to say, would necessarily startle the reading public with some explanation so extraordinary that his scientific views would cause a real hegira to the unexplored fields of psychology. Well, he does startle us, for to all this he quietly observes, recourse was had to marriage to bring a stop to these disorders of the convulsionaires. For once de Mousseau had the best of his enemy. Marriage, do you understand this, he remarks? Marriage cures them of this faculty of climbing dead walls like so many flies, and of speaking foreign languages. Oh, the curious properties of marriage in those remarkable days. It should be added, continues Figuier, that with the fanatics of Saint Medard, the blows were never administered except during convulsive crisis, and that, therefore, as Dr. Calmel suggests, meteorism of the abdomen, the state of spasm of the uterus of women, of the alimentary canal in all cases, the state of contraction, of erethism, of turgescence, of the carneous envelopes of the muscular coats which protect and cover the abdomen, chest, and principal vascular masses, and the osseous surfaces, may have singularly contributed toward reducing and even destroying the force of the blows. The astounding resistance that the skin, the areolar tissue, the surface of the bodies and limbs of the convulsionaires offered to things which seem as if they ought to have torn or crushed them, is of a nature to excite more surprise. Nevertheless, it can be explained. The resisting force, the insensibility, seems to partake of the extreme changes in sensibility which can occur in the animal economy during a time of great exaltation. Anger, fear, in a word, every passion, provided that it be carried to a paroxysmal point, can produce this insensibility. Let us remark, besides, rejoins Dr. Calmel, quoted by Figuier, that for striking upon the bodies of the convulsionaires, use was made either of massive objects with flat or round surfaces or of cylindrical and blunt shapes. The action of such physical agents is not to be compared, in respect to the danger which attaches to it, with that of cords, supple or flexible instruments, and those having a sharp edge. In fine, the contact and the shock of the blows produced upon the convulsionaires the effect of a salutary shampooing, and reduced the violence of the tortures of hysteria. The reader will please observe that this is not intended as a joke, but is the sober theory of one of the most eminent of French physicians, hoary with age and experience, the director-in-chief of the government insane asylum at Charenton. Really, the above explanation might lead the reader to a strange suspicion. We might imagine perhaps that Dr. Calmiel has kept company with the patients under his care a few more years than was good for the healthy action of his own brain. Besides, when Figuier talks of massive objects of cylindrical and blunt shapes, he surely forgets the sharp swords, pointed iron pegs, and the hatchets of which he himself gave a graphic description on page 409 of his first volume. The brother of Eli Marion is shown by him striking his stomach and abdomen with a sharp point of a knife, with tremendous force, his body all the while resisting as if it were made of iron. Arrived at this point, de Mausseau loses all patience, and indignantly exclaims, "Was the learned physician quite awake when writing the above sentences? If perchance the doctors Calmiel and Figuier should seriously maintain their assertions and insist on their theory, we are ready to answer them as follows. We are perfectly willing to believe you, but before such a superhuman effort of condescension, will you not demonstrate to us the truth of your theory in a more practical manner? Let us, for example, develop in you a violent and terrible passion, anger, rage, if you choose. You shall permit us for a single moment to be in your sight irritating, rude, and insulting. Of course, we will be so only at your request, and in the interest of science and your cause. Our duty under the contract will consist in humiliating and provoking you to the last extremity. Before a public audience, who shall know nothing of our agreement, but whom you must satisfy as to your assertions, we will insult you. We will tell you that your writings are an ambuscade to truth, an insult to common sense, a disgrace which paper can only bear, but which the public should chastise. We will add that you lie to science. You lie to the ears of the ignorant and stupid fools gathered around you, open-mouthed like the crowd around a peddling quack. And when, transported beyond yourself, your face ablaze, and anger tumefying, you shall have displaced your fluids. When your fury has reached the point of bursting, we will cause your turgescent muscles to be struck with powerful blows. Your friends shall show us their most insensible places. We will let a perfect shower, an avalanche of stones, fall upon them. For so is treated the flesh of the convulsed woman whose appetite for such blows could never be satisfied. But in order to procure for you the gratification of a salutary shampooing, as you deliciously express it, your limbs shall only be pounded with objects having blunt surfaces and cylindrical shapes, with clubs and sticks devoid of suppleness, and if you prefer it, neatly turned in a lathe. So liberal is de Mausseau, so determined to accommodate his antagonists with every possible chance to prove their theory, that he offers them the choice to substitute for themselves in the experiment their wives, daughters, mothers, and sisters, since, he says, you have remarked that the weaker sex is the strong and resistant sex in these disconcerting trials. Useless to remark that de Mausseau's challenge remained unanswered. Chapter 11. Strange condition of the human mind, which seems to require that it should long exercise itself in error before it dare approach the truth. Magendie. It is a truth perpetually, that accumulated facts, lying in disorder, begin to assume some order if a hypothesis is thrown among them. Herbert Spencer. And now we must search magical history similar to those given in the preceding chapter. This insensibility of the human body to the impact of heavy blows, and resistance to penetration by sharp points and musket bullets, is a phenomenon sufficiently familiar in the experience of all times and all countries. While science is entirely unable to give any reasonable explanation of the mystery, the question appears to offer no difficulty to mesmerists, who have well studied the properties of the fluid. The man, who by a few passes over a limb can produce a local paralysis, so as to render it utterly insensible to burns, cuts, and the pricklings of needles, need be but very little astonished at the phenomena of the Jansenists. As to the adepts of magic, especially in Siam and the East Indies, they are too familiar with the properties of the akasa, the mysterious life fluid, to even regard the insensibility of the convulsionaires as a very great phenomena. The astral fluid can be compressed about a person so as to form an elastic shell, absolutely non-penetrable by any physical object, however great the velocity which it travels. In a word, this fluid can be made to equal and even excel in resisting power, water, and air. In India, Malabar, and some places of Central Africa, the conjurers will freely permit any traveler to fire his musket or revolver at them, without touching the weapons themselves or selecting the balls. In Lang's travels among Timani, the Kurankos, and the Sulimans, occurs a description by an English traveler, the first white man to visit the tribe of the Sulimas, near the sources of the Dialiba, of a very curious scene. A body of picked soldiers fired upon a chief who had nothing to defend himself but certain talismans. Although their muskets were properly loaded and aimed, not a ball could strike him. Salvert gives a similar case in his Philosophy of Occult Sciences. In 1568, the Prince of Orange condemned a Spanish prisoner to be shot at Juliet. The soldiers tied him to a tree and fired, but he was invulnerable. They at last stripped him to see what armor he wore, but found only an amulet. When this was taken from him, he fell dead at the first shot. This is a very different affair from the dexterous trickery resorted to by Houdin in Algeria. He prepared balls himself of tallow, blackened with soot, and by sleight of hand exchanged them for real bullets, which the Arab sheiks supposed they were placing in the pistols. The simple-minded natives, knowing nothing but real magic, which they had inherited from their ancestors, and which consists in each case of some one thing that they can do without knowing why or how, and seeing Houdin, as they thought, accomplish the same results in a more impressive manner, fancied that he was a greater magician than themselves. Many travelers, the writer included, have witnessed instances of this invulnerability, where deception was impossible. In 1602, the wife of Marcus de Vogler, a merchant of Antwerp, seeing a soldier who had just lost his arm, was taken in labor and brought forth a daughter with one arm struck off and bleeding, as in the first case. Van Helmont gives a third example of another woman who witnessed the beheading of 13 men by order of the Duc d'Alva. The horror of the spectacle was so overpowering that she suddenly fell into labor and brought forth a perfectly formed infant. Only the head was wanting, but the neck, bloody as their bodies, she beheld that had their heads cut off. And that which does still advance the wonder is that the hand, arm, and head of these infants were none of them to be found. If it was possible to conceive of such a thing as a miracle in nature, the above cases of the sudden disappearance of portions of the unborn human body might be designated. We have looked in vain through the latest authorities upon human physiology for any sufficient theory to account for the least remarkable of fetal signatures. The most they can do is record instances of what they call spontaneous varieties of type, and then fall back either upon Mr. Proctor's curious coincidences or upon such candid confessions of ignorance as are to be found in authors not entirely satisfied with the sum of human knowledge. Magendie acknowledges that, despite scientific researches, comparatively little is known of fetal life. At page 518 of the American edition of his Précis élémentaire de physiologie, he instances a case where the umbilical cord was ruptured and perfectly cauterized, and asks, how was the circulation carried on in this organ? On the next page he says, nothing is at present known respecting the use of digestion in the fetus, and respecting its nutrition propounds this query. What then can we say of the nutrition of the fetus? Physiological works contain only vague conjectures on this point. On page 520, the following language occurs. In consequence of some unknown cause, the different parts of the fetus sometimes develop themselves in a preternatural manner. With singular inconsistency with his previous admissions of the ignorance of science upon all these points which we have quoted, he adds, "There is no reason for believing that the imagination of the mother can have any influence in the formation of these monsters. Besides, productions of this kind are daily observed in the offspring of other animals and even in plants. How perfect an illustration is this of the methods of scientific men! The moment they pass beyond their circle of observed facts, their judgment seems to become entirely perverted. Their deductions from their own researches are often greatly inferior to those made by others, who have to take the facts at second hand. The literature of science is constantly furnishing examples of this truth. And when we consider the reasoning of materialistic observers upon psychological phenomena, the rule is strikingly manifest. Those who are soul-blind are as constitutionally incapable of distinguishing psychological causes from material effects as the color-blind are to select scarlet from black. Elam, without being in the least a spiritualist, nay, though an enemy to it, represents the belief of honest scientists in the following expressions. It is certainly inexplicable how matter and mind can act and react upon one another. The mystery is acknowledged by all to be insoluble, and will probably ever remain so. The great English authority upon the subject of malformation is The Science and Practice of Medicine by W.M. Aitken, M.D. Edinburgh, and Professor of Pathology in the Army Medical School, the American edition of which by Professor Meredith Clymer, M.D. of the University of Pennsylvania, has equal weight in the United States. At page 233 of Volume 1, we find the subject treated at length. The author says, "The superstition, absurd notions, and strange causes assigned to the occurrence of such malformations are now fast disappearing before the lucid expositions of those famous anatomists who have made the development and growth of the ovum a subject of special study. It is sufficient to mention here the names: J. Muller, Ratlike, Bischoff, St. Hilaire, Burdock, Allen Thompson, G&W Vrolick, Wolf, Meckel, Simpson, Rokitansky, and von Amann as sufficient evidence that the truths of science will in time dispel the mists of ignorance and superstition." One would think, from the complacent tone adopted by this eminent writer, that we are in possession, if not of the means of readily solving this intricate problem, at least of a clue to guide us through the maze of our difficulties. But in 1872, after profiting by all the labors and ingenuity of the illustrious pathologists above enumerated, we find him making the same confession of ignorance as that expressed by Magendie in 1838. "Nevertheless," says he, "much mystery still enshrouds the origin of malformation. The origin of them may be considered in two main issues, namely, 1. Are they due to original malformation of the germ? 2. Or are they due to subsequent deformities of the embryo by causes operating on its development? With regard to the first issue, it is believed that the germ may be originally malformed or defective, owing to some influence proceeding either from the female or from the male, as in the case of repeated procreation of the same kind of malformation by the same parents, deformities on either side being transmitted as an inheritance. Being unsupplied with any philosophy of their own to account for the lesions, the pathologists, true to professional instinct, resort to negation. That such deformity may be produced by mental impressions on pregnant women, there is an absence of positive proof, they say. Moles, mother's marks, and cutaneous spots, as ascribed to morbid states of the coats of the ovum, very generally recognized cause of malformation, consists in impeded development of the fetus, the cause of which is not always obvious, but is for the most part concealed. Transient forms of the human fetus are comparable to persistent forms of many lower animals. Can the learned professors explain why? Hence, malformations resulting from arrest of development often acquire an animal-like appearance. Exactly. But why do not pathologists inform us why it is so? Any anatomist who has made the development and growth of the embryo and fetus a subject of special study can tell, without much brain work, what daily experience and the evidence of his own eyes show him, viz., that up to a certain period, the human embryo is a facsimile of a young batrachian in its first remove from the spawn, a tadpole. But no physiologist or anatomist seems to have had the idea of applying to the development of the human being, from the first instant of its physical appearance as a germ to its ultimate formation and birth, the Pythagorean esoteric doctrine of metempsychosis, so erroneously interpreted by critics. The meaning of the Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man, etc., was mentioned in another place in relation to the spiritual and physical evolution of man on this earth. We will now add a few words more to make the idea clearer. What is the primitive shape of the future man? A grain? A corpuscle? Say some physiologists. A molecule? An ovum of the ovum, say others? If it could be analyzed by the spectroscope or otherwise, of what ought we to expect to find it composed? Analogically, we should say of a nucleus of inorganic matter, deposited from the circulation at the germinating point, and united with a deposit of organic matter. In other words, this infinitesimal nucleus of the future man is composed of the same elements as a stone, the same elements as the earth, which the man is destined to inhabit. Moses is cited by the Kabbalists as authority for the remark, that it required earth and water to make a living being, and thus it may be said that man first appears as a stone. At the end of 3 or 4 weeks, the ovum has assumed a plant-like appearance, one extremity having become spheroidal and the other tapering like a carrot. Upon dissection, it is found to be composed like an onion, very delicate laminae or coats enclosing a liquid. The laminae approach each other at the lower end, and the embryo hangs from the root of the umbilicus, almost like a fruit from the bough. The stone has now become changed by metempsychosis into a plant. Then the embryonic creature begins to shoot out from the inside outward its limbs and develops its features. The eyes are visible as 2 black dots. The ears, nose, and mouth form depressions, like the points of a pineapple, before they begin to project. The embryo develops into an animal-like fetus, the shape of a tadpole, and like an amphibious reptile lives in water and develops from it. Its monad has not yet become either human or immortal, for the Kabbalists tell us that that only comes at the 4th hour. One by one, the fetus assumes the characteristics of the human being. The first flutter of the immortal breath passes through his being. He moves. Nature opens the way for him, ushers him into the world, and the divine essence settles in the infant frame, which it will inhabit until the moment of physical death, when man becomes a spirit. This mysterious process of a 9 months formation the Kabbalists call the completion of the individual cycle of evolution. As the fetus develops from the liquor amni in the womb, so the earth germinate from the universal ether, or astral fluid, in the womb of the universe. These cosmic children, like their pygmy inhabitants, are first nuclei, then ovules, then gradually mature and become mothers in their turn, develop mineral, vegetable, animal, and human forms. From center to circumference, from the imperceptible vesicle to the uttermost conceivable bounds of the cosmos. These glorious thinkers, the Kabbalists, trace cycle merging into cycle, containing and contained in an endless series. The embryo evolving in its prenatal sphere, the individual in his family in the state in mankind, the earth in our system, the system in its central universe, the universe in the cosmos, and the cosmos in the first cause. The boundless and endless, so runs their philosophy of evolution. All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and God the soul. Worlds without number lie in the bosom like children. While unanimously agreeing that physical causes, such as blows, accidents, and bad quality of food for the mother, affect the fetus in a way which endangers its life, and while admitting again that moral causes, such as fear, sudden terror, violent grief, or even extreme joy, may retard the growth of the fetus or even kill it, many physiologists agree with Magendie in saying, there is no reason for believing that the imagination of the mother can have any influence in the formation of monsters, and only because, productions of this kind are daily observed in the production of other animals and even in plants. In this opinion, he is supported by the leading teratologists of our day. Although Geoffroy St. Hilaire gave its name to the new science, its facts are based upon the exhaustive experiments of Bichat, who in 1802 was recognized as the founder of analytical and philosophical anatomy. One of the most important contributions to teratological literature is the monograph of J.G. Fisher, M.D. of Sing Sing, New York, entitled Diploterology, an essay on compound human monsters. This writer classifies monstrous fetal growths into their genera and species, accompanying the cases with reflections suggested by their peculiarities. Following St. Hilaire, he divides the history on the subject into the fabulous, the positive, and the scientific periods. It suffices for our purpose to say that, in the present state of scientific opinion, 2 points are considered as established. 1, that the maternal mental condition has no influence in the production of monstrosities. 2, that most varieties of monstrosity may be accounted for on the theory of arrest and retardation of development, says Fisher, by a careful study of the laws of development and the order in which the various organs are evolved in the embryo. It has been observed that monsters by defect or arrest of development are to a certain extent permanent embryos. The abnormal organs merely represent the primitive condition of formation as it existed in an early stage of embryonic or fetal life. With physiology in so confessedly chaotic a state as it is at present, it seems a little like hardihood in any teratologist, however great his achievements in anatomy, history, or embryology, to take so dangerous a position as that the mother has no influence upon her offspring. While the microscopes of Haller and Prolich, Darest and Laraboulet have disclosed to us many interesting facts concerning the single or double primitive traces on the vitelline membrane, what remains undiscovered about embryology by modern science appears greater still. If we grant that monstrosities are the result of an arrest of development, nay, if we go farther and concede that the fetal future may be prognosticated from the vitelline tracings, where will the teratologist take us to learn the antecedent psychological cause of either? Dr. Fisher may have carefully studied some hundreds of cases and feel himself authorized to construct a new classification of their genera and species. But facts are facts, and outside the field of his observation, it appears, even if we judge but by our own personal experience, in various countries, that there are abundant attainable proofs that the violent maternal emotions are often reflected in tangible, visible, and permanent disfigurements of the child. And the cases in question seem, moreover, to contradict Dr. Fisher's assertion that monstrous growths are due to causes traceable to the early stages of embryonic or fetal life. One case was that of a judge of an imperial court at Saratov, Russia. He always wore a bandage to cover a mouse mark on the left side of his face. It was a perfectly formed mouse whose body was represented in high relief upon the cheek, and the tail ran upwards across the temple and was lost in his hair. The body seemed glossy, grey, and quite natural. According to his own account, his mother had an unconquerable repugnance to mice, and her labor was prematurely brought on by seeing a mouse jump out from her workbox. In another instance, of which the writer was a witness, a pregnant lady within 2 or 3 weeks of her accouchement saw a bowl of raspberries and was seized with an irresistible longing for some, but denied. She excitedly clasped her hand to her neck in a somewhat theatrical manner and exclaimed that she must have them. The child, born under our eyes 3 weeks later, had a perfectly defined raspberry on the right side of his neck. To this day, when that fruit ripens, his birthmark becomes a deep crimson, while during the winter it's quite pale. Such cases as these, which are familiar to many mothers of families, either in their personal experience or that of friends, carry conviction, despite the theories of all the teratologists of Europe and America. Because, forsooth, animals and plants are observed to produce malformations of their species as well as human beings. Magendie and his school infer that the human malformations of an identical character are not at all due to maternal imagination, since the former are not. If physical causes produce physical effects in the subordinate kingdoms, The inference is that the same rule must hold with ourselves. But an entirely original theory was broached by Professor Armour of the Long Island Medical College in the course of a discussion recently held in the Detroit Academy of Medicine. And opposite to the orthodox views which Dr. Fisher represents, Professor Armour says that malformations result from either one of two causes. One, a deficiency or abnormal condition in the generative matter from which the fetus is developed. Or two, morbid influences acting on the fetus in utero. He maintains that the generative matter represents in its composition every tissue, structure, and form, and that there may be such a transmission of acquired structural peculiarities as would make the generative matter incapable of producing a healthy and equally developed offspring. On the other hand, the generative matter may be perfect in itself, but being subjected to morbid influences during the process of gestation, the offspring will, of necessity, be monstrous. To be consistent, this theory must account for diploteratological cases, double-headed or double-membered monsters, which seems difficult. We might perhaps admit that in defective generative matter, the head of the embryo might not be represented, or any other part of the body be deficient, but it hardly seems as if there could be 2, 3, or more representatives of a single member. Again, if the generative matter have hereditary taint, it seems as if all the resulting progeny should be equally monstrous. Whereas the fact is that in many cases the mother has given birth to a number of healthy children before the monster made its appearance, all being the progeny of one father. Numerous cases of this kind are quoted by Dr. Fisher. Among others, he cites the case of Catherine Corcoran, a very healthy woman, 30 years of age, and who, previously to giving birth to this monster, had borne 5 well-formed children, no 2 of which were twins. It had a head at either extremity, 2 chests with arms complete, 2 abdominal and 2 pelvic cavities united end to end, with 4 legs placed 2 at either side, where the union between the 2 occurred. Certain parts of the body, however, were not duplicated, and therefore this cannot be claimed as a case of the growing together of twins. Another instance is that of Maria Teresa Parodi. This woman, who had previously given birth to 8 well-formed children, was delivered of a female infant, the upper part of which only was double. Instances in which before and after the production of a monster, the children were perfectly healthy are numerous. And if, on the other hand, the fact that monstrosities are as common with animals as they are with mankind is a generally accepted argument against the popular theory that these malformations are due to the imagination of the mother. And that other fact, that there is no difference between the ovarian cell of a mammifer and man, be admitted, what becomes of Professor Armour's theory? In such a case, an instance of an animal malformation is as good as that of a human monster. And this is what we read in Dr. Samuel L. Mitchell's paper on the 2-headed serpents. A female snake was killed, together with her whole brood of young ones, amounting to 120. Of these 3 were monsters, one with 2 distinct heads, one with a double head and only 3 eyes, and one with a double skull, furnished with 3 eyes and a single lower jaw. This last had 2 bodies. Surely the generative matter which produced these 3 monsters was identical with that which produced the other 117. Thus the Armour theory is as imperfect as all the rest. The trouble proceeds from the defective method of reasoning usually adopted, induction, a method which claims to collect by experiment and observation all the facts within its reach, the former being rather that of collecting and examining experiments and drawing conclusions therefrom. And according to the author of Philosophical Inquiry, as this conclusion cannot be extended beyond what is warranted by the experiments, the induction is an instrument of proof and limitation. Notwithstanding, this limitation is to be found in every scientific inquiry. It is rarely confessed, but hypotheses are constructed for us as though the experimenters had found them to be mathematically proved theorems, while they are, to say the most, simple approximations. For a student of occult philosophy, who rejects in his turn the method of induction on account of these perpetual limitations, and fully adopts the Platonic division of causes, namely the efficient, the formal, the material, and the final, as well as the eleatic method of examining any given proposition, It is but natural to reason from the following standpoint of the Neoplatonic school. 1. The subject either is as it is supposed or is not. Therefore, we will inquire, does the universal ether, known by the Kabbalists as the astral light, contain electricity and magnetism, or does it not? The answer must be in the affirmative, for exact science herself teaches us that these two convertible agents, saturating both the air and the earth, there is a constant interchange of electricity and magnetism between them. The question number 1 being settled, we will have to now examine what happens first. To it with respect to itself. Second, to it with respect to all other things. Third, with all other things with respect to it. Fourth, to all other things with respect to themselves. Answers. First, with respect to itself, that inherent properties previously latent in electricity become active under favoring conditions, and that at one time the form of magnetic force is assumed by the subtile, all-pervading agent. At another, the form of electric force is assumed. Second, with respect to all other things, by all other things for which it has an affinity, it is attracted, by all others repelled. Third, with all other things with respect to it, it happens that whenever they come in contact with electricity, they receive its impress in proportion to their conductivity. Fourth, to all other things with respect to themselves, that under the impulse received from the electric force, and in proportion to its intensity, their molecules change their relations with each other. That either they are wrenched asunder, so as to destroy the object, organic or inorganic, which they formed, or, if previously disturbed, are brought into equilibrium, as in cases of disease. Or the disturbance may be superficial, and the object may be stamped with the image of some other encountered by the fluid before reaching them. To apply the above propositions to the case in point, there are several well-organized principles of science, as for instance that a pregnant woman is physically and mentally in a high impressible state. Physiology tells us that her intellectual faculties are weakened, and she is affected to an unusual degree by the most trifling events. Her pores are opened, and she exudes a peculiar cutaneous perspiration. She seems to be in a receptive condition for all the influences in nature. Reichenbach's disciples assert that her odic condition is very intense. Dupotet warns against incautiously mesmerizing her, for fear of affecting the offspring. Her diseases are imparted to it, and often it absorbs them entirely to itself. Her pains and pleasures react upon its temperament as well as its health. Great men proverbially have great mothers, and vice versa. It is true that her imagination has an influence upon the fetus, admits Magendie, thus contradicting what he asserts in another place, and he adds that sudden terror may cause the death of the fetus or retard its growth. In the case recently reported in the American papers of a boy who was killed by a stroke of lightning, upon stripping the body, there was found imprinted upon his breast the faithful picture of a tree which grew near the window which he was facing at the time of the catastrophe, and which was also felled by the lightning. Now, this electrical photography, which was accomplished by the blind forces of nature, furnishes an analogy by which we may understand how the mental images of the mother are transmitted to the unborn child. Her pores are opened. She exudes an odic emanation which is but another form of the akasa, the electricity or life principle, and which, according to Reichenbach, produces mesmeric sleep, and consequently is magnetism. Magnetic currents develop themselves into electricity upon their exit from the body. An object making a violent impression on the mother's mind, its image is instantly projected into the astral light, or the universal ether, which Jevons and Babbage, as well as the authors of the Unseen Universe, tell us in the repository of the spiritual images of all forms, and even human thoughts. Her magnetic emanations attract and unite themselves with the descending current which already bears the image upon it. It rebounds and, repercussing more or less violently, impresses itself upon the fetus, according to the very formula of physiology which shows how every maternal feeling reacts on the offspring. Is this Kabbalistic theory more hypothetical or incomprehensible than the tetralogical doctrine taught by the disciples of Geoffrey St. Hilaire? The doctrine of which Wagendi so justly observes is found convenient and easy from its vagueness and obscurity, and which pretends to nothing less than the creation of a new science, the theory of which reposes certain laws not very intelligible, as last of arresting, that of retarding, that of similar or eccentric position, especially the great law, as it is called, of self for self. Eliphas Levi, who is certainly one of the best authorities on certain points among Kabbalists, says, pregnant women are, more than others, under the influence of the astral light, which assists in the formation of their child, and constantly presents to them the reminiscences of forms with which it is filled. It is thus that very virtuous women deceive the malignity of observers by equivocal resemblances. They often impress upon the fruit of their marriage an image which has struck them in a dream, and thus are the same physiognomies perpetuated from age to age. The Kabbalistic use of the pentagram can therefore determine the countenance of unborn infants, and an initiated woman might give to her son the features of Nereus or Achilles, as well as those of Louis XV or Napoleon. If it should confirm another theory than that of Dr. Fisher, he should be the last to complain, for as he himself makes the confession, which his own example verifies, one of the most formidable obstacles to the advancement of science has ever been a blind submission to authority, to untrammel the mind from the influence of mere authority, that it may have free scope in the investigation of facts and laws which exist and are established in nature, in the grand antecedent necessary to scientific discovery and permanent progress. If the maternal imagination can stunt the growth or destroy the life of a fetus, why can it not influence its physical appearance? There are some surgeons who have devoted their lives and fortunes to find the cause for these malformations, but have only reached the opinion that they are mere coincidences. It would also be highly unphilosophical to say that animals are not endowed with imagination, and while it might be considered the acme of metaphysical speculation to even formulate the idea that members of the vegetable kingdom, say the mimosas and the group of insect catchers, have an instinct and even a rudimentary imagination of their own, yet the idea is not without its advocates. If great physicists like Tyndall are forced to confess that even in the case of intelligent and speaking man they are unable to bridge the chasm between mind and matter, and define the powers of the imagination, how much greater must be the mystery about what takes place in the brain of a dumb animal? What is imagination? Psychologists tell us that it is the plastic or creative power of the soul, but materialists confound it with fancy. The radical difference between the two was, however, so thoroughly indicated by Wordsworth in the preface to his lyrical ballads that it is no longer excusable to interchange the words. Imagination, Pythagoras maintained to be the remembrance of precedent spiritual, mental, and physical states, while fancy is the disorderly production of the material brain. From whatever aspect we view and question matter, the world-old philosophy that it was vivified and fructified by the eternal idea, or imagination, the abstract outlining and preparing the model for the concrete form, is unavoidable. If we reject this doctrine, the theory of a cosmos evolving gradually out of its chaotic disorder becomes an absurdity. For it is highly unphilosophical to imagine inert matter solely moved by blind force, and directed by intelligence, forming itself spontaneously into a universe of such admirable harmony. If the soul of man is really an outcome of the essence of this universal soul, an infinitesimal fragment of this first creative principle, it must of necessity partake in degree of all the attributes of the demiurgic power. As the Creator, breaking up the chaotic mass of dead, inactive matter, shaped it into form, so man, if he knew his powers, could to a degree do the same. As Phidias gathered together the loose particles of clay and moistening them with water could give plastic shape to the sublime idea evoked by his creative faculty, so the mother who knows her power can fashion the coming child into whatever form she likes. Ignorant of his powers, the sculptor produces only an inanimate, though ravishing figure of inert matter, while the soul of the mother, violently affected by her imagination, blindly projects into the astral light an image of the object which impressed it, and by repercussion, that is stamped upon the fetus. Science tells us that that law of gravitation assures us that any displacement which takes place in the very heart of the earth will be felt throughout the universe. And we may even imagine that the same thing will hold true of those molecular motions which accompany thought. Speaking of the transmission of energy through the universal ether or astral light, the same authority says, continual photographs of all occurrences are thus produced and retained. A large portion of the energy of the universe may thus be said to be invested in such pictures. Dr. Fournier, of the National Deaf and Dumb Institute of France, in Chapter 2 of his work, in discussing the question of the fetus, says that the most powerful microscope is unable to show us the slightest difference between the ovarian cell of a mammifer and a man, and respecting the first or last movement of the ovule asks, what is it? Has it particular characters which distinguish it from every other one? And justly answers thus, until now science has not replied to these questions, and without being a pessimist, I do not think that she will ever reply. From the day when her methods of investigation will permit her to surprise the hidden mechanism of the conflict of the principle of life with matter, she will know life itself and be able to produce it. If our author had read the sermon of Pierre Felix, how appropriately he might utter his Amen to the priest's exclamation, Mystery, mystery. Let us consider the assertion of Magendie in the light of recorded instances of the power of imagination in producing monstrous deformities, where the question does not involve pregnant women. He admits that these occur daily in the offspring of the lower animals. How does he account for the hatching of chickens with hawk heads, except upon the theory that the appearance of the hereditary enemy acted upon the hen's imagination, which, in its turn, imparted to the matter composing the germ a certain motion which, before expanding itself, produced the monstrous chicks? We know of an analogous case, where a tame dove belonging to a lady of our acquaintance was frightened daily by a parrot, and her next brood of young there were 2 squabs with parrots' heads, the resemblance even extending to the color of the feathers. We might also cite Columella, Youatt, and other authorities, together with the experience of all animal breeders, to show that by exciting the imagination of the mother, the external appearance of the offspring can be largely controlled. These instances in no degree affect the question of heredity, for they are simply special variations of type artificially caused. Catherine Crowe discusses at considerable length the question of the power of the mind over matter, and relates an illustration many well-authenticated instances of the same. Among others, that most curious phenomena called the stigmata have a decided bearing upon this point. These marks come upon the bodies of persons of all ages, and always as a result of exalted imagination. In the cases of the Tyrolese ecstatic, Catherine Emmerich, and many others, the wounds of the crucifixion are said to be as perfect as nature. A certain Mme von N dreamed one night that a person offered her a red and white rose, and that she chose the latter. On awakening, she felt a burning pain in her arm, and by degrees there appeared the figure of a rose, perfect in form and color. It was rather raised above the skin. The mark increased in intensity until the 8th day, after which it faded away, and by the 14th was no longer perceptible. 2 young ladies in Poland were standing by an open window during a storm. A flash of lightning fell near them, and the gold necklace on the neck of one of them was melted. A perfect image of it was impressed upon the skin, and remained throughout life. The other girl, appalled by the accident to her companion, stood transfixed with horror for several minutes, and then fainted away. Little by little, the same mark of a necklace has been instantaneously imprinted upon her friend's body, appeared upon her own, and remained there for several years, when it gradually disappeared. Dr. Justinus Kerner, the distinguished German author, relates a still more extraordinary case. At the time of the French invasion, a Cossack, having pursued a Frenchman into a cul-de-sac, an alley without an outlet, there ensued a terrible conflict between them, in which the latter was severely wounded. A person who had taken refuge in this close and could not get away, was so dreadfully frightened that when he reached home there broke out on his body the very same wounds that the Cossack had inflicted on his enemy. In this case, as in those where organic disorders and even physical death result from a sudden excitement of the mind reacting upon the body, Vigendi would find it difficult to attribute the effect to any other cause than the imagination. And if he were an occultist, like Paracelsus or Van Helmont, the question would be stripped of its mystery. He would understand the power of the human will and imagination, the former conscious, the latter involuntary, on the universal agent to inflict injury, physical and mental, not only upon chosen victims, but also by reflex action, upon one's self and unconsciously. It is but one of the fundamental principles of magic, that if a current of this subtile fluid is not impelled with sufficient force to reach the objective point, it will react upon the individual sending it, as an India rubber ball rebounds to the thrower's hand from the wall against which it strikes, without being able to penetrate it. There are many cases instanced where would-be sorcerers fell victims themselves. Van Helmont says, the imaginative power of a woman vividly excited produces an idea, which is the connecting medium between the body and spirit. This transfers itself to the being with whom the woman stands in the most immediate relation, and impresses upon it that image which the most agitated herself. Deleuze has collected, in his Bibliothèque du magnétisme animal, a number of remarkable facts taken from Van Helmont, among which we will content ourselves with quoting the following as pendants to the case of the bird hunter, Jacques Pelissier. He says that men, by looking steadfastly at animals, oculis intentis, for a quarter of an hour, may cause their death, which Rousseau confirms from his own experience in Egypt and the East, as having killed several toads in this manner. But when he at last tried this at Lyon, the toad, finding it could not escape from his eye, turned around, blew itself up, and stared at him so fiercely, without moving its eyes, that a weakness came over him even to fainting, and he was for some time thought to be dead. But to return to the question of tetralogy, Wierus tells us in his De Prestigiis Daemonem of a child born of a woman who not long before its birth was threatened by her husband. He's saying that she had the devil in her and that he would kill him. The mother's fright was such that her offspring appeared well-shaped from the middle downward, but upward spotted with blackened red spots, with eyes in his forehead, a mouth like a satyr, eyes like a dog, and bended horns on its head like a goat. In a demonological work by Paramatis, there is a story of a monster born at St. Lawrence, in the West Indies, in the year 1573, the genuineness of which is certified by the Duke of Medina, Sidonia. The child, besides the horrible deformity of its mouth, ears, and nose, had 2 horns on the head like those of young goats, long hair on its body, a fleshly girdle about his middle, from whence hung a piece of flesh like a purse, and a bell of flesh in his left hand like those the Indians use when they dance, white boots of flesh on his legs, doubled down. In brief, the whole shape was horrid and diabolical, and conceived to proceed from some fright the mother had taken from antic dances of the Indians. Dr. Fisher rejects all such instances as unauthenticated and fabulous. But we will not weary the reader with further selections from the multitude of teratological cases to be found recorded in the works of standard authors. The above suffice to show that there is reason to attribute these aberrations of physiological type to the mutual reaction of the maternal mind and the universal ether upon each other. Lest some should question the authority of Van Helmont, as a man of science we will refer them to the work of Fournier, the well-known physiologist, where, at page 717, the following estimate of his chapter can be found. Van Helmont was a highly distinguished chemist. He had particularly studied aeriform fluids and gave them the name of gas. At the same time, he pushed his piety to mysticism, abandoning himself exclusively to a contemplation of the divinity. Van Helmont is distinguished above all his predecessors by connecting the principle of life, directly and in some sort experimentally, as he tells us, with the most minute movements of the body. It is the incessant action of this entity, in no way associated by him with the material elements, but forming a distinct individuality that we cannot understand. Nevertheless, it is upon this entity that a famous school has laid its principal foundation. Van Helmont's principle of life, or archeus, is neither more or less than the astral light of the Kabbalists, and the universal ether of modern science. If the more unimportant signatures of the fetus are not due to the imagination of the mother, to what other cause would Magendie attribute the formation of horny scales, the horns of goats, and the hairy coats of animals, which we have seen in the above instances marking monstrous progeny? Surely there were no latent germs of these distinguishing features of the animal kingdom, capable of being developed under a sudden impulse of the maternal fancy. In short, the only possible explanation is the one offered by the adepts in the occult sciences. Before leaving this subject, we wish to say a few words more respecting the case where the head, arm, and hand were instantly dissolved, though it was evident that in each instance the entire body of the child had been perfectly formed. Of what is a child's body composed at its birth? The chemists will tell us that it comprises 12 pounds of solidified gas and a few ounces of ashy residuum, some water, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbonic acid, a little lime, magnesia, phosphorus, and a few other minerals. That is all. Whence came they? How were they gathered together? How were these particles which Mr. Proctor tells us are drawn in from the depths of space surrounding us on all sides, formed and fashioned into a human being? We have seen that it is useless to ask the dominant school, of which Magendie is an illustrious representative, for he confesses that they know nothing of the nutrition, digestion, or circulation of the fetus. And physiology teaches us that while the ovule is enclosed in the Graafian vesicle, it participates, forms an integral part of the general structure of the mother. Upon the rupture of the vesicle, it becomes almost as independent of her for what is to build up the body of the future being as the germ in a bird's egg, after the mother has dropped it in the nest. There certainly is very little in the demonstrated facts of science to contradict the idea that the relation of the embryonic child to the mother is much different from that of the tenant to the house, upon whose shelter he depends for health, warmth, and comfort. According to Democritus, the soul results from the aggregation of atoms, and Plutarch describes his philosophy as follows: that there are substances infinite in number, indivisible, undisturbed, which are without differences, without qualities, and which move in space, where they are disseminated, that when they approach each other, they unite, interlock, and form by their aggregation water, fire, a plant, or a man. That all these substances, which he calls atoms by reason of their solidity, can experience neither change nor alteration. But, adds Plutarch, we cannot make a color of that which is colorless, nor a substance or soul of that which is without soul and without quality. Professor Balfour Stewart says that this doctrine, in the hands of John Dalton, has enabled the human mind to lay hold of the laws which regulate chemical changes, as well as to picture to itself what is there taking place. After quoting with approbation Bacon's idea that men are perpetually investigating the extreme limits of nature, he then erects a standard which he and his brother philosophers would do well to measure their behavior by. Surely we ought, says he, to be very cautious before we dismiss any branch of knowledge or train of thought as essentially unprofitable. Brave words these, but how many are the men of science who put them into practice? Democritus of Abdera shows us space crammed with atoms, and our contemporary astronomers allow us to see how these atoms form into worlds, and afterward into the races, our own included, which people them. Since we have indicated the existence of a power in the human will, which by concentrating currents of those atoms upon an objective point, can create a child corresponding to the mother's fancy, why is it not perfectly credible that the same power put forth by the mother can, by an intense, albeit unconscious reversal of those currents, dissipate and obliterate any portion or even the whole of the body of her unborn child? And here comes in the question of false pregnancies, which have so often completely puzzled both physician and patient. If the head, arm, and hand of the 3 children mentioned by Van Helmont could disappear as a result of the emotion of horror, why might not the same or some other emotion, excited in a like degree, cause the entire extinction of the fetus in so-called false pregnancy? Such cases are rare, but they do occur, and moreover baffle science completely. There certainly is no chemical solvent in the mother's circulation powerful enough to dissolve her child without destroying herself. We commend the subject to the medical profession, hoping that as a class they will not adopt the conclusion of Fournier, who says, "In this succession of phenomena we must confine ourselves to the office of historian, as we have not even tried to explain the whys and wherefores of these things. For there lie the inscrutable mysteries of life, and in proportion as we advance in our exposition, we will be obliged to recognize that this is to us forbidden ground." Within the limits of his intellectual capabilities, the true philosopher knows no forbidden ground, and should be content to accept no mystery of nature as inscrutable or inviolable. No student of Hermetic philosophy nor any spiritualist will object to the abstract principle laid down by Hume that a miracle is impossible, for to suppose such a possibility would make the universe govern through special instead of general laws. This is one of the fundamental contradictions between science and theology. The former, reasoning upon universal experience, maintains that there is a general uniformity of the course of nature, while the latter assumes that the governing mind can be invoked to suspend general law to suit special emergencies. Says John Stuart Mill, "If we do not already believe in supernatural agencies, no miracle can prove to us their existence. The miracle itself, considered merely as an extraordinary fact, may be satisfactorily certified by our senses or by testimony, but nothing can ever prove that it is a miracle. There is still another possible hypothesis, that of its being the result of some unknown natural cause, and this possibility cannot be so completely shut out as to leave no alternative but that of admitting the existence and intervention of a being superior to nature. To this very point, which we have sought to bring home to our logicians and physicists, as Mr. Hill himself says, we cannot admit a proposition as a law of nature, and yet believe a fact in real contradiction to it. We must disbelieve the alleged fact, or believe that we were mistaken in admitting the supposed law. Mr. Hume cites the firm and unalterable experience of mankind, as establishing the laws whose operation ipso facto makes miracles impossible. The difficulty lies in his use of the adjective which is italicized, for this is an assumption that our experience will never change, and that, as a consequence, we will always have the same experiments and observations upon which to base our judgment. It also assumes that all philosophers will have the same facts to reflect upon. It also entirely ignores such collected accounts of philosophical experiment and scientific discoveries as we may have been temporarily deprived of. Thus, by the burning of the Alexandrian library and the destruction of Nineveh, the world has been for many centuries without the necessary data upon which to estimate the real knowledge, esoteric and exoteric, of the ancients. But within the past few years, the discovery of the Rosetta Stone, the Ebers, Daubigny, Anastasie, and other papyri, and the exhumation of the tile libraries have opened a field of archaeological research which is likely to lead to radical changes in this firm and unalterable experience. The author of Supernatural Religion justly observes that a person who believes anything contradictory to a complete induction, merely on the strength of an assumption which is incapable of proof, is simply credulous. But such an assumption cannot affect the real evidence for that thing. In a lecture delivered by Mr. Hiram Corson, professor of Anglo-Saxon literature at the Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, before the alumni of St. John's College, Annapolis, in July 1875, the lecturer thus deservedly rebukes science. There are things, he says, which science can never do, and which it is arrogant in attempting to do. There was a time when religion and the church went beyond their legitimate domain, and invaded and harried that of science, and imposed a burdensome tribute upon the latter. but it would seem that their former relations to each other are undergoing an entire change, and science has crossed its frontiers and is invading the domain of religion and the church. And instead of a religious papacy, we are in danger of being brought under scientific papacy. We are in fact already brought under such a papacy, and as in the 16th century a protest was made in the interests of intellectual freedom against a religious and ecclesiastical despotism. So in the 19th century, the spiritual and eternal interests of man demand that a protest should be made against a rapidly developing scientific despotism, and that scientists should not only keep within their legitimate domain, the phenomenal and the conditioned, but should re-examine their stock in trade, so that we may make sure how far the stock of bullion in the cellar, on the faith of whose existence so much paper has been circulating, is really the solid gold of truth. If this is not done in science as well as in ordinary business, scientists are apt to put their capital at too high a figure, and accordingly carry on a dangerously inflated business. Even since Professor Tyndall delivered his Belfast address, it has been shown by the many replies it has elicited that the capital of the evolution school of philosophy to which he belongs is not nearly so great as it was before vaguely supposed to be by many of the non-scientific but intelligent portion of the world. It is quite surprising to a non-scientific person to be made aware of the largely purely hypothetical domain which surrounds that of established science, and of which scientists often boast as a part of their settled and available conquests. Exactly, and at the same time denying the same privilege to others. They protest against the miracles of the Church and repudiate, with as much logic, modern phenomena. In view of the admission of such scientific authorities as Dr. Humans, and others that modern science is passing through a transitional period, it would seem that it is time that people should cease to consider certain things incredible, only because they are marvelous, and because they seem to oppose themselves to what we are accustomed to consider universal laws. There are not a few well-meaning men in the present century who, desiring to avenge the memory of such martyrs of science as Agrippa, Palissy, and Cardan, nevertheless fail, through lack of means, to understand their ideas rightly. They erroneously believe that the Neoplatonists gave more attention to transcendental philosophy than to exact science. The failures that Aristotle himself so often exhibits, remarks Professor Draper, are no proof of the unreliability of his method, but rather of his trustworthiness. They are failures arising from want of a sufficiency of facts. What facts, we might inquire? A man of science cannot be expected to admit that these facts can be furnished by occult science, since he does not believe in the latter. Nevertheless, the future may demonstrate this verity. Aristotle has bequeathed his inductive method to our scientists, but until they supplement it with the universals of Plato, they will experience still more failures than the great tutor of Alexander. The universals are a matter of faith only so long as they cannot be demonstrated by reason and based on uninterrupted experience. Who of our present-day philosophers can prove by the same inductive method that the ancients did not possess such demonstrations as a consequence of their esoteric studies? Their own negations, unsupported as they are by proof, sufficiently attest that they do not always pursue the inductive method they so much boast of. Obliged as they are to base their theories, nolens volens, on the groundwork of the ancient philosophers, their modern discoveries are but the shoots put forth by the germs planted by the former. And yet even these discoveries are generally incomplete, if not abortive. Their cause is involved in obscurity, and their ultimate effect unforeseen. We are not, says Professor Yeomans, to regard past theories as mere exploded errors, nor present theories as final. The living and growing body of truth has only mantled its old integuments in the progress to a higher and more vigorous state. This language, applied to modern chemistry by one of the first philosophical chemists and most enthusiastic scientific writers of the day, shows the transitional state in which we find modern science. But what is true of chemistry is true of all sister sciences. Since the advent of spiritualism, physicians and pathologists are more ready than ever to treat great philosophers like Paracelsus and Van Helmont as superstitious quacks and charlatans. and to ridicule their notions about the archaeus or anima mundi, as well as the importance they gave to a knowledge of the machinery of the stars. And yet, how much of substantial progress has medicine effected since the days when Lord Bacon classed it among the conjectural sciences? Such philosophers as Democritus, Aristotle, Euripides, Epicurus, or rather his biographer Lucretius, Asclepius, and other ancient writers, whom the materialists so willingly quote as authoritative opponents of the dreamy Platonists, were only theorists, not adepts. The latter, when they did write, either had their works burned by Christian mobs, or they worded them in a way to be intelligible only to the initiated. Who of their modern detractors can warrant that he knows all about what they knew? Diocletian alone burned whole libraries of works upon the secret arts, not a manuscript treating on the art of making gold and silver escape the wrath of this unpolished tyrant. Arts and civilization had attained such a development at what is now termed the Archaic Ages that we learn, through Champollion, that Athothi, the second king of the first dynasty, wrote a work on anatomy, and that King Necho on astrology and astronomy. Blantezus and Synchras were two learned geographers of those pre-Mosaic days. Aelian speaks of the Egyptian Iacchus, whose memory was venerated for centuries for his wonderful achievements in medicine. He stopped the progress of several epidemics merely with certain fumigations. A work of Apollonides, surnamed Arapios, is mentioned by Theophilus, Patriarch of Antioch, entitled The Divine Book, and giving the secret biography and origin of all the gods of Egypt. And Ammianus Marcellinus speaks of a secret work in which was noted the precise age of the bull Apis, a key to many a mystery and cyclic calculation. What has become of all these books, and who knows the treasures of learning they may have contained? We know but one thing for a certainty, and that is that pagan and Christian vandals destroyed such literary treasures wherever they could find them, and that the Emperor Alexander Severus went all over Egypt to collect the sacred books on mysticism and mythology, pillaging every temple, and that the Ethiopians, old as were the Egyptians in arts and sciences, claimed the priority of antiquity as well as of learning over them. As well they might, for they were known in India at the earliest dawn of history. We also know that Plato learned more secrets in Egypt than he was allowed to mention, and that, according to Champollion, all that is really good and scientific in Aristotle's work, so prized in our day by our modern inductionists, is due to his divine master, and that, as a logical sequence, Plato, having imparted the profound secrets he had learned from the priests of Egypt to his initiated disciples orally, who in their turn passed it from one generation to another of adepts, the latter know more of the occult powers of nature than our philosophers of the present day. And here we may as well mention the works of Hermes Trismegistus. Who or how many have had the opportunity to read them as they were in Egyptian sanctuaries? In his Egyptian Mysteries, Iamblichus attributes to Hermes 1,100 books, and Seleucus reckons no less than 20,000 of his works before the period of Menes. Eusebius saw but 42 of these in his time, he says, and the last of his 6 books on medicine treated on that art as practiced in the darkest ages. And Diodorus says that it was the oldest of the legislators, Menvus, the third successor of Menes, who received them from Hermes. Of such manuscripts as have descended to us, most are but Latin retranslations of Greek translations, made principally by the Neoplatonists from the original books preserved by some adepts. Marsilius Ficinus, who was the first to publish them in Venice in 1488, has given us more extracts, and the more important portions seem to have been either overlooked or purposely omitted as too dangerous to publish in those days of auto da fe. And so it happens now that when a Kabbalist who has devoted his whole life to studying occultism and has conquered the great secret ventures to remark that the Kabbalah alone leads to the knowledge of the absolute in the infinite and the indefinite in the finite, he is laughed at by those who, because they know the impossibility of squaring the circle as a physical problem, deny the possibility of its being done in the metaphysical sense. Psychology, according to the greatest authorities on the subject, is a department of science hitherto almost unknown. Physiology, according to Fournier, one of its French authorities, is in so bad a condition as to warrant his saying in the preface to his erudite work, Physiologie du Système Nerveux, that we perceive at least that not only is the physiology of the brain not worked out, but also that no physiology whatever of the nervous system exists. Chemistry has been entirely remodeled within the past few years. Therefore, like all new sciences, the infant cannot be considered as very firm on its legs. Geology has not yet been able to tell anthropology how long man has existed. Astronomy, the most exact of sciences, is still speculating and bewildered about cosmic energy, and many other things as important. In anthropology, Mr. Wallace tells us, there exists a wide difference of opinion on some of the most vital questions respecting the nature and origin of man. Medicine has been pronounced by various eminent physicians to be nothing better than scientific guesswork. Everywhere incompleteness, nowhere perfection. When we look at the earnest men groping around in the dark to find the missing links of their broken chains, they seem to us like persons starting from a common fathomless abyss by divergent paths. Each of these ends at the brink of a chasm which they cannot explore. On the one hand, they lack the means to descend into its hidden depths, and on the other they are repulsed at each attempt by jealous sentries, who will not let them pass. And so they go on watching the lower forces of nature and from time to time initiating the public into their great discoveries. Did they not actually pounce upon vital force and catch her playing in her game of correlation with chemical and physical forces? Indeed they did. But if we ask them whence this vital force, how is it that they had so firmly believed, but a short time since, that matter was destructible and passed out of existence, and now have learned to believe as firmly that it does not, are unable to tell us more about it? Why are they forced in this case, as in so many others, to return to a doctrine taught by Democritus 24 centuries ago? Ask them and they will answer: creation or destruction of matter, increase or diminution of matter, lies beyond the domain of science. Her domain is confined entirely to the changes of matter. The domain of science lies within the limits of these changes. Creation and annihilation lie outside of her domain. No, they lie only outside the grasp of materialistic scientists. But why affirm the same of science? And if they say that force is incapable of destruction, except by the same power which created it, then they tacitly admit the existence of such a power, and have therefore no right to throw obstacles in the way of those who, bolder than themselves, try to penetrate beyond, and find that they can only do so by lifting the veil of Isis. But surely, among all these inchoate branches of science, there must be some one at least complete. It seems to us that we heard a great clamor of applause, as the voice of many waters, over the discovery of protoplasm. But alas, when we turn to read Mr. Huxley, the learned parent of the newborn infant is found saying, in perfect strictness, it is true that chemical investigation can tell us little or nothing, directly, of the composition of living matter. And it is also in strictness true that we know nothing about the composition of any body whatever, as it is. This is a sad confession. Indeed, it appears then that the Aristotelian method of induction is a failure in some cases after all. This also seems to account for the fact that this model philosopher, with all his careful study of particulars before rising to universals, taught that the earth was in the center of the universe, while Plato, who lost himself in the maze of Pythagorean vagaries and started from general principles, was perfectly versed in the heliocentric system. We can easily prove the fact by availing ourselves of the said inductive method for Plato's benefit. We know that the Sodalian oath of the initiate into the mysteries prevented his imparting his knowledge to the world in so many plain words. It was the dream of his life, says Champollion, to write a book and record in it the full doctrines taught by the Egyptian hierophants. He often talked of it, but found himself compelled to abstain on account of the solemn oath. And now, Judging our modern-day philosophers on the vice versa method, namely arguing from universals to particulars, and laying aside scientists as individuals to merely give our opinion of them, viewed as a whole, we are forced to suspect this highly respectable association of extremely petty feelings toward their elder, ancient, and archaic brothers. It really seems as if they bore always in mind the adage, "Put out the sun and the stars will shine." We have heard a French academician, a man of profound learning, remark that he would gladly sacrifice his own reputation to have the record of the many ridiculous mistakes and failures of his colleagues obliterated from the public memory. But these failures cannot be recalled too often in considering our claims and the subject we advocate. The time will come when the children of men of science, unless they inherit the soul blindness of their skeptical parents, will be ashamed of the degrading materialism and narrow-mindedness of their fathers. To use an expression of the venerable William Howitt, they hate new truths as the owl and the thief hate the sun. Mere intellectual enlightenment cannot recognize the spiritual. As the sun puts out a fire, so spirit puts out the eyes of mere intellect. It is an old story, from the days when the preacher wrote, "The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing." Scientists have deported themselves as if the saying were written to describe their own mental condition. How faithfully Lecky, himself a rationalist, unconsciously depicts his propensity in men of science to deride all new things, in his description of the manner in which educated men receive an account of a miracle having taken place. They receive it, says he, with an absolute and even derisive incredulity, which dispenses with all examination of the evidences. Moreover, so saturated do they become with the fashionable skepticism after once having fought their way into the academy, that they turn about and enact the role of persecutors in their turn. It is a curiosity of science, says Howitt, that Benjamin Franklin, who had himself experienced the ridicule of his countrymen for his attempts to identify lightning and electricity, should have been one of the committees of savants in Paris in 1778 who examined the claims of mesmerism and condemned it as absolute quackery. If men of science would confine themselves to the discrediting of new discoveries, there might be some little excuse for them on the score of their tendency to a conservatism begotten of long habits of patient scrutiny. But they not only set up claims to originality not warranted by fact, but contemptuously dismiss all allegations that the people of ancient times knew as much and even more than themselves. Pity that in each of their laboratories there is not suspended this text from Ecclesiastes. Is there anything whereof it may be said, "See, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us." In the verse which follows, the one here quoted, the wise man says, "There is no remembrance of former things." So that this utterance may account for every new denial. Mr. Meldrum may exact praise for his meteorological observation of cyclones in the Mauritius, and Mr. Baxendale of Manchester talk learnedly of the convection currents of the earth, and Dr. Carpenter and Commander Maury map out for us the equatorial current, and Professor Henry show us how the moist wind deposits its burden to form rivulets and rivers, only to be again rescued from the ocean and returned to the hilltops. But hear what Koheleth says, "The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about into the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again." The philosophy of the distribution of heat and moisture by means of ascending and descending currents between the equator and the poles has a very recent origin, but here has the hint been lying unnoticed in our most familiar book for nearly 3,000 years. And even now, in quoting it, we are obliged to recall the fact that Solomon was a Kabbalist, and in the above texts simply repeats what was written thousands of years before his time. Cut off as they are from the accumulation of facts in one half of the universe, and that the most important modern scholars are naturally unable to construct a system of philosophy which will satisfy themselves, let alone others, they are like men in a coal mine, who work all day and emerge only at night, being thereby unable to appreciate or understand the beauty and glory of the sunshine. Life to them measures the term of human activity, and the future presents to their intellectual perception only an abyss of darkness. No hope in an eternity of research, achievement, and consequent pleasure softens the asperities of present existence, and no reward is offered for exertion but the bread earning of today, and the shadowy and profitless fancy that their names may not be forgotten for some years after the grave has closed over their remains. Death to them means extinction of the flame of life, and the dispersion of the fragments of the lamp over boundless space. Said Berzelius, the great chemist, at his last hour as he burst into tears, "Do not wonder that I weep. You will not believe me a weak man, nor think I am alarmed by what the doctor has announced to me. I am prepared for all, but I have to bid farewell to science, and you ought not to wonder that it costs me dear." How bitter must be the reflections of such a great student of nature as this, to find himself forcibly interrupted midway toward the accomplishment of some great study, the construction of some great system, the discovery of some mystery which had baffled mankind for ages, but which the dying philosopher had dared hope that he might solve. Look at the world of science today, and see the atomic theorists patching the tattered robes which expose the imperfections of their separate specialties. See them mending the pedestals upon which to set up again the idols which had fallen from the places where they had been worshipped before this revolutionary theory had been exhumed from the tomb of Democritus by John Dalton. In the ocean of material science they cast their nets, only to have the meshes broken when some expected and monstrous problem comes their way. Its water is like the Dead Sea, bitter to the taste, so dense that they can scarcely immerse themselves in it, much less dive to its bottom, having no outlet and no life between its waves, or along its margin. It is a dark, forbidding, trackless waste, yielding nothing worth the having, because what it yields is without life and without soul. There was a period of time when the learned academics made themselves particularly merry at the simple enunciation of some marvels which the ancients gave as having occurred under their own observations. What poor dolts, perhaps liars, these appeared in the eyes of an enlightened century. Did not they actually describe horses and other animals, the feet of which presented some resemblance to the hands and feet of men? And in A.D. 1876, we hear Mr. Huxley giving learned lectures in which the protohippus, rejoicing in a quasi-human forearm, or the orohippus with his 4 toes and Eocene origin, and the hypothetical pedactyl equus, maternal grand-uncle of the present horse, play the most important part. The marvel is corroborated. Materialistic Pyrrhonists of the 19th century avenged the assertions of superstitious Platonists. The antediluvian Gobi Mouches, and before Mr. Huxley, Geoffrey St. Hilaire has shown an instance of a horse which positively had fingers separated by membranes. When the ancients spoke of a pygmy race in Africa, they were taxed with falsehood, and yet pygmies like these were seen and examined by a French scientist during his voyage in the Tendamaya, on the banks of the Rio Grande in 1840, by Bayard Taylor at Cairo in 1874, and by M. Bond of the Indian Trigonometrical Survey, who discovered a wild dwarfish race living in the hill jungles of the western Ghats, to the southwest of the Pelini Hills, a race, though often heard of, no trace of which has previously been found by the survey. This is a new pygmy race, resembling the African Obongos of Du Chaillu, the Akkas of Schweinfurth, and the Dokos of Dr. Krapp, in their size, appearance, and habits. Herodotus was regarded as a lunatic for speaking of a people who, he was told, slept during a night which lasted 6 months. If we explain the word slept by an easy misunderstanding, it will be more than easy to account for the rest as an allusion to the night of the polar regions. Pliny has an abundance of facts in his work, which until very recently were rejected as fables. Among others, he mentions a race of small animals, the males of which suckle their young ones. This assertion afforded much merriment among our savants. In his report of the Geological Survey of the Territories for 1872, Mr. C. H. Merriam describes a rare and wonderful species of rabbit, Lepus bardi, inhabiting the pine regions about the headwaters of the Wind and Yellowstone rivers in Wyoming. Mr. Merriam secured 5 specimens of this animal, which are the first individuals of the species that have been brought before the scientific world. One very curious fact is that all the males have teats and take part in suckling their young. Adult males had large teats full of milk, and the hair around the nipple of one was wet and stuck to it, showing that, when taken, he had been engaged in nursing his young. In the Carthaginian account of early voyages of Hanno was found a long description of savage people whose bodies were hairy and whom the interpreters called gorillae, as the text reads, clearly implying thereby that these wild men were monkeys. Until our present century, the statement was considered an idle story, and Dodwell rejected altogether the authenticity in the manuscript and its contents. The celebrated Atlantis is attributed by the latest modern commentator and translator of Plato's work to one of Plato's noble lies. Even the frank admission of the philosopher in the Timaeus that they say that in their time the inhabitants of this island, Poseidon, preserved the tradition handed down by their ancestors concerning the existence of the Atlantic island of a prodigious magnitude, etc., does not save the great teacher from the imputation of falsehood by the infallible modern school. Among the great mass of peoples plunged deep in the superstitious ignorance of the medieval ages, there were but a few students of the Hermetic philosophy of old, who, profiting by what it had taught them, were enabled to forecast discoveries which are the boast of our present age, while at the same time the ancestors of our modern high priests of the Temple of the Holy Molecule were yet discovering the hoof tracks of Satan in the simplest natural phenomena. Says Professor A. Wilder, Roger Bacon, 13th century, in his treatise on the admirable force of art and nature, devotes the first part of his work to natural facts. He gives us hints of gunpowder and predicts the use of steam as a propelling power. The hydraulic press, the diving bell, and kaleidoscope are all described. The ancients speak of waters metamorphosed into blood, of blood rain, of snowstorms during which the earth was covered to the extent of many miles with snow of blood. This fall of crimson particles has been proved, like everything else, to be but a natural phenomena. It has occurred at different epochs, but the cause of it remains a puzzle till the present day. De Candolle, one of the most distinguished botanists in this century, sought to prove in 1825, at the time when the waters of the lake of Morat had apparently turned into a thick blood, that the phenomena could easily be accounted for. He attributed it to the development of myriads of those half-vegetable, half-infusory animals, which he terms oscillatoria rubescens, and which form the link between animal and vegetable organisms. Elsewhere, we give an account of the red snow which Captain Ross observed in the Arctic regions. Many memoirs have been written on the subject by the most eminent naturalists, but no two of them agree in their hypotheses. Some call it pollen powder of a species of pine, others small insects, and Professor Agart confesses very frankly that he is at loss to either account for the cause of such phenomena, or to explain the nature of the red substance. The unanimous testimony of mankind is said to be an irrefutable proof of truth. And about what was ever testimony more unanimous than that for thousands of ages among civilized people as among the most barbarous, there has existed a firm and unwavering belief in magic. The latter implies a contravention of the laws of nature only in the minds of the ignorant, and if such ignorance is to be deplored in the ancient uneducated nations, why do not our civilized and highly educated classes of fervent Christians deplore it also in themselves? The mysteries of the Christian religion have been no more able to stand a crucial test than biblical miracles. Magic alone is the true sense of the word, affords a clue to the wonders of Aaron's rod, and the feats of the Magi of Pharaoh, who opposed Moses, and it does that without either impairing the general truthfulness of the authors of the Exodus, or claiming more for the prophet of Israel than for others, or allowing the possibility of a single instance in which a miracle can happen in contravention of the laws of nature. Out of many miracles, we may select for our illustration that of the river turned into blood. The text says, "Take thy rod and stretch out thine hand, with the rod in it, upon the waters, streams, etc., that they may become blood." We do not hesitate to say that we have seen the same thing repeatedly done on a small scale, the experiment not having been applied to a river in these cases. From the time of Van Helmont, who in the 17th century, despite the ridicule to which he exposed himself, was willing to give the true directions for the so-called production of eels and frogs and infusoria of various kinds, down to the champions of spontaneous generation of our own century, it has been known that such a quickening of germs is possible without calling in the aid of miracle to contravene natural law. The experiments of Pasteur and Spallanzani, and the controversy over the panspermists with the heterogenists, disciples of Buffon, among them Needham, have too long occupied public attention to permit us to doubt that beings may be called into existence whenever there is air and favorable conditions of moisture and temperature. The records of the official meetings of the Academy of Sciences of Paris contain accounts of frequent appearances of such showers of blood, red, snow, and water. These blood spots were called lepravestum, and were but these lichen euphorsia. They were first observed in 786 and 959, in both of which years occurred great plagues. Whether these zoocarps were plants or animals is undetermined to this day, and no naturalist would risk stating as a certainty to what division of the organic kingdom of nature they belong. No more can modern chemists deny that such germs can be quickened in a congenial element in an incredibly short space of time. Now, if chemistry has, on the one hand, found means of depriving the air of its floating germs, and under opposite conditions can develop, or allow these organisms to develop, why could not the magicians of Egypt do so with their enchantments? It is far easier to imagine that Moses, who, on the authority of Manetho, had been an Egyptian priest and had learned all the secrets of the land of Chemia, produced miracles according to natural laws, than that God himself violated the established order of his universe. We repeat that we have seen this sanguification of water produced by Eastern adepts. It can be done in either of two ways. In one case, the experimenter employed a magnetic rod strongly electrified, which he passed over a quantity of water in a metallic basin. Following a prescribed process, which we have no right to describe more fully at present, the water threw up in about 10 hours a sort of reddish froth, which after 2 hours more became a kind of lichen, like the Lepraria kermesina of Baron Wrangel. It then turned into a blood-red jelly, which made of the water a crimson liquid that 24 hours later swarmed with living organisms. The second experiment consisted in thickly strewing the surface of a sluggish brook, having a muddy bottom with the powder of a plant that had been dried in the sun and subsequently pulverized. Although this powder was seemingly carried off by the stream, some of it must have settled to the bottom, for on the following morning the water thickened as the surface and appeared covered with what de Candolle describes as oscillatoria rubescens, of a crimson-red color, and which he describes to be the connecting link between vegetable and animal life. Taking the above into consideration, we do not see why the learned alchemists and physicists we say, of the Mosaic period should not also have possessed the natural secret of developing in a few hours myriads of kinds of these bacteria, whose spores are found in the air, the water, and most vegetable and animal tissues. The rod plays as an important a part in the hands of Aaron and Moses as it did in all so-called magic mummeries of Kabbalist magicians in the Middle Ages that are now considered superstitious foolery and charlatanism. The rod of Paracelsus, his Kabbalistic trident, and the famous wands of Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and Henry Coenrath are no more to be ridiculed than the graduating rod of our electromagnetic physicians. Things which appeared preposterous and impossible to the ignorant quacks and even learned scientists of the last century now begin to assume the shadowy outlines of probability, and in many cases are accomplished facts. Nay, some learned quacks and ignorant scientists even begin to admit this truth. In a fragment preserved by Eusebius, Porphyry, in his letter to Anibo, appeals to Chorimon, the hierogrammatist, to prove that the doctrine of the magic arts, whose adepts could terrify even the gods, was really countenanced by Egyptian sages. Now, bearing in mind the rule of historical evidence propounded by Mr. Huxley in his Nashville address, two conclusions present themselves with irresistible force. First, Porphyry, being in such unquestioned repute as a highly moral and honorable man, not given to exaggeration in his statements, was incapable of telling a lie about this matter, and did not lie. And second, that being so learned in every department of human knowledge about which he treats, it was most unlikely that he should be imposed upon as regards the magic arts. And he was not imposed upon. Therefore, the doctrine of chances supporting the theory of Professor Huxley compels us to believe, 1, that there was really such a thing as magic arts, and 2, that they were known and practiced by the Egyptian magicians and priests, whom even Sir David Brewster concedes to have been men of profound scientific attainments,